Hey there, Stealth here, and welcome to this very long supercut of another 10 episodes. This video is about 8.5 hours long, should be enough to get you through a night's sleep, should be enough to get you through a day's work. Please use it as a bit of background to, let's say, have me keep you company, highlight some battles as you might want to watch them, and otherwise, get some rest. I hope you will enjoy. Admiral's log. As the conflict rages on, I find myself increasingly astounded by the seemingly inexhaustible shipbuilding capabilities of the United States. Despite our best efforts to stem the tide of their reinforcements, countless destroyers and light cruisers continue to pour forth from American shipyards, turning up in the waters of the Pacific with alarming regularity. The sheer scale of their production is staggering, leaving me to ponder: how is it that the Americans are able to maintain such a relentless pace of construction, seemingly undeterred by the losses that they suffer at our hands? What secrets do their shipyards hold, and what hidden reserves of resources do they draw upon to fuel their war machine? These questions weigh heavily upon my mind as I study the reports and intelligence gathered by our scouts, searching for answers amidst the chaos of battle. Yet the more I learn, the more elusive the truth becomes, leaving me to wonder if there's some hidden advantage that the Americans possess, some secret weapon or technology that seemingly gives them an edge in an endless conflict. Hey guys, Stealth here, and welcome back to Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts. Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts, which is getting multiplayer. Yes, I was very surprised when I read this. The multiplayer is coming as a closed beta first. It does not have an embargo, so if I get in, I might be able to show you some gameplay. Although the devs did warn that it is most likely not going to work as well early on. It is going to be a DLC, at least that's what they have said so far. And I'll link down below all the information that was in the post. It's going to be an interesting situation for multiplayer. I have no idea how exactly it's going to play. They didn't really specify whether it is, let's say, a multiplayer battle with 2 sides, 3 sides, 4 sides, I don't even know. Could be a multiplayer campaign. I don't know. We'll just have to see about the developments as they come in. Anyway, this is episode 21 of the Chinese campaign. The Chinese campaign, which started out as I want to take revenge upon Japan. I have since completed that goal, and we are now going on to bigger and better things, taking northern and southern Alaska, and currently in the works of invading the eastern Aleutians. And as such, I am already trying to get a whole bunch of guys over here landed. The Americans, though, well, they're keeping themselves busy, not so much defending their coast, but sending more ships to me. There's heavy cruisers coming in, a battle cruiser, another heavy cruiser, and a bunch of DDs. And I really don't have that many ships currently available. I have in the Yellow Sea the Antonio Bocalle. It's a 1927 version of the UAF. It's not a bad ship, but it's a bit outdated, and I think I can refit this. For those of you who just became new members of the channel, we got the Nighthawk Lax, Commander Valkyrie, Demos T'Chalas, and Blade Master. You guys are getting battle cruisers. One of them is an Aura class, and the rest are the new Chengdus. So we have a couple of ships coming in. Now, if you also want to get your name in the game as one of the ships or a ship class, you can do so by becoming a Patreon member or a YouTube member at NCO rank or higher. So, let's have a look now at the UAF class and see if I can tweak this thing to keep it relevant in 1931. Now, this is the ship as we have it right now. She's armed with a bunch of 12-inch guns, and so far has proven to be pretty reliable. The problem is that those 12-inch guns have been growing as they're now Mark IV. So the wing turrets don't fit anymore. And that means we're going to have to, well, overhaul this design somewhat. I can't really do too much with it, because I still need the ship to come back into service very quickly. So I guess we're going to have to remove some of these turrets. And yeah, that also includes their top hats. This 12-incher is okay, but the threats are getting a bit more serious. So I'm going to start tasking these ships as more, let's say, coastal defense ships, not sending them out as far, because against a destroyer, this 22 knot speed is going to come in very handy. because it means that they're pretty maneuverable. It also means that we're going to have to fight, well, bigger and bigger threats these days. So let's put a 16-inch gun on them. That whole barbette takes up almost half the deck. It looks a little out of place, but I've built weirder things. I hope that I can also put something like that on the deck. Like on the central, oh, sorry, on the bows. But I'm not sure if the game is going to allow me to do that. Yeah, it's not. The problem is, the game is going to probably say, well, it might either A, not fit, or B, that's too far away from where a turret used to sit. So we're going to have to go with maybe a 14-incher. Yeah, that would work. How about a 16 dual barrel? They're slightly sleeker. Nope. 15-inch dual. Yeah, that works. Instantly ship's overweight. Set the crew quarters to not super capacious. I can't really do too much with the ship to try and take... Oh, it's not even sporting maximum bulkheads. See, these things were not exactly designed to fit 16-inch guns. It's a bit big. And that's starting to show. The autoloaders, yes. Electrical turrets, fine. This is 4,100 tons. So almost 4,500 tons. This is 2,000 tons. This thing fires every 76 seconds. And this thing fires every 54 seconds. Do I have a Mark IV anywhere? Yeah, I got a 12-inch Mark IV. I think the 12-incher is reliable against heavy cruisers, but against battleships, it's going to struggle. What if I put a 15-inch on the bow and stern? And use the rest of the displacement to... Yeah, to what? We got 8-inch Mark IV, but that'll never fit on this. What? Well, I mean, we used to have a 12-incher on there, but whatever. Can I just make this a casemate boat with 6-inch? Click, 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 click. There. These are 6-inch Mark IV. These things are no slouch. They can definitely fire pretty quick. They got a good reload, good rate of, good range, I was supposed to say. Yeah, I can make these work. Armor-wise, very well armored. 14-inch, 9-inch forebelt, 5-inch superstructure, 5-inch main deck. The problem is that they're fairly easy to hit. And that could be a bit of a problem. As for these things... Oh, can I make these bigger? No, I can't. Not without upsetting the displacement of the ship too much. So this fires every 50 seconds or so. And that's not counting crew. Whoops. Keep that on there. TNT 4. 2 powder 2. And we are firing cap ballistic 1 shells. I can up that to 2. And cap ballistic HE is fine. So with these shells, I can deal, let's say 15,000 meter range. I can pen 13 inches. I'd say more likely is 10 kilometers and shorter. About 18 inches of pen. Or about 6 inches with high explosive. That should be sufficient to deal with most smaller ships. Now, I'm completely just ignoring the fact that the refit time is far more than I would like. It's just going to have to be that way. Yeah, why not? Like, this thing is unrecognizable from the previous iteration. It's just a completely different ship now. Can we even fit 3 inches there? No, can't. Oh, we can fit them here. Just remove those and put some 2 inches over here for good measure. Make those a bit longer, giving me a range of about 9 clicks, and these fire every 11 seconds. Against destroyers, we might need a bit more of an escort. Or I have to sacrifice these in order to fit more, I don't know, 3-inch guns. I would like to have the triples, because they got a better caliber. This is 35, this is 31. So their barrel length is a bit longer, and that means better range. So let's put that on the deck. Sorry, torpedo launchers. I don't have room for you right now. Remove this here, put this here. And let's supersize the length on those things. giving me pretty good reach. 11 kilometers, firing every 6 seconds. So a DD that does blunder into range is going to get very heavily punished for that. Still gives me a bit of displacement left. I'm thinking 23 knots, 25 knots. Well, not bad. Refit time 7 months though. Yikes. It's not great. Can we still put 2 inchers on top of the main turrets? Yes. I think you cannot do that with 3 inchers. No, 2 inches only. Okay, fine. So you're going to get a 2-inch quad over there and one over there. It's just a completely different ship now. The UFA. But I think I can make it work. So, let's save the design. I'm not going to refit the ship yet. I first want to see what the Americans are actually going to do. Because those American ships are already, well, they're already here, pretty much. They can be here in 1 turn. And as such, I need to have a ship ready now. I need to have a battleship capable of taking some hits now. Not in about 7 to 8 months from now. So, unfortunately, I cannot refit the ship now. We're first going to have to see what the Americans do. A little later, not the fight I had imagined. But I guess they sent forward their champion. They sent the Kuntz, which is a Fuller-class destroyer. This is my answer. It's the Taiyan from 1921. Thing is 10 years old, hasn't received much of a refit since. Is armed with a couple of 4-inch guns and a quad launcher. This thing has relatively similar firepower, so we'll see which one is the best destroyer. Fight like this, torpedo launchers off. Make sure that you do not launch your torpedoes way ahead of the enemy, because these are destroyers. And they will know that the torpedoes are coming. Mine aren't that capable though. I got Hydro 3 as acoustics, so yes, they will spot the torpedoes. Eventually. I guess that goes for more warships. My crew thankfully is trained. My guns are Mark 4s. I only, I think this turn, unlocked the Mark 5 for the 4-inch gun. So, unfortunately, she hasn't received that upgrade yet. But then again, she hasn't received a lot of upgrades. She's still using Oil 1. She's still using Croup 2. It's a very old, slightly unused destroyer. Let's put this thing in high explosive, because I kind of doubt we'll pin much. Maybe I can do some damage to their superstructure. Accuracy is a whole 1%, give or take. So, ow. Apparently they don't have that issue. Come on. 10%, now we're getting somewhere. I don't know how well armored this thing is. 3 kilometers out. When I'm fighting an enemy destroyer, I tend to just go broadside, because it gives me more firepower. It might allow them to angle, but you're also forcing them to try and just chase into you. Meaning that they cannot launch their torps, but I can launch mine if I see fit. Now this smoke screen is getting a little annoying. Did they get a smokes bonus? Oh, they got Mark 5 guns, don't they? Yeah. That's the Mark 5 gun. Not bad for the US. Come on. Partial pen only. Bit of fire damage. Another partial. Yeah, we're not going to win this fight by setting fires. Range, 3 clicks out. Okay, switch to armor piercing, considering the ship's now potentially so close that I might be able to put a hole into it. It does have a lot of fires going on. 20% chance to hit. I'm still flooding, apparently. Boink, ricochet. Come on, boys. Partial, ricochet. We're ricocheting too much. I need more stable damage. Range, 2.5. There you go. Flooding. I'm not sure how many bulkheads this thing has, but we'll be able to see in about 3 seconds. Identification complete. Many bulkheads, cramped crew quarters. They've rolled out 7% of their crew. There goes your damage control. 27 million for that piece of engineering versus my 27 million. Yeah, this thing is $600,000 more expensive. Probably also a heck of a lot more modern. I'm not sure if that... Ooh, destroyed the main gun. There goes your bow turret. I think it's about time we start sending torpedoes, though. Because the Queen is taking quite a bit of flooding. This thing has Hydro 3. Much like myself. My torpedoes are very sneaky. With a minus 70% modifier. But I really expect the Coons to detect them any minute. Because, I mean, they might be sneaky, but they have hydro. Still haven't detected them. Kilometer out. Boom. Dud. I think we're not going to get a hit here with a torpedo. But the Coons might have different issues. She's already lost 20% of her crew. If I can keep up with a bit more damage... There goes your main tower. Yeah, now she detected the torps. Damn. Her main tower has been destroyed, so her damage control, meaning her ability to counter fires, is absolutely disastrous. But it might not be an issue for her for much longer, because Quyun is flooding. And most likely, dead. So we might have damaged the Coons a bit, but she'll survive. As opposed to the Quyun. Yeah, there she goes. Oh well. You win some, you lose some. I prefer to lose a 1v1 duel with a destroyer, rather than a 1v1 duel with a battleship. Because if you lose that, well, there goes 4,000 or 5,000 victory points. It took a few months to arrive, but here's the US fleet now. Led by, well, either the New Jersey or the Guam. Guam has more displacement, New Jersey is a battleship. These battleships are armed with just 13-inch guns. That's not necessarily bad news for their fleet, because those 13-inch guns can be a very serious danger to all of my heavy cruisers. The Guam, well, we've seen her before. She's very prone to getting hit through the deck armor because it's very thin. The US fleet, though, is mainly comprised of torpedoes. Mounted on DDs, mounted on light cruisers. This is going to be a long battle. Here's the tally. We got 26 destroyers to deal with. And 8 light cruisers. The rest of them I'm not that intimidated by. Now, considering that they got such numbers, I am not going to operate in one big fleet. And here's why. What I've seen happen before is that you can draw away a part of the enemy formation simply by having 2 different groups. So we're going to have one group. Let's also include this guy. We have one group go over to one side. The rest of them are all going to go over to the other side. So we're going to have these guys follow each other. Don't avoid. Normal formation ahead. And the battleship, well, the enemy is to the east. They'll get here soon enough. I might as well start taking up position. Some of these ships, however, are dead slow. I'm not sure which one it is. It's the Robin and the Jason. And the BSBSHA. That's a couple of slow ships. Alright, fine. 20 knots is what we get. It does mean that some of these ships are going to be very accurate. Some of them, not as much. As for this line, I'm going to have it sort of follow the group for now. And when the enemy actually materializes, we'll start sending it in the different direction. Here we go. Range, 38 clicks. Yeah, we got some time to form up. I'm going to have the battleship. Yeah, right. The battleship's actually faster than the cruisers. It's that old ship as well. The Martin Kunze. Yeah, this is going to be just one big brawl against all of those DDs. Although if they get to brawling range, I have messed up. Because once those guys get to brawling range, well, they will all be in range of torpedoes. What sort of battleship are we facing? We've seen these guys before. Yes, I think we have. That battlecruiser is the one with the cage masts and the 17-inch guns. The 17-inch guns generally do a lot of damage, but since they're only tier 2, I found them not to be that threatening. They tend not to hit that often. They tend to have a very long reload. Alright, considering it's going to take my ship some time to get into position. Oh, crap, this is also half of a slow group. I should have set these guys up a bit different. Have, let's say, a faster skirmishing group of cruisers. But it's a bit late to do that now, as we're already 8 kilometers removed. Unfortunate. Nobody launch a torpedo, please. Not yet. We're already trying to put rounds on the battleship. I'd rather you try and put rounds on the Guam. Can you do that? Oh, she's inside of a smokescreen. Ooh. Really? That was an aft deck penetration by a heavy cruiser on their battleship. Yeah. Long may that continue. With what, HE as well? That's possible, I guess. The Americans need to work on their bulkheads. I mean, or rather don't, but the way that these ships flood is remarkable. Whoa. Secondary strike on a likely destroyer. The second line is also now coming into range. That's the, let's say, the big battle line. And the battleship should be joining the fight, but she doesn't have the range yet. She only has Mark III 12-inchers. Yeah, we're gonna have to wait until these things get into range, and they will. Have no fear, they will. It's just gonna take them a bit of time. As for these ships here, these are the light cruisers. Torpedo spammer extraordinaire, capable of causing very serious disruption in my lines. My torpedo launchers, well, depends on which ship you ask, really. The Danny T has short-range torps, 5.7s. Liao Ning has torpedo ranging 10.6. And normally I wouldn't send them against light cruisers, but this time around I might just make an exception. Because I think it would be worth it. Did you just hit me for 17,000 points of damage? Yeah. What, with the 17s? Look, I just told people that the 17s don't hit. And now we get this shit? Fine. Now, Ning, I cannot afford to lose you because we got more battles coming up. So you're going to leave. That leaves my skirmishers, if you will, with just 4 ships. Not a very good situation for me. We are getting some decent damage in. Is that your... Well, it's a DD. Happened to get in the way. Boom. Those cage masts are so fragile. Those cage masts. They've already been destroyed. The conning tower has been damaged, and as such, the ship is far less accurate. That's amusing. Alright, gentlemen, what's your range currently? About 19 clicks. I think that's fine. Battleship? Battleship still isn't in range. Okay. Liao Ning is disengaging. She can still do quite a respectable level of speed. She should be fine. Not worried about her. As for these, we also got Yunnan over here, and Yunnan has torpedo ranging 10.6. So we're going to aggressively dump torpedoes into the water. Because if they travel long, they might hit not just this cruiser, but also some stuff in the back. Most likely it's going to be like that. But we just need to start disrupting these formations. Also, we're just going to heavily focus this. The battleship and the battle cruiser will have to wait. We're first going to go through some of these escorting ships. Potentially, they're more dangerous. The frontline view, that's it. It's a very old light cruiser. A couple of 7s. Oh, actually 10-kilometer range. Well, in that case, aggressively dump your torps. Let's have a party. Yunnan just launched her torpedoes. That's good. We're definitely seeing some damage on my ships, but so far I'm doing more damage than I'm actually taking. So we are still ahead. And considering the tightness of this formation, like, point a gun at anything here and you're likely to hit, I don't know, 2, 3 other targets. Yeah, there's the Guam again. And there's the battleship, almost fully ID'd. Crap, you're gonna run out of shells? That's a problem. 26 HE shells left. Oh, these guys are low fuel. Well, it's a good reminder to refuel before you go to battle. Then again, I might or might not have been taking quite a bit of their territory here. Did you just get hit by a dud torpedo from me? Nah. I find it very hard to believe that my torpedoes would be there by now. That's possible. Good damage here. Yep, we're getting some light damage on the DDs there. I think that's the Detroit. That's the focal point. Correct. Okay. She's slow. That's the key. She's slow. That's not a threat anymore. She'll be able to do 15 knots or so. 16, that's fine. She will not get into range with those torpedo launchers, and considering she is only supporting 5.7-inch guns, I can take her out at my earliest convenience. Which is not yet. I thought we were going to start taking... Oh, you guys don't have the range. No, you do have the range. You do have the range. Oh, that's a CA. Torpedoes? Those are definitely my torps from the other side. Have you done anything? I need to get this battleship into range. So far, it's the Skirmish group that's doing most of the damage, I think. The frontline view can definitely do more than this speed. Like, increase speed to full. We're going to set this formation up to be loose. That allows ships to do more than just the formation speed. Usually. Because this ship is taking a bit too much damage for my taste. I don't like it. Our torpedo launcher has been destroyed. How many torpedo launchers do you have exactly? Because I wouldn't be surprised if I plunked the whole side of this thing full of torpedo launchers. Nope, because they can't have that many. Okay, fine. Hard over to starboard. Try and dump a torpedo into the water. Do you have a stern launcher? Yes, you do. Okay, in that case, focus on the Worcester, because she's only 4 clicks out. You can dump a torp at that, that'd be great. They will detect that with sonar 1. But, well, whatever we can do to disrupt this formation a bit more and force them to turn around, the better it is for everybody involved. Interestingly, this cruiser line is almost getting to the rear of their formation, which is not at all where I want to end up. But I think the kite group here did a bit too well. They're ridiculously good at kiting and have successfully kited the whole fleet. It's not exactly what I had intended. But here we are. There's my torp traveling. Worcester's probably going to fall back, having taken on a lot of water. And most likely is about to detect that torpedo, if she hasn't already. Now, these are pretty expensive cruisers. Lots of crew on them as well. 1,800. Well, that's what they started out with anyway. They've lost 25%. So far, they haven't really done that much damage. Are you just oblivious? No, you're not. Okay, Worcester's going to flood. And you're going to miss. But this is kind of what I had intended. I wanted to change the formation of the group. And, well, accidentally getting hit on the Spokane is also nice. With this turn, she's unable to start threatening this formation. Or at least, not very likely. Wait, we hit the Galveston? Nicely done. Nicely done. Very, very nice. Okay. How are you guys doing? Because you were running a little low on ammunition. Which surprises me, because you guys just left port. Good lord, look at this thing. Lots of heavy cruisers, escorted by destroyers on pretty much every side. Guam and New Jersey are dead slow. They're not going anywhere. Unfortunately, neither is my battleship. Alright. How are you guys doing for ammo? Because you're running a little low on HE, you don't got that much AP to start with. And once those 10-inch shells run out, you're just an 8-inch gunboat. It's not necessarily bad, because those 8-inchers can add up. Especially if you start targeting destroyers. But against light cruisers and heavy cruisers, you're not going to be that useful. You are, Yunnan. You can be very useful. Now, I said the Worcester is going to flood, but the Worcester has different ideas about that. And is definitely not flooding yet. Frontline view is tanking a lot of damage. Surprisingly so, really. Can we do another torpedo attack? We've got the port launcher ready, we've got the starboard launcher ready. Let's make good use of it. We might accidentally hit the Galveston again. Would be nice. Now, the game's starting to run a little bit like slideshow because of all these targets. Unsurprising. I don't know, start shooting this. And we'll see what we hit. Come on, dude. Port side launcher. Yeah, this is not necessarily the best idea. Because I am opening her up to attack. And she doesn't have a whole lot of armor. Like a 3-inch gun. Oh, sorry, 3 inches of armor. Against a 7-inch gun is... Well, this is just about sufficient. On paper. But I don't really want to lose this ship. What are we doing here? Yeah, getting some good damage in. I believe on various targets as well. There's Detroit. Detroit took 47 hits. My poor old battleship, still trying to be relevant. We sunk something. Here's the CA line. The one chasing the whole formation. If you got heavy cruisers chasing you, something has gone horribly wrong. If you got heavy cruisers chasing destroyers, you need to turn your destroyer around, prepare the torpedo launchers for an attack, and just massively go on the offensive. Just swarm everything. That is not what we're seeing the Americans do. Frontline view. Well, I think she's seen enough of the front line for now. Can we help out? 14 clicks out. Start turning around this bay. Would love to help this cruiser out. But, she's gonna have to fend for herself for a bit. You still have your torpedo launcher on the stern? Yeah, it's still functional. For now. Because they're doing their level best to wreck that torpedo launcher. Come on. Ow, ow, ow. Oh, good flooding on Spokane. Spokane is disengaging. Destroyed main tower for good measure. Battleship still not in range. Yeah, Spokane's had enough. It's also very good for me that these ships are currently low fuel. Because that means that they're not capable of chasing me at that flank speed of 36. Because I'm definitely not capable of running away at this speed. Now, dodging all of these torps is going to be a bit of a challenge. Target the Galveston next. Should be just about clear. Yeah, we're clear. There goes the torpedo launcher. Here's the CA line. Still targeting the Worcester. Uh-oh. Yeah, that's going to kill him. I can dodge quite a lot, but not all of that. That's the end of the frontline view. Well, she dished it out. 35,000 points of damage. Most of that credited to a torpedo launcher. No, it's a torpedo hit. There she goes. It's not bad. I mean, sure enough, the crew won't really appreciate it, but it's a very old ship. And considering that it's 1931 and she still managed to perform, I think that's very, very good. Let's eliminate the Galveston and don't get involved in the massive fight going on there. The cruisers, yeah. Robin is almost out of 10-inch ammo. Start putting secondaries on the DDs. So we're getting into range of these torpedo launchers soon. No, we're not. 6 kilometers only? I thought they had 10. Some of them do have 10. But not all of them. Okay. As for the battleship and the battlecruiser, I think they're completely irrelevant. New Jersey has already expended her HE ammunition, but she must be running some sort of massive AP loadout. Shells increased. Shell size standard. Yeah, she's running maximum AP shells. This can be dangerous to the Danny T, which is over here. Yeah, at that range, maybe. Danny also running a little low. Torpedoes in the water. More torps. It's the damn DDs with their 10-kilometer range. Formation, change course. Come on. Can we finally put down the Worcester, please? It's taken long enough. We have plenty of ships going after her. Battleship has finally done a whole 500 points of damage. Considering these things are all dead slow, I'm going to slow my battleship down a bit to have her build up some accuracy. Because this is going to take me far too long, and I simply don't have the ammo for it. There we go. Robin has expended all of the 10-inch ammunition. Which isn't hard, because it only has 2 barrels. It's done okay for now. But just 430 damage with those 10-inch guns is a bit lackluster. So hopefully with these 8s... What are we ranging? Like 11? Yeah, I can just about pen a light cruiser, I think. Well... Maybe if I try go... very close, but I'd rather not. Not against that many torpedo launchers. How are you guys doing? Oh, you're fine. You're fine. They are getting very close, though. Target the Miami and keep heading away from the threat. Destroy torpedo launcher. Excellent. Just this big blob. See, in multiplayer, I don't expect people to start doing this. I really hope people aren't going to be doing this. I don't know how that's going to go. I'm really curious to see how the battles are going to shape up there. Oh, we have been attacked by torpedoes. Yeah, this is not good. Because they're all going to start launching their torps now. Well, those that can anyway. They're not in range. At what, 6? 11? Shit. Some of these have upgraded torpedo launchers, some of them don't. Somebody got hit by a torp. Not by my torp, surely. No, friendly. Yunnan. I don't know. Target the Pensacola and see how many more secondary kills you can pick up. Oh god, there's a bit more in the water than I was expecting. Everybody panic. I think this CA is not going to be able to dodge. The Yunnan might be able to dodge by going the other way. Torpedoes in the water. Origin Yunnan. Turn. Oh shit, the torpedo changed course. And that's a big hit. That's bad news. Switch to the Pensacola. Pensacola just launched, most likely against the Danny. We're gonna split these guys up. You're gonna have to try and slow yourself down a bit, which is not ideal. What are we shooting? Some straggling CAs. Sorry, CLs. Are we putting the whole CA line into battle now? Damn it. There's too many of these, let's say, micro battles going on. Which means I'm starting to lose track of things. Somebody got torpedoed. For 32,000 points of damage. 39, 56? Damn. Pensacola got hit by 8 torpedoes. Jesus. Danny? Hold your course. And you should be fine. Well, if it wasn't for all the flooding. This is too close. Because we're all going to start getting torpedoed, and I still don't have any hydrophones to tell me where those are coming from. Canyon. Jeez, you're holding on by a thread. You got 2% buoyancy on you. What are you even trying to target? Oh! Yeah, that's the end. Buoyancy dropped to nothing. Canyon is going to be next. And over here we got the far more modern Yunnan still fighting. I think she'll be fine. She can actually disengage somewhat safely. As for my whole CA line here, that is a different question. Because we got potentially a lot of torpedoes coming for this formation. I can't really tell. It's going to be quite dangerous indeed. And I do find that this change, not having torpedo detection on your heavy cruisers, makes it far more challenging. Because I tend to rely heavily on heavy cruisers. No pun intended. The heavy cruisers for me are the workhorse, and if they don't have a hydrophone, I mean, they're not hydrophone capable in this mod, that means you simply won't get a warning. You won't get a notification going, hey, you're about to get hit. Finally. You got torpedoed? Not by me, you didn't. Sorry, Canyon. Boom. Too close for comfort. Now, part of this is definitely my fault, and part of it is just the sheer amount of ships that they have. You got good 12s, right? Yeah, load the HE. I think AP might ricochet. Can't have that. Good damage. Good damage. Okay. Nice little torpedo hit on the Phoenix. Origin from a DD. Are you guys all launching torpedoes into yourself now? That would be lovely. Concord should be finished. We've still got the capitals over here. Where are you at? Not too far. Start putting pressure on this. I don't really care about the big ships at the moment. I just need to start thinning the whole herd here. So any shots you can take, go. CA line. Get rid of this DD, the Lamson. She's almost gone, but I need her fully dead. Too close for comfort. That ought to do it. Okay, switch to the Tennessee. Yeah, a bit more. She's fully bow in. That's going to make it very difficult for me to deal damage. See a Yang Wei taking some fire here. Oh, she's almost out of HE. Okay. You are one of the more modern cruisers. So let's tell you to dump torps. Obai, also a modern cruiser. You're going to dump torps. Yeah, slightly change course. Mechamedic. Torpedo this one. And aggressively, please. Just dump the torps into the water, and you're pretty certain to get a hit somewhere. Hey, Zhang. Torpedo the Ringgold. Yang Wei. Well, this CA line looks like a valid target. Launch it. Jason Winchel's an older class. And we got the Andong over here as well. Aggressive. Torps away, torps away. Ooh. See, that got very close. About 500 meters out. Very dangerous there. Jason's... No, sorry, the Andong's probably loading her torpedo launcher as we speak. Trying to get it into the right direction. Tennessee should be going down. I'm not going to focus on the cruisers too much. Well, never mind. There goes Tennessee. There's a 10-inch gun with some Mark III. I'm definitely going to consider that a threat. Oh, Yang Wei, what happened to you? 17-inch? No, a couple of 10s. Shit. Yang Wei's toast. Yeah, she's gone. Shit. Okay. Well, at least you might get a revenge with those torpedoes. No, there's still... still shell fire coming in. Oh! What caused that? A friendly? You're going to have to run that one by me. How did you get hit by a friendly torpedo? Like... The Andong... How did you hit them? Your torpedo launchers are in the back. How did you hit a ship in front of you? This makes no sense. I'm thinking this is a bug. Because that is never supposed to be able to launch in that direction. The whole superstructure ought to be in the way. Martin, how are you doing? Plenty of targets here. Let's keep at it. Keep thinning the herd. Yeah, this does mean that the Robin has taken some serious damage. Torpedoes here. Likely not a threat to the North Carolina and the Los Angeles, but, well, they're going broadside to most of my heavy cruisers. That's bad news for them. Okay, you're disengaging. That's good. Liao Ning's disengaging. That's good. Set these to retreat so don't accidentally manage them. Come on. It's basically one big cruiser now. It doesn't really matter where you shoot. You'll hit something. Something got torpedoed here. Elliot. It's one of my torps. 28,000 points of damage. That's neat. That's going to flood them. And at least it'll force the destroyers to keep on their toes. Keep alert. There's another one going. Outbound torps from the sinking Young Wei. Gentlemen, armor piercing. Put a hole in this Los Angeles class. Sorry, in the Los Angeles. I'm not sure if it's a Los Angeles class. There goes the Allen. You got hit by 7 torpedoes. Good friendly. Good launch. Oh, there's more. Incredible. We've already done a fair bit of damage against the Americans, but I think the Americans did a lot more damage to the Americans. Put primaries on that, secondaries on the Barry. Los Angeles sink... No, it's not Los Angeles. It's a tough ship, this, but the AP is definitely making an impression here. She's lost 24% of her crew. Her torpedo launchers have been destroyed, thank God. It's a lot less to worry about. She's tanking all the damage for the North Carolina at the moment, but she's about to stop. So the North Carolina speeds past her. Yeah, you really should have stayed behind your friend there. Considering the fact that you didn't, that's gonna cause you a lot of grief. They're not the same class, though. Yeah, this is one of those 7-inch cruisers, and this is a 10. Arguably, this ought to be the priority. Especially since she's now also able to launch torps. But I want to finish off this heavy cruiser. $500 million. This thing? 176? Yeah. Okay. It's a really crazy expensive heavy cruiser. My more modern cruisers are coming in at 128. This thing is 3 times the price. What is your selling point? Is it the speed? It's not the engine. It's not your auxiliary engine. It's not really your range finding. It's not your torps. I guess it's an expensive hull, and it could be the torpedoes to some extent. Martin, it's time to start turning around a bit. Are you still getting hit by your friends? No, that was actually a torpedo that ran long from a heavy. Oh boy. If there's nothing here, we should be fine, but I can't see yet. Like, these things popped out at about 500 meter range. Destroy the secondary gun. Can you not? That's what I'm using right now. Come on. Put pressure on it. Destroyed some more torpedo launchers. I'm not sure if there's anything more to destroy, but apparently there is. Shit, there's 3 more heavy cruisers coming in. I don't like this ship here at all. We're still suffering from the Los Angeles. We're still trying to take that thing down. Start turning around. Get some distance and reform the line. Are you guys for ammo? Pretty good. There goes the Vogelgesang. Which means bird singing in German, but I'm not sure why that is actually a US warship name. LA goes down, finally. Yeah, I think the NC over here should be the next target. Can you not? Oh shit, this is bad. This is bad. Mecha-medic, steady your course. Heijang, steady course. Jason, hard over starboard. Andong, starboard. Robin, starboard. God damn it, we still got some light cruisers on that side. Okay, Andong, you're going to chase those guys down and put them out of their misery. Pick your own ammo. Target those cruisers and get rid of them. Jason, you should be fine. I'm not sure where that torpedo is exactly, but it seems to be just off of the side of the ship. Yeah, there it is. Holy shit, Hubei. You're leading a very blessed life for now. Long may it continue, but considering the majority of the torpedo launchers around, I'm not so sure it will. Can we pen this? No, we're going to start focusing on the broadside heavy cruiser there. You don't need to turn that far. There's more torps there. Jason, join the Robin. Getting a little hectic over here. You can also join. That's the old guys. The 10-inch cruisers, which are all out of ammo. You can join the Heijang. Ow. And you can also join the Heijang, which is... What battle line is that? That one. Okay. Reforming the cruiser lines in the middle of the battle. Mecha-medic, what are you doing? You keep turning out that way, you're going to still get hit by a torp. Wouldn't recommend it. Switch to the Boston. She's low fuel, and she's one of those $500 million cruisers. That's the battleship. She still has not taken a torpedo. By some miracle. What exactly are you targeting? You're targeting the battleship? Dude. There's a destroyer 5 kilometers off your port side. Maybe you should look into that. Oh. There's more coming in. Ignore the formation. Destroyed main gun. Shit, we're gonna have to try and pull these cruisers off. Can we finally get rid of these? They're limping home. I don't want to lose a whole lot of heavy cruisers. I don't absolutely have to. Okay, Hubei, you can join Cruiser Heijang. Let's go. Ammo-wise, we're fine. But I'm thinking of just disengaging anyway. Because I feel like I've done quite a lot of damage and I don't have to absolutely kill everything. If I can just relatively safely disengage, I'll take that. But it's going to be an interesting challenge to evacuate the battleship. Because there's so much around it. Alright, let me see what I can do. And I'll come back with the battle results in a bit. Unfortunately, Martin Kunze did not make it out of the battle. As such, I have another battleship down. It is an old battleship, though. It's a UFA. Let's say it got forcefully retired into the LOC. As for victory points, 54,000, give or take a few. The Americans left with their battleships intact, most of their heavy cruisers intact, but the light cruisers and the DDs, well, they took most of the beating. Unfortunately, at the moment, I can't really do much against those battleships, because the battleship and the battlecruiser, they don't have a whole lot of armor, but they're just so well protected by those cruisers and destroyers that it's very difficult to go after them. I find at the moment the sheer number of light cruisers and destroyers to be much more of a threat than the occasional 17-inch hit, because they just spam torpedoes after you time and time and time again. Fortunately, we were able to save some of the crew, and hopefully we can get these people back onto further ships. The Italians, no, what used to be British East Africa is now Italian East Africa. As for... no, I don't have any ships available. Where are the American warships? Let's first get my ships back into port. Where are the American warships at? They're not here. I am making good progress here. And I'm also starting to pummel their ships, well, their port over in San Diego a bit. The more port damage that you do, the more, well, ease it's going to have for invading the western United States. At the moment, I can try to launch an invasion, and the game's going to say, well, you need a lot of naval tonnage. I don't have 780k, but if you destroy their ports, that becomes a lot easier. So what I'm trying to do is just continuously keep a ship here. This formation is going to invade, and then once that's completed, also push over to the western US and start attacking most likely San Francisco. The more port damage we can do here, the better it'll be, and the more of these ports we can destroy, most likely we'll be able to force an invasion. As for pushing in from the south, well, it's not very eager, or not very likely. Look at the Germans taking Guatemala. It's not very likely because I cannot just walk my way up. I would have to take Mexico, and I cannot do that. So we'll just have to keep going at it with the port strikes. Admiral's log. Following yet another skirmish with a US battle group, the waters of the Pacific are littered with the wreckage of American destroyers and light cruisers. Their shattered hulls, serving as grim reminders of the price of war. With each engagement, the US capital ships are becoming increasingly exposed, their once vaunted escorts dwindling in numbers as our forces continue to strike. It is a testament to the skill and determination of our sailors. They've been away from their families for months, some even years. But even as we celebrate our successes, we must remain vigilant. The Americans are a tenacious foe. They will not go down without a fight. Already, reports are coming in that their capital ships are mustering for a final stand. Their commanders desperate to turn the tide of war in their favor before it is too late. Hey guys, Stealth here and welcome to episode 22. It is here. We are finally invading the western United States. It is going to take quite a few port strikes to just mitigate that massive amount of power that the US has in this area. And to this end, I have already assembled a couple of the warships of the larger caliber. We got the Gosford over here and the State Belt. Now, there are more warships on the way, but we've already started striking their ports. And as such, this damages their port quite a bit. Now, in case you didn't know this, the more you strike a port, the more port damage you do, the less of an invasion resistance the enemy is going to have. So this means you don't need as many tons of ships or as much tonnage in order to get in there. So this means, whereas... no, I don't want to use the grammar word. Whereas before, it took me, like, I think 780,000 tons to invade. Now, it actually doesn't take me nearly as much. Now, it only takes me 500... well, only is relative. It takes me 544,000 tons. Over here, I have 267. Over here, I have 374. We're not there, as in it's a guarantee. But, well, the US is going to have to fight pretty hard to try and defeat my forces over here. This is, however, the majority of the Navy. It's 2 battleships and 10 heavy cruisers. It is 4 battleships, 2 battlecruisers, and 9 heavy cruisers. So the problem is, China itself is rather undefended. And this is as I was busy invading Hong Kong, which I've now taken over, and Wei over there, which is coming into my control very soon. So if the US still has ships coming my way, well, beyond like a couple cruisers, I don't have a whole lot to stop them. There are some ships coming out. Eventually, in 6 months, we'll have a flight of 4 new battle cruisers of the Chengdu class. This is that sort of, let's say, stopgap cruiser that is designed to deal with both battle cruisers rather more than battleships, and destroyers and light cruisers. So basically the perfect antidote to the US fleet. At this point, however, the US fleet has been severely diminished. They only have 87 ships left. Still a lot of ships, still 12 battleships, and 42 destroyers. Yes, at least the majority of their light cruisers are gone. The light cruisers, I think, were more concerning than the DDs, because the DDs, while numerous, don't carry as many launchers. So they didn't simply put as many fish into the sea as the light cruisers did. Now, I'm going to move the whole fleet over here to San Diego, and I'm surprised it's San Diego, because previously, when I was trying the invasion, it was San Francisco. But San Francisco's port capacity is 0. Seattle still exists at 328,000 tons, and San Diego is 249,000 tons, only defended by 1 light cruiser. Let's see if we can actually do it. Can we invade Western United States? Now, would you believe it if I told you that the United States doesn't want to get invaded? They pulled back their whole fleet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 battleships, 3 battle cruisers, and, well, all the heavy cruisers and destroyers that they could get their hands on. This is going to be one for the ages, because I have the Scheffler Gaming. This is this first 16-inch gun battleship that I have in service. And I'm not sure if in the current configuration the ship has seen combat yet. We also have a couple of the Enigma Huns, some 1927, some 1929, and we have the first new battle cruiser. Sorry, no, not new battle cruiser. No, it's a 1929 version of the Aura, also sporting 14-inch guns. We have a whole slew of heavy cruisers and a bunch of destroyers. The destroyers and heavy cruisers will be a mix. I think this is mostly going to be a fight between the battleships. And considering that the US ships don't have a lot of armor, it shouldn't be that hard. Now, if you thought the battle wasn't interesting enough as is, we're fighting it out in a storm. This is going to make torpedo detection utterly impossible. You simply don't see them at all. Nor do you see much of the enemy, unless you're right on top of them. This is definitely something that's going to be in favor of the United States, because my ships, well, we too have torpedoes, they just tend to have a lot more. That's going to be difficult. As for my capital ships, I'm just going to put a whole bunch of them in one group. This is hopefully going to make it easier to manage them. I'm going to tell them to have a loose formation and to actively dodge torpedoes if and when they see them, although my ships are not that maneuverable. We have a heavy cruiser group over to the port side of them. We have a DD group, I think, following them around. Yeah, I'm going to use the DDs this time around to aggressively move, because I am, well, I'm twofold. 1, I'm concerned that my DDs will torp the capital ships. 2, if they die trying to torpedo an enemy capital ship, I don't mind. That's kind of what they're here for. As for light cruisers Lin Fen and Zun Yi, these are the new destroyer hunters, and normally I would be very happy to deploy these against the enemy DDs. But not in a storm. That's a very bad place for them to be in. They also come with torpedoes, so what I might be able to do is use them as, let's say, a second attack group, if you will, or a second part of the Future Snow attack group of the DDs. And this way, they too will add their torpedo power, which is, in case of the light cruisers, fairly considerate. The range, however, is short, but this time around, that doesn't matter. Heavy cruisers. We got a mix. We have... Yeah, we got a big mix. We got all the heavy cruiser classes here. This is the one that has the torpedo launchers on the stern. This is an older generation. I think it's the Gillen class. And over here, we have the one with the 10-inch guns. So we have a little bit of everything. Now, the way this is going to go, I think we're going to have one huge meeting. Makes me a bit hesitant as to whether or not I should put all the units in one big fleet. If I do put everything in one big fleet, and I suddenly encounter a destroyer or two, everything is going to get torpedoed. Which is very dangerous. Oh, we're getting detections. This is good. And here I was preparing for a knife fight. But if we're able to start landing 16-inch projectiles on the enemy deck, well, at this range, that would be much appreciated. I would welcome that. They do have a lot of escorts, so it is very possible for them to start detecting my destroyers and their torpedoes early. Nevertheless, we have to get rid of the American fleet. This is their last stand, essentially, because if this fleet gets wiped out, they got nothing to throw at me. Beyond, well, a whole bunch of coastal defenses. But that's more of an RNG mechanic than something that I can actually control. Battleships turn to port. We are going to just continuously shell the enemy. Ideally, from afar. Pick this as your pariah. We've also got the... what's that? More battleships? Then this is a battle... No, that's a battleship too. There's a battle cruiser. Yeah, so we're going to pick this as the target, because these are 17-inch guns. The battleships have comparatively smaller guns. And, well, all capital ships are equally shit in their protection schemes. So that should allow me to get a couple of hits in early. Maybe causing some flooding. And making everything easier to hit. Now, the problem with my heavy cruisers is they are slow. So if I want to use them as, let's say, torpedo attackers, that's not that likely to work. So that's going to be up to the Linjiang men, the Andrew Robinson, and the Jingcheng. These are armed with various weapon systems. You're sporting, what, 6 launchers? You're sporting 6 launchers, and you're sporting, I think, just 5. So we can put some mass of torpedoes into the water. This is dangerous. Oh, there's a whole flock of them. 6 clicks out. The good news is, torpedo me all you will. I am just a bunch of very cheap, kind of disposable torpedoes, or kind of disposable destroyers. Hello. We already detected that? Perfect. Come about. We will link up with your enemy capital ships once we feel safe enough to do so. At this point in time, though... Oh, they're already torpedoing each other. At this point in time, though, I am not that concerned. Good lord. How many undetected destroyers are there? Look at this guy. You torpedoed both your friends. Oh, man. Oh, man. Okay, well... Saves me the hassle. Means I don't have to worry about it. Over here we have an ancient heavy cruiser. And one of the new light cruisers. Okay. Currently, Scheffler Gaming is one of the ships engaging. I think the rest of them aren't in range yet. We got 21 kilometers here, 13s. Oh, the 14 inches are in range from the Aura. That's A, B, or yeah, what do we call that? A and X turret, and the rest is 8.9s. The Aura herself is also here, so her 14-inch guns should be able to join soon. I don't think we got the range quite yet. At least not against the capitals. We should, arguably. But these are not capitals, these are the cruisers. Okay. So they've sent their torpedoes. successfully killing off one of their own ships. And it looks like my cruisers are well on their way to sinking the rest of them. Excellent news. Now, unfortunately, there's not that much visual at the moment. I can zoom in on a ship and you can see it go up and down in a storm, but that's about it. There's just a whole lot of very heavy metals being thrown around. That's about all we can see. Have we done any serious amounts of damage? Yeah, not really. 133,000 with torpedoes. Sorry, not my torpedoes. Not my problem. Well, not really anyway. Oh, good hit. What did we actually hit? We hit a battlecruiser with a 16-inch gun from Scheffler. Excellent. Conning tower demolished. There goes your accuracy once again. And yet either the Americans don't see anything wrong with the fact that they're still using those ancient cage masts, or they're just completely ignoring the issue. Whichever it is. Let me just engage these guys. And then potentially this cruiser line can push in a bit more, or it can open up the way for the light cruiser and DD line that's operating here. Because right now I'm not too eager to push in with this line yet. There's too much resistance here from cruisers. Those will cause serious issues. I think my DDs here are having a bit of a rough time. Well, considering the damage numbers I saw coming off of them, I'm surprised they're doing this well, actually. I thought I'd be half dead by now, but they've only lost 20%. I can survive that. Over here we have the battleships. Let's have these guys turn around. Come back in. Start pushing. Because our torpedo range is about 13, and I think you got 10? Yeah, give or take. And there's enemy battleships. Well, it's getting promising. This is a cruiser. This is the New Mexico. So that's where we're going. 13 kilometers out, 12 kilometers out. Yeah, I think this is a pretty decent time to start torpedoing the targets. Apologies about the frame rate, but storms make the FPS issues worse. Come on. Actually, no, not yet, not yet, not yet. Only once you guys have actually established a line, one in front of another, will I access the torpedo launchers. Because too many times these guys just end up torpedoing each other to death. Battleships. Turn slightly starboard. Heavy cruisers. Under the command of the Icecrawler 1. We're putting a lot of shells downrange, but not really... Oh, there we go. Getting much to show for it. That was a detonation on a torpedo by the looks of it. 5,500 points. Battlecruiser United States has taken some damage. I think that's the only one. Yeah. I'm not sure whatever happened to the Guam. I surely didn't sink it yet. Not my problem. DDs. DDs. Tell me the story. 9.5 kilometers out. Okay, aggressively torp right now. Because even the Xinsheng should be in range. Yeah, just shy. Good lord, even at 2 times speed the game is stuttering like crazy. Robinson target the Massachusetts, and you target... Oh, he just launched against the New Mex. Yeah, it's fine. I am going to kind of prematurely start changing the formation here. Turn these boys around, because I'm not sure if those torpedoes will actually make it to 20 kilometers. But I'd for one rather not find out the hard way. Lianzhang men, turn around. You have a bit more water inside the hull than there necessarily should be. Get out. Andrew Robinson. Either you're carrying just one torpedo launch, or your torpedoes got damaged. Yeah. Torpedo got destroyed. This is now essentially a kiting force. Let's just tell them to evacuate. Or retreat. Don't need to change formation there if you get damaged. That is an inbound set of torpedoes. They're definitely trying to chase down my destroyers with torpedoes. Got a heavy cruiser eliminated. That's over here. Yeah. Jeez, you guys are close though. What is that? 5 clicks? Prioritize this thing. Thank God it's an old cruiser. But it definitely carries torpedo launchers. 2 port, 2 starboard, 1 in the bow, 1 in the stern. She has to go. Ooh. Whose torp was that? Oh, the heavy cruisers are torpedo free. No, 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 no. We're not doing that. There's the damage. Youngstown has taken some hits. Bonk. Yeah, Quincy should be going down pretty soon. I hate this storm. But this is what we have. How is the Scheffler Gaming doing? She scored 3 hits for 8.9k. Yeah, if this thing starts paying attention to something, it'll notice the effects. Why are you not... Oh, there we go. Shooting. At some point, we'll probably see one of these battleships take a hit. But right now, I'm not even going to bother looking for the torpedoes. Alright, you guys need to split up. You go over there. You go over there. Best speed, because no reason for the Xingqiang to start slowing down the Andrew Robinson if it's damaged. Come on. Finish her off. That's this division. Next is San Diego. Gone. New Orleans sunk due to heavy flooding. Cause. Death by 9-inch guns. Okay. So we also have that other heavy cruiser division. It's also operating very close to the enemy. I completely didn't forget about these. What are we gonna do with you? We landed a torpedo here. Torpedo this aggressively. Youngstown is down. You lost your conning tower as well? Interesting. Oklahoma, did you take a torp? Yeah, you took a torp. Massachusetts took a torpedo hit. There's another torpedo hit on New Mexico. Okay, so you launched your torps. G1 launched against the New Mexico. Excellent. You guys fall back a bit. Don't worry about that. San Diego is down. That's the heavy cruiser gone. Okay, so we got the closest threats. What are we looking at here? CLs? No, old CAs. Heavy cruisers. Take those down next. You're targeting still the United States. That's fine. Where is that thing even? There's the famous... Here's the United States. All the way in the back. Bonk. Sounded like a torpedo hitting... Yeah, light cruiser. Unfortunately, it was already gone. Bit of a waste. Let's start helping the New Mexico along. We'll deal with the battle cruiser in a minute. These DDs against my DDs are not a big problem. Yes, my DD would beg to differ, certainly. But my capital ships are, what, 15 times more expensive? Something in that effect. So I'm not too concerned about them. As for my other light cruiser line, I haven't forgotten them. But there is still quite a lot of heavy cruiser firepower coming in. It's too much for me to work with right now. That would start to eliminate my ships very quickly. But now, as my heavy cruiser line is engaging theirs, if these guys go down, I can have the other cruiser line, so the light cruiser and the DDs go after the Kentucky and, well, let's say the Wyoming in the back, the Mississippi. We're going to start taking down some of those ships later. First, these have to go down. That's a lot of ships. It's the Des Moines... Oh, torpedo. Origin? Mine. A heavy cruiser actually hit the Brooklyn there with a torpedo. The United States just had a detonation from a torpedo launched by a heavy cruiser. Has to be one of these then. Oh, was that not the Alao Bay? Yes. Causing nothing less than an ammo detonation. Very good. Very good. Then again, ships like this operating so close together, you'll hit something. Well, I'm not really feeling the effects on these cruisers. There's not enough going on. Yeah, these ships are not exactly heavily armed with torpedo launchers. Like, yes, they have torpedo launchers, but not that many of them. New Mex just got hit by another torpedo. And another. This is going to be a disastrous battle for the USN. They will take so many losses. I think my CAs here... Yeah, the CAs here are taking out the DDs, allowing my own DDs to escape. Not strictly what I ordered, but I'm going to go along with it. I think it's a very valid effort. It's the Izzard from 1917. Mark III guns. Torpedo launchers, 18-inch. They really are scraping the bottom of the barrel here. This thing is ancient. Surprising. Alright, as for these, how is that battle against the CA going? Norfolk has almost been eliminated. The CL/DD line is coming into play. Sometimes I feel a bit more like a composer, trying to bring in one instrument and push another one slightly back down. In this case, my instruments are heavy cruisers, light cruisers, and battleships. Let's focus our fire now on the Des Moines, the Huntington, and the Brooklyn. One thing at a time, though. How's that other capital ship doing? Not very well. Not very well. Oscar Austin is down. Look at this battleship. This thing has... Ow. Seen better days. Tough ship, though. Tough ship. You're definitely capable of sustaining a lot of hits. This heavy cruiser group. Let's eliminate that other DD. Because while it might be old, she can still torpedo me. Your torpedo launcher is still... No, it's been destroyed. Liao Bei is cycling. Jiyuan also cycling. Okay, so let's turn those off. You are retreating. And you are retreating. DDCL line. We're getting closer. 10 clicks out. New plan. We're going to turn behind the CAs. Turning that way. And as such, trying to intercept the battleships and the battle cruisers going towards the other heavy cruiser group. We're going to keep kicking these battleships until they're gone. There goes the DD. Come on. New Mexico's 4% away from being destroyed. Also have Nebraska over there. She took a good number of torpedoes. No, she took a good number of flooding from one torpedo. United States is all but completely flooded. Yeah, this really is just the entirety of their capital ship fleet. Because if they had No, they actually had 12 battleships, so there's still more. Somewhere. What happened to you? Just... damage upon damage upon damage. Okay, fine. You're dismissed. You fought a good fight. You've led your division well, and now you can rest. Division is now under command of the Jiangxi. We're going to continue eliminating the heavy cruisers here. I thought there was 3. Where is there 4 of them now? How are those auras doing? What are we getting from those? That's the Enigma Hun. Here's the... I'm not even sure how to pronounce that. We're just going to call it the Lax. 1,000 points of damage. Aura did 4,700. Enigma Hun 7,200. 4,100. 1,500. And 21,000. Now we're getting somewhere. 16-inch guns. Fun stuff. Heavy cruiser Des Moines has been eliminated. Battleship New Mexico has been eliminated. Switch to heavy cruiser Montana. Battleships. Switch to battle cruiser Famous. You are targeting a battleship of mine. You're targeting the Scheffler Gaming. Well, that's a good thing, because this thing can probably take a hit. It has the armor. Can you? Kind of already know the answer to that, and the answer is absolutely not. This thing is, well, sporting less armor than a light cruiser. And to some extent, even a destroyer. And the Famous is going to be, well, infamous for that particular little issue rather soon. Okay, we have our destroyers and light cruisers now coming into play, and with all their escorts dead, we might be able to land the occasional hit with a torpedo. The heavy cruiser group here, I kind of had expected these things to die, but they're still kicking. What's your range? 10. Good. Open torpedo range, or open torpedoes attacks on Maryland. You're still cycling your launcher. Yeah, you don't have any firepower available. Okay, we're gonna torpedo the Maryland and put some HE firepower on her. You guys alright with torpedo potential? No. No. There's torpedoes in the water here. There. Looks like the kill zone's gonna be fine. Come on, boys. These guys are proving themselves to be dangerous. Torpedoes can definitely strike my ships. Destroyed main tower. Basically the whole ship's on fire. Torpedo launchers have been disabled. Okay, switch to the Huntington, because this thing is still a threat, and it has just torpedoed me. Torpedoed the Rehe, which is here. So we're gonna, yeah, I don't know, push into them, I guess. CLDD group. Let's tell one of the DDs that it's free to fire against Massachusetts. The future snow. Torpedo launchers coming into play. Smoke yourself up. That's going to go for the whole division. Ooh, the E-46 got badly hurt. What's your range here? Flash fire. Aboard the Famous. 10 kilometer range. 10.3 kilometer travel. It's right on the edge of it. 4 kilometers away from Massachusetts. And we got torps in the water. Okay, you can cease fire. Mawang Chang. Torpedo Maryland. I'm expecting the destruction of the Famous rather soon. Her buoyancy is just completely crippled after what seems to be a double flash fire. She's done. Yep, there goes the famous Brooklyn, Huntington. Torpedoes have been destroyed. Torpedo launchers. Our ships appear to be doing quite well. Not seeing any flooding. Oh, that was a big hit. 8,000 points of damage against a torpedo launcher. Okay. Take your division and just maintain course. You've just launched your torps. Chalukau. You're one of the older ones. 10.3 kilometer range. Torpedo this. Aggressive. Zunyi. Light cruisers. Zunyi and Lin Fen. At this point it's turning into a big mess of what's alive and what's not. Engage the Maryland, you're only 10 clicks out. Target this. This heavy cruiser group on their other side. Nanjing doesn't have torps. Liaobai is still loading. Finish off the United States. This thing has no armor. Light cruisers and heavy cruisers can do that. Shouldn't be an issue. I was expecting the Massachusetts to kind of already be dead by now. But I guess she dodged the torps. So, we're gonna have to do this the hard way. You are going to torpedo the Massachusetts from 1 kilometer range. Is that 3 or 6? That has to be just 3. Turn. There's the second launch. Okay, now you can rejoin the div, although the div's kind of collapsing as the future snow... Well, it's more like current flooding. There won't be any snow. You're gonna have to disengage from this div. Not all of you. As for the CLs... Here. Huntington's down. Okay, Zunyi. Torpedo. Yeah, there we go. Torpedo the Oklahoma. No. Torpedo the Massachusetts. She's a kilometer away. Come on, pump that thing full of torpedoes. Short range. Oh shit. Hold on. Zunyi. Torpedoes free. Oh, I think we've already kind of passed the opportunity up here. Lin Fen, engage. Here. Zunyi just launched? Confirmed. Zunyi launched. Everybody off. Because that's quite a lot of torpedoes. And I might not need the second launch from this ship. My god, this slideshow though. Yeah, this is destructive. Boom. The game even completely froze there as it was trying to process all the hits. Okay. Next. Lin Fen. Who are we going to target? The Oklahoma. For the purpose being, this thing is the lead ship, and there's a lot of secondary targets that can be pretty... Oh, actually. Target Maryland. There's even more behind that one. CA group. Target the other heavy cruisers. Battleships. Oh, hello, Montana. I didn't see you there. 1.5 kilometers out. That's dangerous. That is quite dangerous. Battleship status. The Nikmahan has taken some damage. No, she came in damaged. She hasn't been damaged. Yeah, this cruiser's dead. No way about it. Did you actually drop your torps? Lin Fen, you did. Good girl. Okay, everybody on this group. Torpedoes off again. I don't want to have any surprises. I don't think the United States is going to come back from this anytime soon, but the amount of ships that they keep just spawning out of nowhere is pretty bananas, and it's not something I can I can replicate anytime soon. Switch to the Massachusetts, finish off that battleship. This is the one that took all the torps, but it's still here. Yeah, she's flooding. Very good. Over here we still have the CAs. At this point they're going to link up with the other CAs if it just keeps on going for long enough. Okay, so what do we still have left? A heavy cruiser. A badly damaged battleship. A full health battleship in the form of the Wyoming. There goes the future snow. She actually lasted longer than I expected. There goes the Toledo. Next is ideally going to be the Massachusetts. Serious flooding. She's down to 4% buoyancy. 3, 2, 1. Sunk. And she had a flash fire. Okay, next is the Oklahoma. Come on. Macon's flooding. This thing got torpedoed. By me? Yeah, by a light cruiser. Okay. So those torpedoes ran long, I guess, against Maryland. Because I don't believe I had the Maryland targeted already. Just that the torpedoes from the light cruiser continued on their merry way and found something else. Macon, Mississippi, Oklahoma, they're all going down. They're all going down. Leaving Wyoming. There goes Maryland. I've lost, what, like a couple of destroyers? My heavy cruisers are, well, they're a bit shaken. But they're still definitely capable. And that's my biggest concern here. I cannot lose too many ships because then my invasion won't go through. So just keeping as many ships alive as possible is certainly a priority. Finish off the Oklahoma, if you will. I don't know, put some secondary guns on the Albany. How's this line doing? Oh, pretty well, actually. I won't need them anymore for further torpedo attacks, so the CLDD division can leave. And then you guys have no threat here. You got some threat here. Oh, we got a full health Kentucky. Really? This thing has done 7,500 points of damage. It's pretty serious. The Scheffler, however, 58? Wow. Impressive. Let's target that. And still put some pressure on the Albany. You guys are... You're still putting pressure on the Wyoming. I don't really see it. Let's put some pressure on the Fall River. Kentucky's already flooding. She's got 8 compartments burning on her stern. Damage-wise, I think I'm coming out ahead. I've done 973,000. Sorry, 971. They've done 73,000. But what I am looking at is 39 torpedo hits. I've surely done damage with my torpedoes, but I've not hit 39 targets. So what you're seeing there is definitely an effect of the AI hitting itself with the torps. And I don't mind it, but it does kind of give you a false sense of how much damage was actually done. Kentucky is subtly not so healthy anymore, down to 36% structural. Yeah, this is just picking off some survivors. I'll be with you in a minute with the results. After a very long battle, the United States has lost 29 ships. 8 battleships, 2 battlecruisers, 14 heavies, 2 lights, and 3 destroyers. I have just lost 4 ships. This is going to be, yeah, 4 destroyers. That's all. So with this, the United States basically gambled everything at the defense of San Diego and lost. So let's see, how has this affected the naval invasion? Well, we still have the required tonnage. The United States has 1 light cruise in the area. I think that was already there. What do they have left? What can I expect? Ooh, 4 battleships and 2 battle cruisers. And they cancelled their war with the French. They ended that. That is interesting, because they were at war with the French. Seeing as they're no longer at war, this can mean that we're going to have another round of United States ships come at me. How many are they building? None? Okay. Interesting. Their economy's taking a big hit. It's shrinking. And they are losing territory. If they lose the western US, it's 5.3 billion. I'm not sure if my my government's able to use it as well. I mean, GDP growth minus 7%. Income province income minus 5%. These guys have better province income, better GDP growth. Their military power is a bit less. Yeah, I think I can make this happen. But you'll have to join me in a future episode to see if it actually works. Admiral's log. As the war against the United States is starting to draw to a close, the contrast between our two nations could not be more stark. While the American population grows increasingly war-weary, their spirits flagging under the weight of endless conflict, the resolve of the Chinese people remains unbroken, fueled by the strength of our collective spirit and the bonds of unity that bind us together as one. It is a testament to the power of collectivism, to the strength that comes from standing together as a single cohesive force. While the Americans may pride themselves on their rugged individualism, it is our unity, our willingness to sacrifice for the greater good, that has given us the strength to endure in the face of adversity. As I look out upon the faces of my comrades, I'm filled with a sense of pride and admiration for the resilience of the Chinese people, knowing that it is our unity that will ultimately lead us to victory. Hey guys, Stealth here and welcome to episode 23. The initial plan, invading Western United States, did not work out. It is too strong. There's just a lot of naval tonnage that you need if you want to overcome the ports of San Diego, San Francisco, and Seattle. So I've decided to switch tactics. We're gonna go and do some hopping. So I've already taken over Salvador over here because, well, it was a nice little port. Beyond that, I am working on taking over Panama. I don't believe that the Panama Canal is there yet, but I'll happily scoop that up when it opens. I have also taken over Peru. Interestingly, Peru actually did not have any kind of a port resistance by the time I was done with it. I guess we're still trying to dock the fleet, which I'm not sure exactly where they're parking, but we're parking 300,000 tons nowhere. We have no port capacity. Immediately, the army took it upon itself to say, well, we're going on a little march. We're going to send 2.5 million men into Ecuador. This was kind of the plan, or rather my hope, because I can't control the army, but the army, well, they do army things, and they just march their way into Ecuador, which would be nice, because it's also an oil production area. Southern Colombia is a bit of a bigger fish to take over, because their port of Buenaventura is a bit bigger. So first we're going to do Panama. I've also taken over British Guiana over here, because it was up for grabs. And I am now very close, it's going to be about 50-50, to taking over Maine. If this works, and I'm very much hoping it will, I'll be able to start just marching troops into eastern USA. Now, that's not going to be easy. They have an army force of 500,000, but that's likely going to grow. If, I believe, a Maine territory gets taken over or gets threatened, well, at that point, the population just joins the army. At least a large swath of them. So this is going to be an interesting situation to monitor. How many troops can I actually send from Maine into the eastern USA? Because with the ports of New York, Philadelphia, and Boston, I mean, these ports combined, what is that, 1.5 million tons? It's even worse. I cannot invade this. Southeastern seaboard then? Well, this is almost 400,000. This is 350,000. This is... No. It's too big. As for the rest, like Cuba, Dominican Republic, yeah, I might scoop these up just to make the US economy disintegrate even more. Because there's not a whole lot of it left. There's 238 billion, and they just keep shrinking. Their fleet's only 35 ships. Mine is about double that. And because my ships have had such enormous success so far, there has been a lot of interest in my ships. At least building new ones. So we're building a State Bell 2 class, and this is going to be finishing in 2 months. This thing costs me 71 million per month to build. But I'm taking, I think, 50% or 100% profit on this ship. So while my economy is pretty bad right now, like I'm spending 170 million, and I have almost no research. My naval funding is quite low. But that's not really telling the whole story. Because yes, it might be bad for now, but in about 2 months from now, I should suddenly be sitting on about 4.5 billion. As for ending the war with the US, I've been considering it just to boost my own economy a bit more. And because I'm also stretching the Chinese Navy very thin at this point, I mean, I have ports pretty much in every major area right now. That means I have very poor army logistics. That can be a problem. It has broken a campaign when I was playing as the Soviets. So it is somewhat dangerous to overextend in this way. But considering I'm only fighting the US, I thought it was okay to at least continue for now. Because the US, well, I think we might need a couple more months, but it might disintegrate. At which point, I can still scoop up whatever is left of the US. That's why I'm taking over all of these provinces that the US is currently holding. At least, let's say they're more colonial-oriented territories. I want to make sure that their economy takes hit after hit after hit. And the more territory you take away, the more their economy is going to go down. Did we get it? I think we got it. Did we get it? Yes! We've taken control of Maine. This is excellent. Oh, Germany's busy in northeastern England. That's nice. The Grand Bahamas. Sure. It is ungoverned. And I should be able to send... Yeah, I can send that. What is that? 107,000? Off you go. Now, what is left of England? Ooh. There's quite a lot left of England. But I don't think really that I have a stake in this. Good lord, how is Germany doing? Their economy was massive before. 2.5 trillion? Like, add up Italy, France, the Chinese, and the Austro-Hungarians, you don't even get that. The Russians are down to 72? What happened to you? Army logistics, 23%. Yeah, that sounds about right. Then we have the Spanish, which actually have an economy that's twice the size of Russia. Oh, God. Look at this. 229 billion. I think we're going to see not so much a decline, but just an implosion of the US, which I have never seen in a campaign. It would be really, really weird to see something like that happen. Do I want to take over the Bermuda Islands? Nah, it's 104 million. It's not worth it. Let's head up Havana. Let's visit Cuba for a while. Or, well, Dominican Republic is more valuable. Yeah, that's where we're going. Relocate the fleet. The reason why I have a whole bunch of the rest of the fleet sitting here is to save some money. Because if I do send all of these out, that's a lot more money that I'm currently spending. But now we're sitting on 500 million. And now that ship should be completed, and now I'm sitting on 4 billion. That is the payday that I'm looking for. And it's just the first of many. We're not just building one state belt. We're building more. We're building battle cruisers. We're building, well, some destroyers. I mean, they don't really move the needle, there we go, nearly as much. But, well, every bit helps, because I am selling these things with a profit. Chile wants to fight. Yeah, sure. God, the fleet's busy with invasions everywhere. How is this moving? 22%. Yeah, we should get this. Okay, so this one is coming along nicely. Chile would like some attention. I now have 4 billion. Let's send the whole fleet. I'm only spending 14 million now. The next payday, let's see, it's going to be in 2 months. That's a DD. And then 5 months from now, we'll sell one of the Chengdu-class battlecruisers. They're not nearly as lucrative, but they help. And I believe that we are building another state belt here. Yeah, so these ships, well, they're very expensive to build, to be sure. But I think that with the exports, I've actually been able to make these things worth it. I've actually been able to make these things kind of pay for themselves. Now, this is going to go nicely. Let's invade more of the US. We're going to go for the Dominican Republic. Right here. That's another 1.4 billion. US was on 229. They're now on 227. They're very advanced. That's great, but they will die very advanced. They're also fighting the Germans. Not sure that's a good idea. Where is the US fleet anyway? I haven't seen them in a long time. Yeah, I don't know. Alright, so let me take over some more territory and I'll be right back with you. A few months later, exactly what I was hoping for is happening. The Chinese Empire initiates a major offensive from the province of Maine against the United States at eastern USA. It's a bit of a weird way of saying, we are going to invade the eastern USA. This is very, very heavily protected. 2.7 million men. I don't think this is going to work. Now, that does leave me with a bit of a conundrum, because I can end the war pretty much at any time of my choosing. If the army messes up this invasion, I will have a bigger issue, because I will be, well, losing a lot of victory points. Not so much losing, but the US gains a lot of them. Right now, I have a surplus of 600,000, but I'm still invading here, which is going to take 3 more months. I'm still invading here, which is going to take 4 more months, and I've dispatched a ship or 2 here, which is going to take, well, another couple of 5 months. But this is an ungoverned territory, so this is sort of a freebie, if you will. I'm also considering going for Southern Colombia, and considering that this is not likely to move anytime quick, maybe I can still grab that, but it is going to be pretty close. Look at how much I can invade. Southern Colombia is only 40,000 tons, it's fine. Let's grab this, because I got a massive fleet here. I hope that I can still get this before this invasion implodes, because this is going to go horribly wrong. My army logistics is only 37%. Theirs is 42%. It's going to be pretty bad. There is still the option that the US completely implodes before anything else happens. So that's kind of what I'm hoping for. But, well, they don't decrease that quickly. So I might need to be a little bit more patient with that. Now, I guess somebody somewhere put a signature, and now we're at peace. It's unfortunate, because I was almost there. The landing from Peru almost went through. I was on like 93%, I think. Unfortunate. But not all is lost. Because I have 4.5 billion that I can claim. Well, Southern Egypt, you're right. We're going to scoop up most, if not the entirety, of the US off land. Yeah, Singapore would do nicely. Dutch Antilles, yes please. I'll take the Cayman Islands. I'll take Cuba. I'll take Guantanamo. I hear it's nice this time of year. Haiti, Jamaica, Nicaragua, Trinidad, Virgin Islands. Anything else? I do want to get some money out of it, because now I'm bleeding money like crazy. I will propose this, and they will say, yeah, sure. Here's all of our territory. Thank you very kindly. So that is very generous of the US. I'm sure they came they came up with this all by themselves. They still get to keep Maine. They get to keep the eastern USA. Their economy might start stabilizing. Oh, or it might not. Taking all of this territory might have just crashed the United States. They're down to $12 billion. That's it. If they shrink more, that could be the end of them. Interesting. Now, I'm bleeding money like crazy. Like, I'm spending 700 million a month because I'm no longer at war. The reason for this is I was trying to rush research on a new hull, the large battleship hulls. This is going to give me the modern battleship, the super battleship, the command battleship, which is something I've never seen. And same for the large torpedo warship. Definitely a couple of hulls in there that I have not seen. It's going to take me 11 months, but I cannot sustain this rate of expenditure for any amount of time. I think it's time to start bringing the fleet home. The real question is, where is home? Because I have, all of a sudden, a lot of new homes. Let's put a bunch of them... Well, actually, I'm going to start splitting them up. This way, if war starts, I'll be able to start getting at least some defense going on all of these various territories. Because, good lord, we have a lot to defend now. The Kahar is going to go that way. They still need to fix this. I sent one ship on its way, and now I cannot select the ship behind it. Right. These guys are still required here. Where is everybody? Oh, here. 21 heavy cruisers. Let's go to Buenaventura. I do believe I have a battle cruiser here in Pearl Harbor. I have nothing in Rarotonga. I have one destroyer guarding here. I have a heavy cruiser over there, the Shaanxi. Should be going into Suva just to dock. And let's just put the whole fleet, insofar as their home, under the limited condition. This is going to come at some cost to being able to keep the crew trained. But for now, we're going to have to save some money. Drastically. And yes, I know I'm behind in tech. I know. That's something I would like to address, but I want to see if the US implodes, yes or no. Well, well, well. The United States has been dissolved due to economic collapse. Not how I had envisioned the takeover of the United States, but this opens up a lot of options. That is massive amounts of territory that are up for grabs. And since this is now considered ungoverned territory, that means I have a much better chance of taking it over. Right now, what I'm waiting for... Yeah, I'm not even sure where that is. I'll say yes, but... What do they want me to conquer? The Pitcairn Islands? Yeah. Fine, I'll send you one heavy cruiser. The fleet on the western side, so let's say southwest America over here, or rather western South America, was on its way to Pearl, and then these guys started acting up. That's fine. I have an opportunity to just dispatch one cruiser. This takeover is going so-so. I might need to send a few more of my ships over there just to keep these guys contained. I'm not that impressed with the Grand Bahama. Oh, sorry, with the New Providence. It's 280 million. It's not that impressive. What I am very interested in is whether the army now has a better chance of walking into the eastern USA. If I'm able to do that, I'm going to be getting massive boosts to my economy. Massive. Now, I was spreading out the fleet. I was trying to get the fleet into positions from where they could be, let's say, a bit more distributed, and possibly in positions where they could defend commerce. Just let the economy grow for a couple of years. But with the collapse of the United States, I might have to recombine the fleet into one big blob and be ready to take over, well, any area that is up for grabs. Seriously, the United States collapsed. I think these guys might be next. If this continues, we're going to have a world without the USA. We're going to have a world without the British Empire, and potentially one without the Russians as well. That leaves a extraordinarily powerful Germany with very advanced technology and 17 battleships. They apparently also went the cruiser route, 44 heavies and 62 lights. That's a lot of cruisers. Italy is rather rich. 781 billion? What does Italy have? They got Sudan. Oh, they got... Whoa. Whoa. Italian Somaliland, 2.6 billion. Yeah, they have options. They have options. The Germans are making their way into French Sudan. Yeah, I think they'll get it. Mauritania is nice. What about the French Empire itself? Yeah, they're also getting invaded. 2.9 million Germans. How are the French doing? They're 682 billion. Yeah. If they're able to start sending those 30 battleships out against the Germans, maybe they can actually get something done. For now, I'm not sure where those 30 battleships are at, and if they're actually very advanced. Just have to see how that goes. Oh, look at that. The GDP instantly booms back to 10% growth per year. This is nuts. This is nuts. All right, let's see if the USA comes up for, let's say, a hostile or not so hostile takeover. It is now January 1937, and with this new research, I have the new hulls that I was discussing. I've been building a lot of ships for other nations. Everybody wants a Chinese ship. So I guess the whole Made in China logo is not necessarily bad. Because just look at the amount of ships that I'm building for other nations. Battleships, heavy cruisers, battle cruisers, destroyers. There's a lot going around. And we're going to add to our offering with a bit more. I, for one, am very interested in seeing exactly what a large torpedo warship looks like. I have not seen these new Chinese hulls yet. I want to have one super battleship, just as a flex to the rest of the world, and I might also be able to sell these things off. Now, this is the super battleship, displacing up to 82,000 tons, which is not that much bigger than the modernized Dreadnought, which does 87. Actually, it's less. My bad. We got the command battleship hull. Yeah, okay. Not terribly impressed. Got the modern battleship going up to 60,000 tons. Look at the price tag difference. Good lord. This thing, so the super battleship, 518 million. If I max this thing out, it displaces that 82,000. You're about 550 in. This thing, at max, is not necessarily anywhere in the same region. Yeah, actually, it's quite the same, 585. And then you got the modern battleship. This thing displaces up to 78. This thing displaces up to 60. But it seems to be a far cheaper hull to build. At least, yeah. 354 million at 60,000 tons. Maybe the other ones had a higher speed. Anyway, we also have the large torpedo warship. Are you just selling me a French hull and calling it a large torpedo warship, or what's the what's the selling point? Oh! Oh, really? Now you have my full attention. Now you have my full attention. Okay. Let's go do this. Let's go do this. What's the speed that this thing is rendered for? 30 knots? Whoa. Okay. How about turning this into something that I think can best be described as a mega cruiser? Like, it's fast, 30 knots. It's carrying 20 torpedo launchers per side, and that's just built inside the ship. I can add more. Now, ideally, these things are protected by virtue of their position. I'm not sure if that's actually how the game treats it. It is possible that the game says, yeah, well, they're still vulnerable. Like, they're still fragile. Of course, we're going to go 24 inches, and I can make these oxys, which gives me a range of 18 clicks. Gives you a reload of 1800 seconds or half an hour. It's a long-ass reload. If I put these to 21 inch, you barely notice. Is it oxygen? Is that the problem? That doesn't do much for the reload, right? Yeah, 15%. This doesn't do anything for reload. Right, you're shrinking it to 1400 seconds. Whatever. We're going oxygen because we get that nice long range. 18 clicks. They are somewhat sneakier. Like, the torpedo detection chance is -55, but they're not as sneaky as electrics, which will absolutely just... They'll pop up out of nowhere. They're very accurate. These things are not getting an accuracy buff. It does make the launchers very expensive, but, well, relative to electric, you barely notice. Okay. Let's add the new marine diesel engines. What? 1.7? The fuck? Oh. Right, these are more cruise engines. These things have 44 horsepower per ton. Which means that you need a lot more engine if you want to be able to get up to that speed of 30 knots. If you have a geared turbine or a double geared steam turbine, you don't have that. So engine cost per weight 8,800, engine cost per weight 16,000%. I'd say they're a bit more geared towards destroyers, perhaps. If you want to go, well, turbo electric is actually cheaper. Whatever, I'm not paying 1.6 billion for an engine. I don't even have a superstructure yet. That's it? That's your modern tower? Small tower, yeah. Cool superstructure, bro. Is that it? Well, how's that for a minimalistic approach? I think this is the smallest superstructure I've ever put on a ship. Also, don't be sitting here when the engine's on. You'll regret it. Wait, is that it? I thought that they outlawed this. They didn't? Can you also put them in front? No. Holy shit. Oh boy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. How many torpedoes do we put overboard at any given time? 50. That's 50 24-inch torpedoes. I'm not going to do that. At least not with this loadout. Because you'll create a massive fanfire. But everything is going to launch at the same time. And I don't want to have that. So I'm going to diversify my torpedo launchers. These are quintuples, so 5 launchers. I'm going to add a couple of quads. So let's say 3 quads. And then a couple of triples. This way, I am diversifying the launchers and making sure that they have different reloads. You got the quads, which reload in about half an hour. Oh, sorry, the quints. You got the quads, which reload in about 1500 seconds. So that is 5 minutes less. And then you got the triples, which reload in 1100 seconds. Or about 18 minutes, I think. No, a little bit more. Yeah. Okay, this is a weird and wonderful ship. Now, this thing is going to be designed to stay very far away from the fleet, naturally. She is certainly not going to get very close to the enemy. Although she has a massive amount of belt. I think your belt is too good. Let's give her more deck armor. More superstructure. Anyway, her guns are not going to be that formidable. Her main guns can only be 13-inch. That's an interesting limitation on a battleship hull. They're 1100 tons, and that's without the reload. I'm just gonna take a bunch of armor off. Put this to TNT. We have oil. Okay, fine. Put some barbette armor on there. Electro-hydraulic torpedo launchers. Well, turrets, not torpedo launchers. 2 powder. Go for, I'd say, a standard ratio. And let's get the full... Well, will these semi-armor piercing shells do anything? We got, what, armor quality? 160% these days? Yeah, that'll not really do much. But then again, the selling point for this ship is just these big fuck-off torpedo launchers. So, in that case, I think I can get away with it. Seriously, this is bananas. Let's do more. Quad launcher there. Quad launcher there. Triple launcher here. And here. And the quad there. Oh, the ship's overweight. Fine. Afterweight offset's a bit high. We need to put some launchers on the bow. This is a... Okay, there's another quad. Okay, so how many can we dump into the water? We got 4, 8, 11, 15, 18, 22, 25, 29, 34, 39, 44, 49 torpedo launchers per side. So what this thing needs to do is be able to turn. Its turning circle is probably not going to be very good. 1,300 meters on paper. Yeah. I am very interested in using this ship. I think it's going to work either horribly, horribly poorly, because the torpedo launchers just get destroyed before they even get a chance to function, or it's going to be epic. And you just eliminate whole lines of battle. It's gonna sit probably not anywhere in the middle. Like, it either works remarkably well, or everybody dies very, very quickly. I'm gonna put some secondaries on here just to be sure. Because if something does close in, or God forbid spawns on top of me, I have issues. So put some 5-inchers there. And can we get those... Yeah, I can get the super firing turrets there. This has to be one of my more cursed designs recently. Alright, we're slightly too heavy. There. What have I built? Like, what have I built? Come on. Put this forward. Put this here. Oh, you can't. This is as far as you'll go. Okay, fine. These things fire out to 34 kilometers if they're using armor piercing. Since this is a sniper, I'm going to give them barrels which are as long as possible, giving me a potential range of 40 clicks. Even with a radar rangefinder, I might not even spot anything out that far. But at least it'll make the barrels and the guns pretty accurate. Let's give them an RDF for even faster target acquisition. We've got 8 tons left, so I'm about done here. Yeah. This is the cursed fish class. You get to figure out why. Cost 1.1 billion. Relative to a state belt, that's actually cheap. So you can get 49 torpedo launchers per side, or you can get a battleship, which displaces about twice the thing that the cursed fish does, but carries 16-inch guns. Up to you which one you want to get. This is awesome. Now, what I was actually going for was a new ship that I could sell. But even if I supersize this thing by increasing draft and width, so beam, I'm not sure if it's going to be that impressive. But then again, I don't necessarily have to buy them. I just have to sell them. So the super battleship, what can we get up to? Like 110, give or take? 100. Yeah. Okay, whatever. This is going to be the showboat class. Maneuvering. I don't know. If I make this thing fast, it'll also make it ridiculously expensive. Give it diesels. What? $18 billion? Huh? Okay, fine. Fine. I'll entertain the notion. 18? Like, dude, I haven't even added all the gear to this ship yet, but considering just how expensive this thing is, that's going to make it look like a rounding error. Oh, we're already at the displacement. Anti-torpedo blister is a bit heavy. Give me oil, give me... Oh, ho, ho. Okay. So that's expensive. The ship might still need some guns, though. So I guess we're gonna have to go a little slower. 30 knots will be fine. Like, it's a showboat, right? Here's a 20-inch gun. There's another 20-inch gun. It's gonna need at least one funnel. Yeah, you don't say. There. Funnels. What is so heavy on this ship? Is it the propulsion? What's this thing rated for? 32 knots? No, you're not getting that. Turbo electric makes it 8 billion. Gear turbines? 6 billion. It just doesn't fit. Oh, it has 23 inches of armor. Yeah, I guess that explains a lot. Just, I don't know, super heavy semi-ballistic shells. That should give me some decent pen. Doesn't matter how angled you are, this is going to find you and this is going to end you. It's only a Mark II 20-inch though. So it's more for show than anything else. Put some Mark Vs here on these wings. Couple of 6-inchers. Actually, I can probably fit an 8. Just put 8-inch guns as secondaries, why don't you? Remove that. I'd love to see this thing fight, but my budget is going to be somewhat unhappy if I actually buy one. I think Treasury's gonna go, you wanna build fucking what? You what? No! You're not getting that level of money. And I can respect that. The problem is now, how am I going to make this thing fit? Because I need to save 18,000 tons somewhere. That's a lot. I think I'd need to make it slow, like 23 knots. Yeah, that saved me a lot. Firepower-wise, this thing is... I'm not so sure. Look at that reload. 156 seconds? Jeez. Give me maximum AP shells. For the mains. I'm not firing HE with that. I mean, I can. I'll probably blow I can pen 12 inches of armor with high explosive. Because of course I can. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting ship to use. If we save some auxiliary engine weight. Yeah, that also saved me a bunch of money too. And that's with diesels. Gear turbines, it's only 2.6 billion? I can have this for the same price as a state belt? Really? Well, I mean, that's a bit more expensive, but whatever. Price to run? 100 million a month. I mean, what this thing does... For what it does, it's really expensive. But it's fun. That's worth something, right? Give me diesel engines. I wanna... I wanna see if any of the nations that I'm allied with is crazy enough to actually buy one of these. What's my range? 38 kilometers. Yeah, give or take a few. Let's treat this as an actual, potentially capable warship. And that means we're going to add some secondary guns to it. Like, add all the 2-inchers in spots where they can. Never mind. 2-inch dual barrels. That is kind of disappointing. The American hulls definitely have a bit more tolerance for secondary guns. Yeah, okay. Well, at least it has a cruiser strapped to its side. That's fun. These barrels are as long as they can be. The 20-inchers don't need to be longer. I can supersize these to basically 9-inch guns. And those are 9-inch Mark IV, so they're really capable. The ship is still overweight. She's not as heavily armored. I find that to be a bit concerning. Let's make sure that she never gets torpedoed. Because I can save some weight there. And hope that she doesn't get flash fire. Because that's probably... Yeah, that has the... If this thing does flash fire, it's going to be the most expensive flash fire in my navy. 12% is still high. What's causing that? Do we need to go back to Cordite? No, Cordite's 51? 17%. 9%. It's probably the super heavy shells. Yeah, it's the super heavies. I'm not going to risk that. I'll take standard shells. It's unfortunate, but we'll just have to live with the limited pen. I'd rather do it that way than risk having the ship blow up on me. 29 inches of armor on the turrets is a bit much. There. 22 inches on the barbettes. Yeah, this is fine. So, for the low price of $4.2 billion, you too can be the proud owner of a showboat. Now, one thing I hadn't actually even noticed is that the army has taken it upon itself to move into the area over here of Kashmir. So we're going to be taking that pretty soon. It's a rounding error at 263 million, but hey, it helps. As for the US, well, we've taken over decent portions of their territory so far, and I'm eagerly awaiting the time when North America actually comes up for grabs, but it is possible that they're going to reconstitute the US at some point. For now, though, this is going to be it for the episode. No battles this time around, but I hope that you've been entertained by some of my weirder battleship creations. Admiral's Log. Whereas once the world scoffed at the notion of made in China, they now wear it as a badge of honor, a symbol of the unparalleled quality, reliability, and capability that our ships embody. Over the 2 past decades, Chinese warships have risen from their humble beginnings and became the envy of the world. Whereas once our shipyards were simple and unsophisticated, much like our ships, they are now modern and extremely capable. The yards are working around the clock to provide all of our valued allies with new warships for their fleets. We are, however, at risk of succumbing to our own success. Our shipyards are so overbooked that it is proven to be difficult to actually overhaul and refit our own ships. This leads to delays. Delays lead to ships being less advanced than they can be. And all of this success can eventually be the undoing of the Chinese Navy. This is something we have to guard for. If this persists for too long, our allies will have more advanced and more capable ships than our own navy. And our pursuit of becoming a global superpower, a beacon for strength, for stability, is going to be undermined. Hey guys, Stealth here, welcome to episode 24. In the previous episode, I created a monster of a warship called the Showboat class. Hey guys, Stealth here and welcome back. It's episode 24 of the Chinese campaign. In the previous episode, episode 23, I built the Showboat class. Or rather, I designed one. And I said, this is going to be a ship for exports. And India said, sign me up. They're going to pay me $1 billion. Yes. They're going to pay me $1 billion in advance, and the rest of the amount will be paid upon delivery after 31 months, providing a total profit of 74%, aka $6.3 billion. That's the profits for this ship. Would you agree? Yes. It's going to add 100,000 tons to my already overstretched shipyard, so I am definitely going to need a bit more shipbuilding capability. I thought I already had a lot, but, well, we're going to need more. Thankfully, we are getting some relief relatively soon. In 4 months, in 2 months, there's going to be a state belt out in a Captain First class. Yeah, we're slowly but steadily grinding through the whole backlog of ships. 45 months is not the original production time, but, well, shipyard's overstretched. I didn't actually expect to be able to sell these things. I thought, well, this is going to be a nice experiment, but it's an experiment that India wants to participate in. And India is definitely arming up for something. They're getting a showboat, they're getting a Chengdu, they're getting a couple of cruisers for escorts, and they're getting the state belt. I'm not sure exactly who scared India or like who hurt you, but these guys have a lot of firepower very soon. So let's try not to piss off the Indians, because, well, sooner rather than later, I might be on the receiving end of 20-inch guns. A few months later, the Ottoman Empire is also interested in one of the new ships. They want to get one of the Cursed Fish class battleships. In case you missed the previous episode, this is a battleship armed with 13-inch guns and 49 torpedo launchers per side. So that's why the name is, well, the ship's called Cursed Fish. These are far cheaper, but I am very curious to see how the AI is ever going to use that. Oh, and Croatia wants a state belt. Yeah, I don't mind another profit of 3.2 billion. I'm looking at 9.9 billion in naval funding already. It's just that people are going to have to get a little patient about when that delivery of the ship is going to take place. I am very much stretched thin. There's so many ships that I have to finish. Shipyard people, work harder. Because we have a lot of people who want warships. And if there's a lot of warships in the world, that can actually be good for me. Because the other warships, the ones that I'm building right now, I'm profiting off of being able to sell that ship to, for example, India. If at some point I go to war with Germany, I will be, for example, taking a fight in Bangladesh. There might be a ship here that needs to get dealt with. It is entirely possible that India will put me in control of their battleships. And as such, I'll be able to use their ships free of charge, essentially. They bought it, they maintain it. If I damage it, so long as I don't sink it, it's no harm, no foul. But I still get to use the ship. So it is very, very handy for me to start arming all of my assisting nations with additional firepower. If it's the cursed fish, it's fine. If it's the state belt, it's better. If it's the showboat, all the better. I have no idea where we're going with this campaign at the point. But I think the only real relevant party still left is Germany. Germany, with their massive fleet and their ginormous economy, I think should be the ultimate target. That is not likely to happen anytime soon, though. They have a lot of territory, they have a lot of ships, they have a lot of different colonies here as well in Africa, they have some here in Middle America. Taking out Germany would be the biggest step that I can probably take, but I don't feel that at the moment I'm ready for that. Especially not with my navy stretched so thin. Army logistics has recovered very nicely, but I have so many different territory to guard, especially against the loss of transport units, that at the moment I don't feel ready. But let's see if there might be another contender first. Welcome to May 1938. The United States has been re-established, at least part of it. The Gulf Coast area has now been retaken by what is now again the United States. They have the ports of Pensacola, Tampa, and Miami. This is quite a lot of tonnage, but it might be something that I can overcome. So what I'm going to do is see if I can stir the pot a little bit against the United States. They instantly reconstituted with 62 billion. We're going to increase the tension. We're going to make sure that these guys once again go to war. Because I want to get into the United States. It's still my objective. It's still what we're here for. And the fact that these guys were all ungoverned meant that I simply couldn't get in there. But if they are starting to reconstitute, well, maybe there's a second chance. Before that, though, we'll be looking into taking over Spain. The Spanish have been continuously provoking me. Most of the time I ignored it. But now the time for waiting is over. War between the Chinese Empire and the Spanish. This is going to be a snack, shall we say. It's going to be a nice snack. Because I'm not the only one who's already going to town against the Spanish. There is also quite a lot of attention from the Germans. So far they haven't exactly made landfall in Spain, but they don't have to, because the Spanish still had some other territories that they could take over. As for potentially interesting territories, Equatorial New Guinea, it's very quite lucrative. Like 1.3 billion is not cheap, but the Germans are already trying to make their way in there. As for the area over here, Western Sahara, we got Morocco. I'd say Morocco is interesting. Gibraltar would be nice, but I'm not sure if I'm going to be quite welcome in the Strait of Gibraltar at the moment. Surprisingly, it's only blocked for the Germans, not for me. As for trying to invade in Spain, well, this is very heavily defended, like 195 and 312. Over here we got 310 and 303, so that's over 600,000. And over here 230 plus 300. Yeah, this is way too much. If I want to try and get into Spain, I'm first going to have to try and weaken those ports. Maybe the Canary Islands can be a nice little stepping stone. So, mobilize the fleet. Where is... Oh! Ho ho ho! Eastern United States, or what used to be the United States, is now coming under attack. And there's no defense. Well, well, well. Isn't that nice? Where the heck is my fleet? There's one cruiser there. Anybody seen a couple of battleships? Some battle cruisers about this big? Ah, there's one battle cruiser there. Did I park them all here? No. Where the fuck is the Navy? Where the hell are they? Where the hell are they? There's a lot in Pearl Harbor. Valparaiso. Is that where I parked them? But that's Western South America. Where's the Caribbean? Like, we got one in the Caribbean. We got pretty much the whole fleet's over there. Oh, right, and I did split a good bunch of the rest. Okay, fine. Oh, you guys never actually made it to Pearl. Ugh. They moored themselves like, I don't know, a kilometer or so away from there. Fine. Take 3 turns, move about 8,000 miles, and I'll see you guys over there. Oh, the Panama Canal is opened. Nice. I might have missed the pop-up there, but yeah, we now got the Panama Canal. That's going to make our expeditions a lot easier, because I don't have to navigate all around the South American peninsula there. Now, as for finances, I'd say we're doing quite well. I can even max out research, and I still have a surplus of 115 million a month. And this is as my shipyards are extremely busy. So I can have a massive amount of ships, and I don't even have to worry about not being able to fund everything. I have all the sliders maxed out. This campaign is looking like it's going quite well. Boom. Eastern USA. Conquered. Thank you very much. This is definitely progressing a lot faster than I had expected. This thing jumped from 0 to 99% in one turn because these, let's say, disorganized forces in these ungoverned territories are very easy to take over. So next stop, southeastern seaboard or central USA, depending on what sparks my attention. This is a completely random event. It's not something that I can actually influence. As for the United States, they are still not exactly building anything. Their growth is not that significant, so I should be able to control them. In the meanwhile, my fleet is almost here. This is the massive heavy cruiser group, and they have just about arrived at Santa Cruz. So let's go pay a little visit to the Canary Islands. In case you're wondering why does this say 0 tons, well, I've already done a port strike. And because these ships got here early, the rest of the ships can basically just dock and say, this is ours now. We're going to plant the Chinese flag and be done with it. Will the Spanish actually try and get in our way? Not really. They have 2 light cruisers and 5 destroyers, but they're building supposedly 39 ships. I'm not exactly sure with what. I have, with this war, a sort of secondary effect, or secondary goal, if you will, which is to force these allies away from the Spanish. Because the more of these nations that I can arm, the more of these nations I can get to my side, the more money I can make. And with that, I can definitely start arming up my allies, and as I mentioned, if my allies go to war with me, well, that's a whole lot of additional firepower that I know is quality, and that will definitely provide me with a lot of useful ships if it comes to that. And by the looks of it, it's going to be a war with Germany in about 5 years, if I'm actually capable of building some new ships, though, because that's kind of a prerequisite. At the moment, I'm just using the ships that I have. My shipyards are so busy that I'm not even in the capability of upgrading them, because my shipyards are just completely overcrowded. So we'll just have to make do with the ships that we have, and especially against the Spanish, that should be sufficient. 2 months or so later, the French also decide to throw up a war. I'm not sure if they think that's for the best, but, well, if they want to have a go, let's see what they can bring. The French. This is actually a formidable naval power. 24 battleships, 8 battle cruisers. That's a lot of capitals. These guys went heavy on their capital ships and light on their escorts. This is probably, considering that they're supposedly a very advanced nation, not necessarily one that's going to be a complete pushover. It is an interesting opportunity for me to take over some territory in Africa. I mean, Senegal, 3 billion, thank you. But I would also, again, be stretching myself further. So maybe it is more valuable to take over the territory in South America, which is something I already have to try and defend. Why are you guys not docking? Whatever. We're going Montevideo. If you're going to be there anyway, might as well send you to do something useful. We do have one cruiser parked in Lima. I have, well, let's say the occasional cruiser here and there. Sometimes a destroyer to make sure that I still have some naval presence. Because I have a lot of areas that I need protecting. My merchantmen are everywhere. This is not necessarily a good thing. Oh, there's the rest of the fleet. They too did not make it to Pearl. Okay, fine. You guys are going to go and station yourselves here for the time being and get ready to invade the rest of France. Where's the French fleet? Are they hanging around here? Yes. Oh. Oh dear. That's a lot of ships. Gentlemen, we have had a change of plans. This is the Enigma Hun, 1927. It's 1938. I need to do something about these ships. We're gonna park these, I don't know, Buenaventura. And I'm gonna start preparing refits for them. Because I've completed the small guns tech tree, which means everything is now Mark V. But most of these ships don't actually have a radar rangefinder yet. So, let's see. We had the Enigma Huns from 1933. I don't think they've changed that much. They're still the same, let's say, galleon-esque warship. They still have their big guns. And, well, I might be able to equip them with a diesel engine. I'm just not sure if that's really going to help them that much. They're not particularly quick. That might make them more suitable for a diesel engine. Let's see. If I throw a diesel in there, yeah, you are saving some weight, but your display or your price goes up. I'd say money's not really an issue at the moment, so I can probably get away with that. Let's make sure that they got a radar rangefinder. That's good. I don't have anything better than autoloader. Flash fire chance is 1%. And this is the new and improved Mark IV 13-inch, the Mark V 8-inch, and the Mark V 3.9. Good range on that. Look at that, almost 13 kilometers. And yeah, if you fire AP, it's 13, but at 12.5 kilometers, even with AP, you'll pen like 0.3 inches. Even a destroyer is probably going to shrug that off. So I don't think that this ship needs a whole lot of refits. The diesel engine, like maybe if I give it a diesel engine and tell it to go 25 knots or even 26, that's a bit much, 25.5. That would make the ship a bit more capable. You're adding 10% to their speed, but you're also making them twice as expensive, and I don't want to do that. I don't think that that's particularly worth it. As for the rest, some of these are Aura-class battle cruisers. I believe that there's one state belt in there. I do want to have the state belt upgraded, because that is a valuable ship, and still has very good guns. I can make it even better if I'm able to add, well, maybe another gun, but that refit's going to take months. Much like this loading screen. So here's the state belt. This is the 1938 refit as I'm looking at it right now. This thing costs 2 billion. If I throw in diesels, we're going to 3.4 billion. I'm not getting a $1.4 billion upgrade just to have better engines. That makes no sense. As for other systems, they already got the rangefinders. The refit would mostly be guns, because we're then equipping this thing with the Mark Vs and the Mark V 5-inchers. I still have about 3,000 tons to play around with, which means I might be able to make them like 25 knots. And yeah, you're maxing it out very quickly with that. What sort of main tower does this thing have? Whoops. Didn't mean to completely wipe it. You got a modern tower 3. You don't get a more modern tower than that, apparently. Some ships do get newer towers. This is modern tower 3 enhanced. Yeah, it's the same thing. Okay. Yeah. So what I can do is just increase the, let's say, the mark of the guns. I think that's about it. The mark of the guns and then 3 knots. And that's 3 months. That's fine. I'll accept one of my capitals, my super capitals, being out of action for 3 months. I can have that. The other ones... meh. The deal is, I'm not so sure what exactly I'm going to be facing from the French. Are those, what was it, 24 battleships that they have? Is that a large concentration of trash? Or is that just a group of very modern battleships? Because if that is 24 modern battleships, then we're going to have a very tough fight. If it's a bunch of trash, then I'm not concerned. Or at least, not as much. Looks like the Italians might be next in line. Okay, fine. We're also fighting the Italians. If this is how you want to do it, let's go do it. First, though, we're going to have a look at what the French are made of. We have one warship. It's a Mechamatic from 1927, the Cahar. Capable of using those 9-inch guns to ideally good effect, because we're fighting a whole bunch of DDs. Speedboats. Built by the French. 34 knots, 37 knots, 34, 34. Yeah, just one outlier. That's the Malin. This is a... Holy shit. It's an $860 million destroyer. What the... These things cost 33 million. This thing cost 860 million. 15 torpedo launchers. And this is just one set of 5. Yes, I can probably defeat this. I can probably make this work. It's going to be just the issue of keeping that super fast boat at range. And I think that, well, that's the primary objective. Keep the super fast one at range. The game classed this as an ambush, but effectively we're starting at 22-kilometer range, so I'm not that concerned about how ambushy this actually is. My torpedo launchers might also come into effect here just to disrupt the enemy formation. As for my guns, these are the Mark IVs. I don't have the Mark Vs on these installed yet, which means that we only have a range. I'm mostly looking at HE. We can open fire at 16 clicks. Ideally, though, like practically, I think we'll start hitting things at around 10,000 meter range. We might get the occasional lucky hit, but probably not that many. As for these guys, what you look like? Yeah, pretty standard French DD. I'm not personally a big fan of how those torpedo launchers are situated, because this thing is not going to fire forward, this thing's not going to fire forward. It's going to be difficult for them to actually make use... Oh, there's another one. Of those torpedo launchers, unless this thing goes fully broadside. That's a big DD. A big DD. Range? 15. Oh, there's the fast boy? No, you're the cheap boy. You're the fast boy. That's why I can see you. Because you're a bigger ship. Alright. Alright. Let them just waste those smoke screens for now. What? Lucky hit. 21,000 points of damage. Perfect. Ship might not have had an upgrade in the last, I don't know, 10 years. But it's capable. Ammo detonation. Is that on the primary target? Yeah, it is. Wow. You're that accurate? Oh, you're that lucky. You're getting an accuracy of about 3%. Not bad, then. There's another one. Oh, they're low fuel? They got so many ports to refuel from, and they're low fuel? That's weird. There's another one with low fuel. A low fuel destroyer is one that is in massive difficulties. Because a low fuel destroyer is just a very, very slow destroyer. Which means most likely a dead destroyer. Yeah, we're gonna not shoot armor piercing anymore. Just use HE. I am gonna prioritize that extremely expensive destroyer of theirs. There we go. They're now starting to shoot back with their 5-inchers. I don't think a 5-incher will do that much. I think the torpedo launchers on those ships are far more dangerous. Can we launch our torps? Just here? We need 10-6, so we're gonna get there soon. We'll be getting there soon. Waste of a good destroyer, though. Waste of a good destroyer. But then again, you invest this much into a DD, either you're really rich, or you get some really stupid designers. I have had comments, by the way, that destroyers from some nations are crazy expensive. Like, absolutely ridiculously expensive. And maybe the French, too, are suffering from that specific fate. There goes the Malin. She's gone. 4-inch guns only. What makes her so expensive? Like, what you have? Electric steering? Meh. Diesel engines? Probably it. Anti-flood, triple hull bottom is just heavy, not expensive. I think it's the diesels paired with 37 knots. It's just a really bad combination. Holy shit, these 5-inchers and the 9-inchers are doing work. Are they even in range yet? No. And there's the torp. There's another torp hit on the sinking ship. Sorry, Frenchies. I didn't start the war. You did. I'm just here to finish it. And take over some of your territory, because it seems like the campaign's goal is now world domination. The age-old dream. Which is a bit of scope creep relative to I'm going to embarrass Japan. Now we have started taking over serious parts of the United States. We're at war with the French, the Italians, and the Spanish all at the same time. And if things persist the way that they are, we're pretty much going to carve up the world between ourselves and the Russians. Sorry, between ourselves and the Germans. Which is, well, I think rather unusual for China. These DDs have nothing on me. All I have to do is just kite away a little bit and let the guns do what they do best. And it's just done. Well, that was nice. You got survivors? Do you? There has to be one that's cloaked. Might have been running away. Yeah, there's a smoke screen over here. Or it's really low fuel. There it is. It's low fuel and it got damaged probably in one of those first shots. That randomly hit something. And this is what that turned out to hit. So, it's low fuel and it's mostly flooded. This thing's doing what, 8 knots? It's gonna be really slow. It started lagging behind so much that the rest of the formation died. I don't have to get into torpedo range. Boom. Gone. Cool. It's the first kills against the French. Now keep in mind that their destroyer fleet is actually the minority. They have far more dangerous units that are going to be coming to me pretty soon. Or at least I hope that they do. Because at this rate, it's turning into a bit of a pushover campaign. And I'm very much looking forward to seeing if the French battleships can actually turn that around. And wouldn't you know it, another player has joined the game. The British are back. They've defeated the remnants of the ungoverned. And they are reconstituting. It's just going to be a very different Britain. Because, well, give it a few generations and they'll all speak German. Because the German Reich has taken over Scotland. They've taken over northeastern England. They've taken over eastern England. They've taken over Shetland even. Yeah, I don't think the British are going to be that big of a deal. As for the French, the army has sent forth some men. About 7 million. all the way towards Laos. Would be nice if I can grab that. It is now starting to be almost a world war, because the world's divided into so many different, or actually so few players. Like, you got my China, which started out here and now spans, well, the world. Like, it doesn't completely span it, but I have territories everywhere, including now the port over here at the Canary Islands. As for the French, they got territory, of course, in Europe. They got territory in Africa. They got territory here. They have territory there. They have some territory in Africa. They got territory here. They got territory there. Good luck defending all of that. That is going to be quite the enterprise for them. I can potentially take Malaya, cutting off the Strait of Singapore here. It's completely dominating the area of Southeast Asia. Because the only other player that's still out here, by some miracle, is the Russians. How did you even get here? Okay, anyway, we got Russia over here. And, well, we got the Germans. But I believe the relationship with the Germans, yeah, it's not as good as it was, but at least we're not at war. Okay. We're not at war. How's our arms production going? 1 month until a heavy cruiser comes off the line, another one. Then about 19 months for another state belt. We got the showboat and we got the cursed fish. How much? I can only... I might have messed up here, because I can only refit about 60,000 tons, and my state belts are a bit bigger. This one in particular, they're 86,000 tons. So that's going to take 5 months to refit. The Kahara's getting repaired. That's the one that just got ambushed. And everybody else is in various different locations. Let's invade a bit of territory from the French, I think. I can't do that? Huh. Oh, you can only join, or you can only play one... Yeah, I think you can only play one particular action in the politics screen per month, so per turn. That's unfortunate. So we're gonna have to wait for these guys. Oh, there's a meeting. A meeting? Are we finally going to see the French battleships? Are you going to show me what these things look like? Come on, build your new ships. I want to see. Not the French. It's the Spanish, with whatever they have left. I got the San Martin, a heavy cruiser class. The Spanish Coast Guard from several campaigns ago all over again. These guys got 4 7-inch guns. What joke of a cruiser is this? The star of this battle is the Commander Valkyrie. This ship, capable of firing 12-inch guns, 9-inch guns, and launching torpedoes, was originally designed to take on the enormous amounts of ships that the Americans had. Light cruisers, destroyers, tons and tons of stuff like that. But, well, this ship can still face off against a heavy cruiser without much of a worry. It is a bit of a weird ship, because as I was designing it, I believe I started changing the draft slider, and so it's a bit of a see-through ship. Like, you can look under the main tower. Chinese magic. So, yeah, it looks a bit weird, but otherwise it's a good ship. The real question is, where's the enemy? We have quite a few of our cruisers with me, because this is I think the 21 cruiser division formation. Just a massive amount of heavy cruisers. And I am pretty confident that they can face anything that we might come across on the battlefield. Anything. Except each other. Because these things are, I'd say, somewhat likely to start torpedoing each other, leaving each other as the biggest threats that they can possibly have. Alright, is this your Coast Guard patroller? This is what you call a cruiser? No, this is your light cruiser. At least I hope so. Like... This is a poor excuse of a ship. I think I had ships back in 1910 when we started that had more firepower than this ship in 1938, I think we're at right now. The only ships that actually have something to fear are the DDs. That's... That's all that thing can really sink. It's not even carrying torpedo launchers, and it's already been damaged. What are you? Wow. 8 7-inch guns and torpedo launchers. Wow. Here's the real threat now. Come on, game. At least give me the impression that you're trying. This is their DD. Looks like a fairly modern ship. It is already looking at something with torpedo launchers, most likely my DDs. Yeah, 12 clicks out. It can launch torpedoes. So let's have the Commander Valkyrie not get too close there. And considering that these two are armed with the sonar equipment, I'm going to have to try and save torpedoes for that. I don't think I'm capable of launching that just yet. I can launch the 13 clicks. The rest of the fleet is basically just set and forget, like go forth and just deal damage. That's all I really have to do, just deal damage. I don't really have to do any particular formation, so long as these guys never get the opportunity to launch. If they do, well, then it's going to be anybody's guess where the torpedoes end up. Most likely they'll go into some of my ships at some point. But this thing wasn't carrying torpedoes, this guy is. And there's their cruiser, which is already coming under fire from 12 of my other ships. There you go. Oh. I'm sorry these battles aren't more entertaining. It's starting to turn into a bit of a snowball campaign, which isn't interesting for me, it's not interesting for you. So I'm really banking on the French, and later on the Germans, to bring back the fun of fighting these ships. Because the Spanish... well, they make a valiant last stand, but it's going to be very, very brief. They're not exactly going to be capable of holding up a fight like this for long, because they got no territory, they have no provinces beyond their, beyond their main and, well, like 2 or 3 provinces beyond that in, in Africa. So I'm not exactly that impressed with them. I'm going to end it here. It looks like we still have definitely some fights ahead. The French, the Spanish, the Italians. If you add all of these guys up, well, they definitely have some firepower between them. The Spanish have a battleship, the French have 24, and the Italians have 7. Beyond that, it's a lot of cruisers. So we'll just have to start taking down the cruisers, and maybe those Chengdu-class battle cruisers that I have are going to come in very useful in that regard. So join me soon for the next episode, where we're going to continue the war and see just what battle lies in front of us. Admiral's log. In a startling turn of events, we've received a declaration of war from not 1, but 3 formidable European powers: France, Spain, and Italy. This rapid succession of hostilities has left us reeling, our once established alliances shattered, and our forces stretched thin as we confront a new and unexpected threat on the horizon. What drives these nations to take up arms against us remains a mystery, for there's no formal alliance between them, no shared quarrels or grievance that would justify such a coordinated assault. It is possible that they have taken notice of China's rise in the world, alarmed by the growing strength and influence that we wield on the global stage. And yet, by declaring war, these nations have made grave mistakes. These nations now open up their colonies to invasions, and I will not hesitate to capitalize on those mistakes. Hey guys, Stealth here and welcome back to Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts, episode 25. In case you haven't been paying attention to the series thus far, I have taken over China, of course. I've taken over Korea, I've taken over Japan, I've taken over some swaths of Russia. I am also working my way gradually, but definitely, into the, let's say, the Middle East. Uzbekistan. It's entirely possible we're going to go to Afghanistan at some point. And I wouldn't be surprised that if the Russians start stirring the pot again, we'll invade them and take over Turkmenistan. Far more interestingly, we actually have territory in the United States. We've taken over Maine, and then a land invasion got launched and took over eastern USA. Now, I'm not going to be doing as much income from this province, simply because my government structure doesn't really allow it. I have also taken over a large portion of the Caribbean, and there is potentially more to be had, for the simple reason that I'm at war with the French, and the French still have territory here. Now, the French, as far as I can tell, are really the only ones that still have territory here, leading me to a very interesting opportunity. If I take out the French here, I don't have to station any ships, because it is simply going to be impossible for the French to project any power. If they cannot project any power, my merchantmen are safe. Now, I did send the fleet to Europe, paying a little visit to Santa Cruz, and over here we have one battlecruiser leading 21 heavy cruisers, and we have a battlecruiser and 2 heavy cruisers. This is sort of a scout force, if you will. As for these areas here, the Virgin Islands are already mine. The French Antilles aren't, yet. But we can definitely change that. They have 2 ports, Fort-de-France and Pointe-à-Pitre. These 2 ports need to get taken out, and then we can immediately invade the French Antilles. Do they have anything else? Why, yes, they have Trinidad, courtesy of what I think used to be Spanish territory, but the French took it over. And then, of course, we have Suriname and we have French Guiana. I think this used to be Dutch, or at least in the world history it was. But in the game, it too has been taken over by the French. Not very serious defense here, like almost 3,500 points in tonnage. So the defense here is going to be pretty weak. And the same can be said here. Like this is a... Well, actually, the army force doesn't look impressive, but the port does. And the French have stationed a light cruiser there. Now, where is my fleet? Well, not far. We have the State Belts. We have the Dimos Tijalas, Nanning, Krugtuna, a whole lot of cruisers, and a couple, or actually 1 destroyer as an escort. We're going to do some island hopping over here, so we're going to say hello to the French. Let's introduce ourselves right now and say that I want to take over the French Antilles, sorry, French Guiana, for 55,000 tons. The fleet that I'm sending in is 270,000 tons, so we should be able to take this fairly swiftly. As for the other world powers who I'm currently clashing with, the Spanish and the Italians, I'm not too interested in going to town on the Italians at the moment. I mean, taking over something like Sardinia is nice. The problem is defending the place. Not so much the island, but the Mediterranean. If you fail at that, well, everybody and their mother is going to hunt down your merchantmen as they move around in the Western Mediterranean. If you don't have any provinces there, you're safe. The same can kind of be said about the Bay of Biscay, so I might not even want to take out the Spanish. I have taken over the islands here, the Santa Cruz Islands. I can take over Morocco and the Western Sahara. They're not that impressive. Defense-wise, well, this one is. Morocco is a bit heavier. Does come with its own oil production, and the Sahara does not. So let's pay the French a visit, if and when I can, in the next turn with a naval invasion. The real question is, what is the Spanish response going to be? 1 light cruiser. It's going to the Caribbean, which is probably where it will meet my massive war fleet. So that shouldn't be a problem. As for the rest, the French, I'm not really sure where their ships are at. They have a pretty substantial navy. They got 24 battleships. I just don't know if those are from 1890, like leftover battleships, or if they're ships that have been just recently designed in 1935. The difference is going to be massive depending on what level of tech that these guys bring. So we're going to have to deal with these French battleships here, most likely, if they come to the defense of the French Antilles, that is. There is, yeah, here's the whole French fleet. You got 8 battleships there and 15 there. Well, that's going to make for a very, very interesting next couple of months in the Mediterranean. As for my shipbuilding, I'm doing 443,000 tons for 462, because I am still trying to produce made-in-China ships for the rest of the world. Right now, we have 1 ship coming off the line relatively soon. That's the Beijing. So Chengdu-class battlecruiser for the Indian Empire. They also want a showboat. The Philippines want a new battlecruiser. How exactly something like the Philippines is going to be able to afford this thing in maintenance per month, because it's 10 million a month. So you're paying 120 million a year for the pleasure of having that ship. I don't know exactly how they're going to afford that, because on a 2.7 billion economy, your naval budget won't be that significant, but whatever, it's the AI, we'll just have to see how that goes. At any rate, it means that I cannot currently build any of those new fancy ships that I've designed in the previous episode. The Cursed Fish, I cannot build that because I simply don't have the capacity. But somebody said, why don't you go build destroyers for export purposes? You can make them really expensive and you can build them really quickly. I thought that's a great idea, so let's go and do that. Make a destroyer sheerly designed for export. Now, what's the difference between a destroyer made for export and a destroyer made for, let's say, own service? The difference lies in the price of the ship. A destroyer, let's say an advanced... Oh, the hybrid destroyer. Nice. A hybrid destroyer can normally get built in 7 months, whereas, for example, a super battleship, yeah, that's going to take 30, 36 months. But a hybrid destroyer can be built far faster, and you can still make them expensive. So that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to give it, well, I don't know, 45 knots seems fair. You cannot do that with standard turbines. You might be able to do it with a diesel. You're already looking at a ship worth 3 billion. If you go turbo electric, it's 1.7. So maybe 45 knots is a bit high. 600 million with turbo electric. Diesels, 1 billion. Now, the rest of the ship, basically make it as expensive as you can without blossoming the build time too much. So, yes, it's going to be a high-tech ship, but if I'm looking strictly at the, let's say, the amount of firepower that this ship is likely to have, I personally wouldn't use it. Simply because it's way, way, way too expensive for what I need it to do. I can have, yeah, guns won't add that much. Let's give it one gun there, one there, one there. Let's give it a torpedo launcher here and here. Another gun there. Okay, she's a bit overpriced. That's fine. The range actually is not important to me, but it might be to the AI. We can increase the displacement. That means that this thing is going to clash with the torpedo launcher. Look at the deck space on this boat. That is quite roomy indeed. I think triple hull bottom might be a bit much. Let's see if I can save something else. Oh, radar is a nice way to make it expensive without making it heavy. Alright, you're going to get a sonar array. You're going to get auto loaders. Is there a price difference between the type of torpedo? Torpedo launcher cost 25%, 50%. Yes, I'll take the 50. And then I'll take 24-inch, because it's another 45% bonus in cost, that is. Better turret rotation speed. Let's see, what else? Maybe not give him Dunite. Like, I would personally never buy a $2 billion destroyer. I don't mind playing around with them in a campaign or in a one-off battle. But in a campaign, it is bizarre. I just would not do that. Unfortunately, they are still too heavy. I can drop the bulkheads, I guess. What's so heavy about this ship? Oh crap, I still need a funnel. Okay, we're going to sacrifice a torpedo launcher for that. Engine efficiency does not need to be very good. Yeah, we're still way over. 33 knots? Yeah. Now, I want to try and get it to, like, about 1 billion. There we go. I need to save 1,000 tons somewhere. Who needs bulkheads anywhere? Where we're going, we don't need bulkheads. If I don't give it an auxiliary engine, that saves some weight. Steam steering is fine. Who needs barbettes? Barbettes are overrated. Krupp armor changes the price a bit. Does not change the displacement. Reinforced bulkheads can go. Basically, anything that makes this thing worth having can go. I just hope that I never actually have to use these things for myself. Because that would be a bit of a challenge. We're 300 tons over, and I really don't know where I can still save some weight. Can we do 36.5? 36? It drops a bit much. 36, I don't know, 3? Where's the magic border here? There. Okay, $816 million for a DD. The DD that I personally use sometimes is the pink one, costing you 36 million. So this thing has a pretty nice markup to it, and I only need 8 months to build it. So probably build time wise, this thing, don't buy this, is definitely going to be very much for export. Personally, firepower wise, it's awful. It is poorly defended. The only selling point is that it is pretty quick, although not even terribly so. I've seen the French DD in the previous episode that was, I don't know, about 40 knots. That is a lot more impressive. This thing, yeah, I personally would never buy this. 1 month later, and we're about to have our first look at the French battle cruiser. The Victoire, which is a bit presumptuous because it hasn't exactly been victorious yet. This thing strikes me as a bit old and crazy expensive because they made it really quick. 36.7 knots, and the price tag for this thing is $2.8 billion. It's really good news for me, not so good news for the French. Because the way the victory points work, if you sink something that is really expensive, like, say, 2.8 billion, you're going to get a heck of a payout in victory points, which is definitely going to come in handy when I, well, potentially eventually make peace with the French. Our stars for today are destroyer Jingsheng, battlecruisers Ora, Nidoclax, and Zhao Hui. This is one of the older battlecruiser classes with all the galley class guns. The Ora, as well as the Nidoct, is armed with 14-inch guns. These are the Mark III. Sure, I got the Mark IV yet, but I think I do. I got the 8.9s, which are Mark IV. And the other battlecruiser is the same. Now, that French thing only had 6 11s. So, nah, okay. It's an okay design. It feels relatively normal compared to the, let's say, somewhat more exotic things that the AI has thrown together. We have 2 A turret, or A turret, B turret, and X turret. I'm not sure exactly why I decided to put that up on a barbette. There's nothing behind it. But then again, not everything in this game makes perfect sense. As for the range, they got a torpedo out to 8.4. They got main guns out to 31 clicks on an 11-inch gun. You want to run me by that? Like, how do you get that range? That is awfully impressive. Somewhat scary, too. Because it means that these things are probably long barrels. Long barrels equals fairly accurate guns. It also means... yeah, they do look like long barrels. It also means that a ship is relatively going to have a high muzzle velocity, which then translates into a higher tendency to hit the belt armor, not the deck. That is good for me, because I don't really have the armor to deal with any kind of serious deck pez. Like, I got 5-inch on the main, but 1.5 on the fore and aft. Detach these BCs because they're way faster. Aura, Nidoct, let's go. We are here to just defend this transport convoy. So I need to make sure that these battlecruiser, well, this battlecruiser and their allies have something else to shoot at. This thing, armed with a couple of torpedo launchers, armed with a couple of 9-inch guns. Interesting setup over there with a single 5.4 or 6.2. No, I'm thinking the 6.2s are on the sides. So this has to be a 5.4-inch gun. And then it has 22 1.8s. That's quite a lot. Battlecruisers, so not capable of detecting torpedoes. This thing is 16 clicks out. I can hit you at 9. We're going to have to close in. And that's not very helpful. See, that's the 11-inch gun. Very accurate gun. And I wouldn't be surprised if my DD is not quite going to be able to get to launching position. Fortunately, the French have kind of played themselves. Because a battlecruiser that's very fast is a battlecruiser that tends to outrun its escorts. And when it does that, well, it won't hear any kind of torpedo coming in. That is very useful. Now, I know that I'm closing into probably suicide range here. We got 8.4 on their torps. Yeah, we're definitely going to be within that that secondary range of theirs. These are 21-inch fish. I turned over this way, so I'm kind of getting a somewhat broadside profile for the battlecruiser. Now we're going to have to try and run away. Alright. You. We're going to go broadside. That's a lot of damage. That'll not survive that. You guys. Engaging the battlecruiser. Battlecruiser now turning. That'd be a bit annoying. We got 3 torps going there, 1 there. Yeah, there goes the DD. Kind of as expected. And the battlecruiser now turns. That is unfortunate. Now, not having any kind of a torpedo detection works both ways. It works against me just as much as it works against them. Because this battlecruiser has torpedo launchers. And it is probably fairly eager to introduce me to their capabilities. But seeing as I'm not seeing them on the deck, I am only going to conclude that they're underwater torpedo launchers, so they're going to be port starboard, bow stern. Something to that effect. Which means, at the moment, I'm relatively safe. My ship, the Aura, already broadside, has been able to launch a torp. And, well, if that battlecruiser is indeed going at flank speed, it'll not really be able... Oh, we destroyed their launchers. It'll not be able to really launch a torpedo, but... I mean, destroying a torpedo launcher is a far safer way to go about it. So, tell me all about your ship. Many bulkheads, spacious quarters. You got 36 knots. You have, Cluster armor. And what makes you so expensive? Well, you got Crypt 4 armor scheme, you got Anti-Torp 4. Bloody hell. Unfortunately, your ship is not resilient to shells. Don't mind the torpedoes. Stereoscopic 5, they got Generation 1 radar. They're definitely getting tech stuff. Engine-wise, it's diesels. Yeah. If you want to make a fast diesel, that's going to cost you a pretty penny. And these guys are about to find out. Or rather, they have. Oh, some decent flooding over here. There goes the Victoire. Structural damage. So now we have to deal with the others. This is their light cruiser. Sporting launchers on the stern. Their heavy cruiser with sporting launchers on the bows. And their DD. Well, they're so far behind. I'm not going to consider those a threat just yet. For just safe measure, I'm going to have the Aura and the Night Ark slightly angle away from these ships. So that I'm presenting a smaller profile. And the Zhao Hui is going to be able, ideally, with the main guns to engage these light cruisers. Well, let's say this one. Secondaries on that. This way I should be able to get most out of the ship. So the 13-inch guns on the bow, midships and stern are going to engage the second light cruiser, and the secondary guns, being 8s and 3.9s, engage the other one. I do have to be careful not to ram into the sinking Victoire. Good damage there. One's already gone. Oh, that's a lot better. Who's doing all that? Is that the Aura? No, it's the Night Ark. Nice work, dude. Oh, another 6. Yeah, you're pretty much toast. You're sunk. And here I was kind of hoping that the French were actually going to be putting up a fight. Alas, not as of yet. But perhaps those battleships are something else. I cannot rule them out entirely yet. You just launched a torpedo at the Zhao Hui. Okay, all back emergency. If you got torpedoes coming in, be where the torpedoes aren't. Wow, actually 3,000 points of damage from the 8-inch guns. They did more than the mains for now. This thing kind of refuses to slow down, but at least by doing this, I am making my turn faster. So now I can increase speed again, and we're going to continue on the turn. Gentlemen, do we have more torpedoes coming in? Because the Dupetit still has torps, and these are... they're only 18-inch? I guess it's not about the size, it's knowing how to use them, but an 18-inch torpedo is something that I'm not particularly concerned about. Oh. That helps. You got no armor. No, you got some armor. Some armor. Is my HE really that good? Yes, it is that good. Yeah, you're gone. And then the game starts telling me, hey, your tech is behind. These guys are very advanced. Yeah, they're very quickly advancing their way to the bottom of the ocean. That's how advanced they are. They're a bit advanced in the sense that they're way ahead of me and already sinking. Fury. Oh, that is unwelcome. Fallback emergency. Unfortunately, this thing still has turbines. Oh boy. Furieux. Well, yes. Oh, it's a dud. That could have been worse. That could have been a live torpedo. And these things do have anti-torp too, so they'll take a hit and they'll live. But it's not something I really want to put to the test, because it is expensive repairing a battlecruiser. Can you not? Damn it. You're going to continue on the turn. You're going to hit the throttle. Yeah, we're fine. Another dud. Oh boy. I'll take that. There we go. 43,000 victory points for killing what? 2 lights, 2 destroyers, 2 heavies, and 1 battlecruiser. But the battlecruiser was so crazy expensive that that thing probably contributed by far the majority of the points. Yeah. Good. Good victory against the French. And now the French went sacre bleu. Please give me a peace treaty. No. I'm a little busy taking over your territory, so I cannot exactly go to peace just yet. We do have some convoys here. What do we get? Ah, the Kahar. It's a familiar name. Going up against the the heavy cruiser Foch. Armed with 3 10.6s. Interesting. And we have the destroyer Mameluke. Thankfully, it's not one of those speedboats. It only does 34 knots. Almost 35. Let's take these guys out. And they cannot be threatening my convoy. Here's the Kahar. Armed with her 9-inch guns, torpedo launchers as a secondary option, and a couple of 5-inch guns. They will all come in useful, all of these weapon systems. The enemy French ship. Armed with 10.1s. These are short barrels. And they have quads, torpedo launchers there, amidships. But that's a very shit firing angle, really. You got a small secondary gun in front of it. I would never have placed that there, because it means that I can still throw out a torpedo pretty much towards, let's say, 11 o'clock and 1 o'clock. But with a secondary turret there, that's really not going to add anything. What is that? A 1-inch gun? 2-inch gun, likely. You just won't really get much of a result. Now, what sort of range you guys get? 18.5. It's not that good. That good. You got a Mark 4. Okay. Here's their destroyer. The Mameluke. Let's slow the ship down a bit. Build some accuracy. Have not really checked out their armor scheme yet. So let's stick to HE for now. That should be sufficient. Just wound them a little bit. And seeing as again I have no hydro, no sonar, I'm going to keep the ship maneuvering to make sure that I present myself as a difficult target. Let's point the stern towards the target somewhat, so drop the torps. Some secondaries on that. They might get some warning from the DD. I mean, they ought to. They ought to. But this thing is running at pretty decent speeds, so I think it'll run right into the bow, or into the lead torpedo here. And... bonk. Big bonk. 8,500 points. Let's put the secondaries on here, so the primaries there, secondaries there. Execute. Once again, assume that there's a torpedo on the way. Turn the ship around. Be unpredictable. The destroyer, thankfully, is already flooded, so it's going to be a bit more difficult for them to try and catch up. And it should be pretty much rendered inefficient by the 5-inchers. Yeah, look at that. Having done 5,000 points of damage. There goes the Mameluke. No torpedoes were launched. Excellent. Next up, Foch. The armor scheme you got then. Not great. 2.5-inch armor belt. We're fighting the ship at about 6 clicks. So I can just about pen their main armor. But I think AP is going to sail right through. And if you don't have a whole lot of bulkheads, you got many, but you got cramped quarters. Yeah, we're flooding this thing all over the place. Interesting seeing that there's almost a trend where the AI has ships that are just not that heavily armored. Oh, that hurt. Come on, Foch. Holy shit. Armor's been badly damaged, and it simply cannot hold up to the continuous rain of 9-inch shells anymore. There goes the Foch. There's no threatening my convoys, you French people. Derpy Me actually selected French Guiana, as opposed to the French Antilles for the naval invasion. So we're gonna have to take the whole fleet and move over. Thankfully, the army actually comes up with a great initiative. Let's walk 750,000 men into Suriname and take over the place, which is defended by 15,000 French. Yeah, we should have this. What is my army logistics like? 29%. This basically means that my army is not nearly as efficient as it should be. And that has to do, to some extent, with how many ships I have, how many transports I have. And as it says, if the transport capacity and navy's power are reduced, then the army will become dysfunctional. Well, I don't think the army needs me to become dysfunctional, but that's a different discussion. They will not be effective in land combat, as opposed to normally. This kind of makes it a bit unfortunate. And as I'm still building ships and repairing some others, I don't exactly have the capacity to build more. Well, I mean, I can build more. It's just going to take lots and lots and lots of delays. That's a problem. If you ever find yourself in a situation like I am, make sure you have a couple of ships stationed in some of your new ports, such as the Guangxi over here. We have a heavy cruiser over there, that's the Kahar. These ships are not part of the actual battle fleet, but they are instrumental in defending all the transports that I have sailing around here, which of course aren't rendered. If you don't have that, you will start to lose transports rather quickly. And sure enough, you can rebuild them if you so desire, but it is not going to go quickly. So in my case, just having a couple of cruisers here and there, making sure that I cover my transport routes, really, really helps out. It looks like it's going to be a party in the Caribbean pretty soon. We have the Spanish coming in. We have the Italians coming in. Yeah, there's a lot. Holy shit, there's a lot of Italians on their way. And that's on top of the French fleet, right? Where'd all the Frenchies go? Did they... Yeah, there they are. Oh boy. Well, we're definitely up for a big battle. The real question is what superpower, or, well, relative power, am I going to be facing first? Let's have a look. For the final part of this video, we're going to have a look at the State Belt class again. Scheffler Gaming, armed with 16-inch guns, escorted by one destroyer, the E-46. OG E-46 class, it has one gun and 6 torpedo launchers. It is just designed as a bit of a torpedo distraction. Outside of that, it is not going to be that useful. Well, maybe a smoke screen. So that means that Scheffler Gaming, with 16-inch guns and 8-inch guns and 5-inch guns, is going to have to fend off a battlecruiser. This is the same... Well, no, it's not the same type of battlecruiser. This thing is armed with 12 17-inch guns. Whoops. I thought, oh, that's going to be easy. Nope, this battlecruiser has bigger guns than mine. And they're tier 3 as well. They're compensating for something with those funnels. I would not... Did you leave home without your main superstructure today? Where's your main tower? Are you commanding the ship from a funnel? Like... How are you running this ship? This is their secondary tower. They're... Yeah, the ship is genuinely running without a primary tower. This is one of those things that make me wonder, why are we still paying 30 bucks for Dreadnoughts? Why are things like this not ironed out? Now, potentially this has to do with BrotherMunro's mod that I'm using. The Dreadnought Improvement Project. Potentially, I'm not sure. It's been a long time since... Stop killing my transports. It's been a long time since I've actually seen something like this. But apparently it is still a thing. And I don't like it. Now, unfortunately, the Scheffler Gaming here only has a regular trained crew. So her accuracy is potentially going to suffer somewhat. What I can do to allow her to get a little closer, if I so desire, but I don't really want to, is to set up a smoke screen from the E46. Hold on, what you got there? It's your DD. Oh, you're... You're not very heavily armored either. Or, sorry, armed either. 5 inchers just coming into range of the DD. I'm going to put the 5s and the 8s to work on that. While the main guns continue to try and punch a hole in this battlecruiser. So far, well, we penned them, but a bit much. And that was with high explosive. That is a bit weird. So far, I found that the French ships are ridiculously poorly armored. I didn't actually record it, but I came across a couple of light cruisers that had 0.7 inches of armor. That was not their main belt. Their main belt was 2.5. Like, it was... It might have resisted the machine gun. But not much more than that. This battlecruiser scares me. I really don't like it. And this DD getting so close to a battleship that is just not designed to ever turn. That's pretty bad as well. Finally, we're building some accuracy. Ow. Stick to HE. Smoke him up. Right, you are far faster than your friend. Oh. Ow. Shells weren't even meant for me, were they? There's more DDs coming in. Oh, this DD is toast. In service of others. It did launch the torpedoes. Not a moment too soon, because now it doesn't have any launchers left. Seriously? There we go. That thing was hanging on by... oh, maybe less than a thread. Target those other DDs. There goes the E46. These ships should spot the torp right about now. This is a heavy cruiser, though. Yeah, that actually has a pretty decent chance of hitting. Bonk. Ah, it's a dud. Okay, fine. At least we were able to pen their battlecruiser a bit. Let's go for AP shells. Because at this angle, I think we can make some more flooding happen. Nope. Overpens. If I keep overpenning this thing with AP and HE, it has almost no armor. So this thing is another paper project. What the fuck? I said it had almost no armor. I didn't say it had no armor. So you... You left home without a main tower and without armor? Are you some sort of converted barge with 3 funnels and a couple of 17-inch guns? Is this like a Toyota Hilux with a machine gun, except the naval version of it? What am I looking at here, and why did this pass the shipbuilder, I wonder? HE. HE! I think these heavy cruisers and their torpedoes might actually be more dangerous than their main ship. Their capital. Oh. I was wondering what the heavy cruiser was doing. Well... it's going after the protectees. Oh, the Esperance just took a massive hit. 19,000 and 17,000 and the whole ship's on fire. And has lost 22% of her crew. These heavy cruisers... at least this has some armor. Okay. Just finish off the Esperance, will you? This thing has torpedo launchers on port and starboard side. So it is entirely likely that I'll come under attack next. Increase speed to flank. There it is! Start turning away from those torps if you can. This thing is down to 1% structural integrity and about to flood. And we're going to have more torpedoes coming in from Toulon. Steady as she goes. There goes their battlecruiser. I think I can see a torp there and there. So if I am able to stay at this angle, should be okay. Oh, fuck you. There's more? Damn it. Oh, boy. And this is the problem with formations, or the lack thereof. This ship was never designed to go out alone, and yet that's exactly what happened. This ship is supposed to have escorts, and those escorts keep it safe. They spot torpedoes, they're able to keep the rest of the ships off of them. The Scheffler Gamey is part of a substantial task force, yet... ah, fuck. Yet, the rest of the ships seem to be doing something else. And I don't know what. Well, at least she's still giving out quite a bit of damage. And I have not blown quite literally through all of my... oh no. Through all of my ammunition with that flash fire. Oh. Yeah, we're not clear. That hit me 3 times. Okay, Toulon's gonna potentially finish me off here. There goes the Congreve. Don't do it, dude. Oh, you're loading. Okay, in that case, I'm gonna finish you off. Turn the main turrets. Turret rotation speed, 1 degree per second. We'll never catch up to that thing. Put all the secondaries on armor piercing now. Because at this range, 400 meters out, we can definitely pen that. We can pen Dud. We can pen plenty. Oh, the main guns are catching up. Slowly but surely. Range, about a click. 1 click out, I can pen 9 inches of armor. You don't have that. We're loading HE. Oh! No, dude. Completely missed the ship. What the? Oh, they're torpedoing the transports again. Come on. Ow! Ow. 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 The thing is still here. The fact that it's still maneuvering and hasn't been completely destroyed after taking 11 torpedo hits and some hits from other... ooh, there you go. From other various large calibers, like 17-inch guns, I'd say is a testament to Chinese shipbuilding. The problem is, I'm not sure if I can stop this flooding, because there is a lot of it. Put the secondaries against the light cruiser. Yeah. Here's the paper light cruiser. 0.7 inches. At this range, we might even... yeah, we're gonna go HE. Or I'll overpen it. Oh, don't flood, don't flood, don't flood. It'll go into dry dock for the next 12 months. But I can... You're gonna torpedo yourself? I can get behind that. It's gonna be a dry dock for the next 12 months, but I can live with that. There she goes. I need to sink 2 cruisers. Vauban seems to be very much intent on just ramming me. For some unclear reason. Now, I do have a big issue here. My ship is so badly listing that I don't think I can get a single gun to still function. The only guns that you can normally get to function this way are the bow and stern ones. I'm going to try and turn away. Look at the Galilei. Almost flooded. The problem, she still has torpedoes. Vauban does not. Vauban has... Yeah. It has even less armor? Come on. Yes! Flooding. Casemates? Any? Seriously? I refuse to get picked apart by a couple of light cruisers armed with 7-inch guns that have no armor. But I'm afraid that's exactly what we'll see happen here. Well, we can get some of the 8-inch guns to fire. Yes. Oh, this thing is full health. Oh, not for long. Come on. There goes 40% of your buoyancy. My main guns have decided just not to even bother anymore. This thing is not particularly agile. Structural integrity, 10%. I think they're going to be hard-pressed to try and push through that structural integrity, so... Flooding is probably my biggest concern right now. Look at that, all blocked, 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 blocked. This thing is heavily protected. Maybe they can pen my forebelts? No, can't do that. You? Nope. They can't pen anything. Okay. What I'm hoping for now is that one of these guys actually pushes to in front of me, and the Galilei just might. So that I can get 1 or 2 shots in on it and sink it. I'm not sure what the Vauban is doing. But it looks like it's going to be fairly close to a ram. Come on, casemates. 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 Oh, we're getting some damage in the Vauban. Starboard side casemates. This is the starboard casemate. And we're hitting Vauban when I'm trying to hit Galilei. Whatever. Continue. Starboard turn, insofar as we still have anything that resembles a rudder. Oh, the main gun's turning. Come on. 9% structural integrity. Vauban is still flooding? How? Look at the blisters on that ship. Yeah. 17%. They still have flooding. But now they're coming back. 25, 26, 27, 28, 30. I think ending the battle is actually a good idea. Just bring this battleship home, shall we? I got my victory points by killing their battlecruiser and heavies. Let's try and get the Scheffler Gaming out somehow. Somehow. Okay. The ship is safe-ish. How long is it going to take to fix her up? Well... 12 months. I called it. 12 months, it's what it's going to take to get this ship back into service. Yeah. So be it. At least I didn't lose one. Because these things are very expensive to build at 2 billion. So my status against the French right now, I've gained 87,000 victory points this episode, and they have only scored 1,800. I am invading here, which is going to go through. I'm invading in Spain, which has a pretty decent chance to go through. And if I just do, well, if I get lucky with 1 or 2 port attacks, I should be able to neutralize that in Morocco and completely take over Morocco. As for this last convoy one, I'm going to do this one off screen because we've already seen the Zhao Hui before. It's not that much of a different type of battle. So join me next time to see how the war against all these different powers is going. And, well, plenty more terrain to conquer before we control the rest of the world. Admiral's log. The clash with the French fleet stands as a testament to the folly of underestimating our naval prowess. Their belief in the superiority of their advanced and exorbitantly priced warships proved to be their undoing. The French, with their focus on speed and firepower, neglected the crucial aspect of armor, a grave oversight that our seasoned warships were quick to exploit. As the battle raged on, it became abundantly clear that their reliance upon relatively large guns and swift maneuverability left them critically vulnerable. Our trusted and experienced fleet, armed with keen understanding of naval warfare and an unwavering commitment to victory, swiftly punished the French for their design flaws. The resounding victory over the French fleet serves as a stark reminder to all who dare challenge the might of the Dragon. No amount of advanced technology or exorbitant expenditure can compensate for the lack of foresight and strategic planning. As we bask in the glory of our triumph, let it be known that the Chinese Navy stands as a formidable force, unmatched in its skill, determination, and adaptability. Hey guys, Stealth here, and welcome to episode 26. Our war with the French is going quite well. So well, in fact, that they are now trying to stop my naval invasion. And to this end, they have sent forth a bunch of their battlecruisers. These battlecruisers, I hadn't exactly picked this out yet, but they're called Espérance de Dieu, which means God's hope. That's basically all that's protecting them as well, because some of these guys are just completely unarmored, like this guy. This is the Espérance de Dieu from 1937, modded with 17-inch guns. We also have the base ones, armed with just a couple of 11s. This is the base variant of the ship, so they definitely upgunned it, but outside of a lot of firepower, it cannot take a joke, let alone a hit. Now on my side, I have 2 battleships, 2 battlecruisers, 7 heavies, a light, and a destroyer, against all those battlecruisers which are sailing around without a main tower. Well, actually, this one has the main tower. This is the unupgraded variant, so this is their base version. And then they came up with this. No, not this. This, see? This monstrosity, where they just removed the main tower in order to make room for a couple of 17-inch guns. I guess somehow they decided that a funnel was going to be just as good as a lookout as the main tower, and now the ship has 3 funnels and no main tower. Welcome to Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts. Where my ships, they are perfectly, well, perfectly normal. Might be a stretch. They're fairly normal. The Gosrith with its 13-inch guns. We have the State Belt with its 16-inch guns. Her sister ship is still out for the next 11 months. We have the Demos, armed with 12.9s, as well as quite a lot of torpedo launchers. And the Nanning, same design, quite a lot of torpedo launchers. Seeing as I don't quite trust these Chengdus to actually not torpedo each other, I'm going to make sure that the torpedo launchers are denied until such a time in the future when I deem it opportune to launch. As for right now, let's see if we can kind of make these ships go where I want to. But because they were all, well, doing something else in their own separate divisions, that might take me a little bit of time. We are opening up, ideally against one of the ones, or the only one with 17-inchers, which is this boy here. Prioritize this target. You guys, the battlecruisers, can prioritize the 126 clicks out. The heavy cruiser line ideally would be in front of the heavy hitters, like the State Belt and the Gosrith, and put up a wall of skill, a wall of torpedoes, blocking the path from those battle cruisers to my ships. Because, while they may be armed with 11-inch guns, they have pretty quick firing 11-inchers. And the Gosrith is armed with, or armored with, pretty decent armor scheme. But I would still rather keep the ship intact to continue the naval invasion. Torpedo range for the Crook Tuna is 10 clicks. Now, normally I would not exactly be pushing a battle cruiser using a heavy cruiser, because it's pretty much their ideal counter. This time around, though, I am not concerned in the slightest, because these ships are made out of paper. And that comes in very well. Yeah, see, there's damage to the main tower already. That was the 17-inch gun. That's why I'm trying to neutralize that thing first. Battle cruisers, again, are sailing without escorts. Good luck to you, because the torpedoes will be on their way rather shortly. But the game still has massive difficulties trying to form a reasonable battle line. So we're going to have to kind of blob up the torps here. Blob up the torp, or I'll send us a split salvo from the Josh Miller. And then pretty much wait for the rest of the ships to catch up. Alright. You're going to torpedo the lead ship. Control Shift, right click. You're going to torpedo the second one. You're going to torpedo the third one. And you're going to torpedo the lead one. I'm not sure if the Josh Miller has a torpedo launcher in a good angle. I think it won't. But we'll just have to see if it wants to launch. The rest of you, feel free to engage at your earliest convenience. Mechamatic 2... What's your actual speed? 35 knots out of 34. Yeah, legit. Slow down, dude. Slow down and cease torpedo launches. I know how you boys handle torpedoes. And you seem to have very little concern for the life of a friendly ship. Look at this. Heavy cruisers taking apart a battle cruiser. And not just a little bit. It's the 12-inch guns that are doing most of the work. Whoops. You misplaced a turret there, sir. It's the 12-inch guns followed by the 9-inch guns that are definitely dealing the most damage here. Torpedoes away from Crook Tuna and King High. Excellent. Josh also launched torpedoes. Excellent. Launchers off. Where are you going, Mechamatic? Unclear. We got a nice little, somewhat converging line of torpedoes here. I see great things happening here. You are going to detach from the division, turn over to starboard, launch your torpedoes at the trailing warship. If and when convenient. Torpedo launcher's pointing the wrong way. Turn away. Here come the torps. This guy is not going to be able to escape all of them. There you go. Ammo detonation. But that was... yeah, that was due to a torpedo. Next is the Armide. Good hit. You are not allowed to launch. Why are you here, Shandong? What the... Ramming is not a suitable option when we have guns, sir. I think my captains are getting somewhat overconfident. Like, it's not me for once. Which is refreshing. It's just the formation system that seems to be working against me rather than with me at the moment. There goes the Triumph. On battleship. Battlecruiser down. Okay, torps out. Fucking hell, right... right into a friendly. You took 2 torps. That was completely unnecessary. This thing is doing 65 knots? Are you insane? What the hell are you doing? information system is so broken beyond recognition that it is making it quite difficult to keep any semblance of a battle line. So, yeah, you guys have been suggesting that I just split up all the ships and put them all on following each other, because that seems to be a way that actually makes them kind of behave. Kind of. Hey, Zhao. Oh, you're still doing 65 knots. No, that's cool. Smoke up. Go after the lead target. Yeah, go after the lead target with torpedoes. Bonk. That was a battle cruiser hitting my battleship. They're definitely trying it again against the battle cruisers. Where's the rest of my heavy cruiser group going? You launched right into a friendly. You are retreating. No one else out here. Okay. So you ate a torpedo. No, you didn't. You just ate an 11-inch shell. State Belt ate a torpedo. Okay. Less than ideal. King High is reloading. All you. Engage the Madeleine. My destroyer is also somewhere out here, close to the CL. Oh, hello. Sorry, I didn't see you there. Trying to manage the fleet is proving to be time-consuming. What's your current speed? 69 knots. Nice. Now, let's go do something useful with those 69 knots and just rush the enemy. Torpedo them. And we'll be on our way. Fire! Yeah, good luck dodging that, sir. Oh, man. Oh, hello. Are you also a speedboat? Yep. How? Boom. 6 torpedoes. Flash fire for good measure. Oh, man. This battle. What a mess. Oh, wait, what happened to you? Oh, you took 2 torpedoes. Yeah, that's unwelcome. How fast are you going, Madeline? 32 knots out of a potential 36. So at least you're keeping to the speed limit. Nice to know that at least somebody is. I need to try and get this battleship out of here. It's an older ship, but well decorated. Where is the other ship? Their State Belt. Okay, there goes the Armide. Next up, Madeleine. Switch to high explosive and eliminate it. Sequan, you're a speedboat. Engage this. Are you still speeding? Yeah, still doing 40 knots. Cool. Wherever did my light cruiser go? Jesus! You're all... Other side of the map. DD? 65 knots the other way. Will take you away from the battle very quickly. Okay, so you're following the Josh. Alright. At least we're getting some semblance of control back. There goes another DD. Sorry, BC. Div 2. Engage the embuscade. Priority target because torpedo launchers. Wait. Oh, I sunk this. Oh, you're also flash firing? Yeah. These things really cannot take a hit. And that's... The amount of victory points that I'm going to be getting for this battle is completely bizarre. Because these ships are all 2.8 billion. And the victory points are handed out simply by looking at how expensive is a ship. So my heavy cruisers, pricing 293 million, are taking down ships which are pretty much 10 times their price tag. And, well, we're going to be seeing some massive victory points. I wouldn't be surprised if it's going to be the 40,000 points range. Because you got such a crazy amount of points from such a crazy amount of budget. Oh, hold on. Not yet. We'll torp directly into the Gosrit if I do that. No, we're gonna cut across. Torpedo the Tigre. And make sure that I have no heavy cruisers in, let's say, that line of sight. Or in the torpedo direction of travel. Can't have that. Thetis. Wow. Torpedo launch? What did you launch against, then? My destroyer? Maximus. Get out. Seek 1. Execute torpedo attack. Against Tigre. Ambuscade. Down. What's that? A speedboat? No, it's a light cruiser. Thetis. Down. Seriously, my light cruiser is actually more armored than their battle cruiser. Oh, actually, no. These things have some armor. Not a lot, but some. Interesting. Whenever convenient, can we launch the torpedoes? No? Armor pierce that ship. Overpen. Incoming torpedo. What are you even trying to hit? Because it's not my heavy cruiser. It must have launched it against the... yeah. Okay. Battle cruisers are still 11 clicks out. Kind of engaging the battleship, or their battle cruiser here. Tigre looking out the window in every single direction. Ships are flooding and sunk or sinking. Gone, gone, gone. Okay. So place your bets. How many victory points are up for grabs here? Because I said about 40k. No, I was a bit off. 172,000. Jeesh. The Gosrit unfortunately took a load of damage there. Now, it is 1939, so Gosrit has not received an upgrade since 1929. That could be a problem. Armor scheme, gun tier, it's all relatively lacking. So this could be a reason why the ship is starting to fall behind in performance a bit. As for my ship exporting, I keep getting these pop-ups. Croatia now wants to buy a showboat. That's the one with the really, really oversized guns. I'm not going to say that I want to sell them one, because it's going to take 31 months to build that. It's a bit much. And I still have my own shipbuilding to concern with. Chad has been conquered by the Italians. Look at this. I'm definitely playing quite well there, but against French Guiana, it's not as well. Although here we have a 100, and here we have an 81. Okay. As for that army invasion, what's the army doing? They've lost 48,000 men versus 7,000 losses for the French. Thankfully, we have another 800,000, and the French have 20,000. So we're paying about a ratio of... what's that? 8? No, more like 7 to 1. We should have that. We should have that. Now, for some reason, I have my ships next to Uruguay over here, which is held by the French, but the game won't actually let me invade it. Maybe because I haven't exactly reached the minimum required tonnage yet. I think you need about 100,000 tonnage in the vicinity in order to do your invasion. And over here, I don't have that. As for the French economy, they are still growing. They're still building some new ships. They have lost all of their battle cruisers and 3 of their battleships. So we're making progress there. The Spanish have exactly 4 ships. And the Italians have 113 ships. 9 battles, 9 battle cruisers. Okay. With an economy of 1.1 trillion. Congratulations. It's going to be a while before I get there. Now, I was expecting a serious party going on over here. All the FITs are here. But they're just not... They're not engaging my fleet. They're just not. Here's the Gosworth going down for repairs. How long is that going to take? That's going to be unpleasant. 11 months. Oh, 16 months, 11 months. 1 month, thankfully, only there. Let's have a look at the Enigma Huns, because we got 2 of them at home in Buenaventura. Let's have a look at these ships. We got the 1933 refit as the most recent one, but surely we can do better than that. What can we do with these ships? I can give them a diesel engine. They're now costing me 339 million. That's jumping to 490 million and freeing up a bit of tonnage. Not very much though. We're going from 2918 to 2856. So for 100 million, I'm not really saving that much displacement. I don't like that upgrade. Armor quality, it's okay. We got the Citadel. I can go... Yeah, I can't really go and upgrade anything here. Their boilers are good enough as is. I think their speed is a bit lacking. I'm definitely seeing a problem with the French ships. They're far too fast. They have stereoscopic rangefinders. They have Generation 1 radar. They have auto loaders. They have electro-hydraulic turning on the turrets. I don't think that there's that much that I can change. Can I increase the caliber of the 8 points? So the 8.9s now? That's the casemates here. I can make their barrels a bit longer. Yeah, we got the 20%. Good. That also improves the efficacy of the 3.9s. And over here we got the 13-inch Mark IV. With this little displacement, 600 tons, I can't really improve much. You're gonna tell me that fits? It actually might. Oh, I think that'd be a great upgrade. These things weigh 1,500 tons, so that's 3,000 tons. Unfortunately, these are a bit heavy at 4,000 tons. Yes, I want one. Because they're just fun. This should be able to pen everything as well. If I go back to semi-ballistic shells, that's going to give me, let's say 15,000 meters, 14 inches of pen. That ought to be sufficient. It's just that these guns are going to be suffering. But if I fire HE against the Frenchies, that should be fine. I now need to find about 300 tons somewhere. If I go diesels, that might be the solution, but that makes them 500 million each. And the refit time suddenly blooms by 2 months. Oh, it's not that bad. I can reduce the range a bit, I guess. There we go. Okay, so now we have an 18-inch gun. Or in fact, 2 of them. Fires every 80 seconds. Okay, they won't be exactly the fastest firing guns around. But once you get hit by that, you'll remember. If there's anything left to remember. Can we then increase speed somewhat? Yeah, like 1 knot. Or half a knot. It's not much. But every bit helps. Okay, so that is the Enigma Hun 1939 version. Sacrificed some 12-inchers. Arguably not necessarily the best choice. But I'm also trying to make this gameplay fun for you and myself. I want to have weird ships. And I think this qualifies. Unfortunately, I don't think I have the shipbuilding capacity to actually get these things refit. Nor can I really afford to have them out of the fight for the next 4 months. Because they're over here, I think? Yes, they're here. We got the Enigma Han, the Hardenauer, Scheffler Gaming, Xiao Hui, and the Aura and the Nighthawk. And the Italians are coming in with a battleship and a couple of escorts. And another light cruiser, and another battleship, And another battleship. Okay. Is there any movement in port capacity? Like, the Zhaohui is coming out in a month. That's 33,000 tons only. Beijing is coming out. That's 21,000 tons. The Zhuzhou, 2 months. And then everything else just gets worse from there. Because this is... Yeah, we got a showboat and a state belt too. That's 186 tons that's tied up there. And I am building out the shipyards, but we're not quite keeping up with demand. So as much as I would like to install that refit, it's going to have to wait. Now, the French are familiar with revolutions, and here's another one, Rust now. Unrest became uncontrollably high in France, I think, in France, and the government has been overthrown. This has not exactly led to the complete destruction of the French Empire, of course. They won't go down that easily, but at least it should give the French something else to worry about. Indonesia and their war footing is admirable, but at the moment I need my shipyards for my own ships. No, you can order the donut by this class. Portugal ends their alliance with the French because they don't quite like how the French are losing this war. Puerto Rico's new leader. No, sorry, I don't have time for that right now. How are the French doing economy-wise? Because they were growing, right? Yeah, they're not disintegrating. As for the Americans, they're back. Up to 79 billion right now, which is actually better than the Brits. The Brits, however, are building ships, which is more than the Americans can say. I would like to increase the tension again with the US, because I'm still eager to invade. But, well, that's going to have to be a land-bound invasion. Because naval-wise, it is still nearly impossible to invade the Gulf Coast here. And central USA doesn't have a port, so I can't go in there even if I wanted to. As for my war with the French, I won't end it until I've taken this. And potentially this, although I'm not going to wait for the army shenanigans to complete. I can invade here with potentially somewhat the same force. Can I do 2 naval invasions at the same time? Oh, I already used my political points, or diplomacy points, if you will. Ah. There's more. Okay, fine. We'll just put these other French ships in their place. Right. The enemy is torpedo heavy. We are not. And that could be a serious problem in this storm. I don't believe that these guys have a radar yet. Yeah, they don't. Oh boy. This is... Wow, I can see him? You can see that? 14 clicks out through this weather. Color me impressed. I'm not sure how you do that. I am not sure how you do that. And keep in mind that these guys can even smoke up. So far they haven't, but if they smoke up, they can easily approach much, much more without me being able to spot them. They can probably... There we go. Shouldn't have mentioned it. They can probably approach me to about 10, maybe 8 clicks. Is this smoke? Yeah, it's smoking, alright. Okay. Now, once again, the Guangxi proving herself very capable of dealing with all of these harassment ships that the French are sending out to deal with my escort, or sorry, with my convoys. She's having none of it. I am concerned about torpedoes, because even if you... Let's say normally you won't see them. Oh, never mind. Normally you won't see them, but in a port, in a storm, you actually will never see them. Oh. Your accuracy, even in this awful weather, like rainy weather, moderate sea waves, gentle breeze, we're still getting pretty accurate with 28%, and that's without a radar rangefinder. Let's keep dancing around with the cruiser. And this was expensive? No, it's 105 million. Oh, they did torp me. A while ago, though. Jesus. Okay, bye. Now I'm kind of feeling sorry for the French here. Yeah. Player 4 enters the game. The Soviet Union has sent us an ultimatum demanding to withdraw our blah blah blah. No. The Spanish now want to go to peace. Before they go to pieces. Well, with the Spanish I agree. I think I've taken... Oh, this is juicy. I think I've taken out what I wanted to. Yeah, this is going to be fun. The French and the Italians have ships in the Mediterranean... No, in the Caribbean, where they barely have any territories. But if they start fighting each other, I don't have to worry about either of them. Over here we keep doing port strikes, but there's not a whole lot left to strike. Are we conquering... Oh, they even got the Western USA back. Look at you. I gain control of Morocco. I gain control of French Guiana. Progress is being made all around. Now, I am still moving forces into Suriname over there, but the French are getting invaded everywhere. Sarawak, moving north towards North Borneo. The situation is not looking very good, though. We've lost 23,000 men versus 4,000, but in Chinese army tactics, that's basically a rounding error. Over here, we have a group from Singapore. I'm not sure exactly how we got that many people into Singapore, but that's a thing. Moving from Singapore all the way over into Malaya. 368,000 versus 6,000, and so far, those 6,000 have done rather well. And here, we're pushing from southern China into Laos, which is going quite alright. So I want to keep the war with the French going for a little while longer. Now, I have taken over Morocco, which gives me this bit of area, boosting my economy further. And I am considering taking over the Western Sahara, just to make sure that I have this whole blob, and that I don't really have to worry about further negative influence here. I am anticipating a march from Morocco into either southern Algeria or northern Algeria. I would like for them to pick northern, because it's more valuable. But again, it's army stuff, and I can't control it. My army is stretched thin, still at 29%. And I think the next best step for me to take is to invade. Yeah, let's push for Suriname. I know that I'm already army invading there, but I don't trust the army to get that thing done. Whereas my war fleet should have this thing taken care of in, 3 days? It's a very small port. Very, very little resistance there. Shipbuilding capacity. We are upgrading one of the... one of the Enigma Huns. The base Enigma Hun is going to get upgraded to have that 18-inch gun. The Scheffler Gaming and the Gosrith are coming back, but it's going to take quite a bit of time yet. And we got the State Belt Koksinga getting sold to Croatia in a mere 3 months, freeing up another 86,000 tons. Yet with the capacity I have now, I should be able to refit another ship. And that immediately pushes me almost to my capacity. I'm once again upgrading the shipyard, because the rate at which I'm going through my shipbuilding capacity is fairly nuts. Research upgrade. I've completely finished the small guns tier, the destroyer tier. I'm now working on the big guns, getting the Mark IV 16-inch gun. Well, you could say I'm a little late. It's 1936 tech. So with that in mind, yes, I'm a little late, but, my Mark IV 16-inch gun is fine. I am so far doing quite alright with the guns that I have. Shell coming up. What are we getting? Just a percentage increase. Not that special. Over here, we're getting explosives. And that comes to modern triple base. That is good. Less flash fire chance. I like that. Any other interesting research options coming up? Engines, Marine Diesel 2. Because 28,500% of engine cost seems legit. Ooh, I can make my DDs even more expensive that way. That's the export destroyer. We're getting Modern Armor 1, that's nice. And in 15 months, we're getting Radar Rangefinder 2. Unless I prio it, which probably pushes it down to about 8 months? 6 months. Not bad. But right now, aside from just finishing up the main guns, the big guns that is, I'm not that much in a rush. I would love to get Mark IV or even Mark V 18s. The 20s, nah. I'm not likely to use those at any given point. As for the enemy warships, they haven't really got much left. The French are now seriously in decline, and as they're now also going to be fighting the Italians, I think their fleet's a bit stretched thin. It's still sitting around here with just 13 battleships, making it a premier target for a couple of destroyers to go hunt it down. But at the moment, I don't really have any ships available for that particular tasking. Now, as I already used my naval invasion on France, I cannot further increase the tension with the US, which is something I'm very much eager to do. Look at this, minus 100, minus 100. Almost there. As for the Soviets, I wonder where the army is going to decide to invade next. Because we got plenty of choice. We have an enormous border with the Soviets. Oh, I think we already started here. They are definitely moving some troops. Interesting. I haven't seen a Soviet ship, I think, since the last time that I was at war with them, which is when I took all of that Asian territory off of them. So, the chance of seeing a Soviet warship right now is extremely limited. Although they do, on let's say the left-hand side of the map, have that port next to Alaska. So it is possible that they will send a ship to start harassing my transports there. Now, first let's have a look at what's going on with the Spanish Empire. Oh, they want to give me Gibraltar? Yes. Please. That it. They suggest it, and then they don't give it. Okay, fine. Gibraltar would have been nice, because that would have allowed to control the flow in and out of the Mediterranean, at least for 50%. I am losing ships in the Caribbean. I'm losing ships in Southeast Asia. Are we really? Yeah, that's not going to happen. There goes Suriname, as planned. Kyrgyzstan. Is that looking like anything? Jeez, like when the Chinese come, they come with 10 times your number. Serious firepower. Do the Soviets have any serious capabilities of defense? 8% army logistics. Yeah. At this rate, the Soviet Empire might disintegrate as well. At 9%, well, degrowth, destruction a month? That's looking really bad for them. The French are also looking pretty bad, but not as bad. And the Germans, oh god, the Germans. They just won't stop, will they? They're not at war with anybody. I'm not even sure if they're taking over territory. Oh, yes, they're definitely taking over the entirety of Britain. The British might be back, but if the Germans have anything to say about it, they can wipe them out whenever they please. So, looks like it's going to be an interesting couple of years in 1940. Hope you guys will join me for that soon in the next episode. Admiral's Log. As the tides of war shift and bigger threats loom on the horizon, the time has come for us to adapt and innovate. In response to the emerging challenges, I have ordered that some of our battlecruisers be fitted with the latest advancement in naval weaponry, the formidable 18-inch guns. These new armaments represent the cutting edge of naval technology and are about to face their first true test in battle. With tensions mounting and the stakes higher than ever before, the decision to equip our ships with these powerful new guns is not one that's made lightly. Yet, in the face of adversity, it is imperative that we stay ahead of the curve, ready to confront whatever challenges may come our way. As our battlecruisers prepare to embark on their maiden voyage with their enhanced armaments, I'm filled with a sense of anticipation and determination. The dragon's roar shall echo across the seas once more as we stand ready to defend our nation and assert our dominance over the waves. Hey guys, still here and welcome to episode 27. We're going to start off this episode with one of the revised Enigma Hun classes, armed no longer with a bunch of 13-inch guns, but with 13-inch guns and one dual-barrel 18. We'll see if this 18-incher is actually going to be useful. I think that if it hits, it's going to hit like a truck, but the whole thing revolves around if it hits. Because if it doesn't, well, you're just wasting a lot of reload and a lot of damage potential. Our target today is the battleship Savoie, armed with 12 13-inch guns. She is very expensive at 1.2 billion, although that kind of seems to be the going rate for battleships. My Enigma Hun, being a very old hull, is actually far cheaper. The Nidoct Lax class, or at least the Aura 1929, still has 14-inch guns and a couple of 8.9s, and the 8.9s are going to come in useful when dealing with these older cruisers. We also have the Aura there, which is much like the Nidoct and Aura class ship, naturally. So, let's have a look. Shall these 18-inch guns deliver? Shall they be able to deal tons and tons and tons of damage and potentially, I don't know, cause a flash fire on the French? That'd be nice. What sort of distance are we looking at? Because this thing has range. We got 29 kilometers starting range. The 18-incher seems very happy to see me. And can fire out to 39 kilometers. It seems like the freeboard on this ship is actually a bit lower than I expected. Also, we got some floating rowboats, or sorry, lifeboats. Interesting. Let's slow the ship down a touch. Give this 18-inch gun as much accuracy as we can muster. And relative to the reload, we're looking at 62 seconds versus 30. So I can fire twice with the 13s before I'll be able to refire the 18. That's fair enough. Now, these heavy cruisers of theirs are not that interesting. They got that single 10-inch gun on the bow. They got a couple of 10 inches on the stern. And they got the torpedo launchers, but these are the torpedo launchers that are pretty difficult to fire because you got that secondary in the way. This battleship, this is okay. It's a curious design. I'm not sure exactly why they went with a a barbette up the front and then a turret behind it. It's like the worst of the options, but this is what the AI has decided on. I do like this row of secondary guns, including this one housed in the main superstructure. That looks nice. And these quad, what is that, 8s? Yeah. 4 quadruple 8-inch guns. That's potentially quite dangerous. Potentially quite dangerous. The 18-inch gun looking at about 3.6% chance to hit. The 13s have a bit less. They are Mark IV 13s and Mark III 18-incher. I'm surprised the 18-incher has a better accuracy at the moment. Also, at this range, I'm not so sure I'm going to be firing HE. I'm going to fire armor piercing. It looks a bit peculiar, this ship. But that's not necessarily going to contribute to a bad design. There go the double 18-inch shells up there in the air. See if we can track him into the ship. Come on. There they come. We're getting some blocked shots there. That's the 13-inchers about to land. The 18-inchers are going to fall pretty far away from that ship. Yeah, we're off by 1.5 kilometers. To be expected, really, at this range. Where I'd say we're going to be getting some decent accuracy around 20, maybe 18 kilometers. As for these battle cruisers, they're currently following the battleship around. And I think that's perfectly fine. If they can keep the heavy cruisers and accompanying torpedo launchers at bay, that would make my battleship very happy. Got a partial pen on the battleship here. Oh, 7%. See, it's not bad. 20 kilometers. Not bad. Come on, I want to see that 18-incher hit just once. It's an 18-inch gun on a galley dreadnought. I'm not even sure exactly how to classify this thing at the moment. As for these cruisers... What's their torpedo range again? Oh god, am I on that side of their torpedo range? I am. Crap. Start turning away. Even though it might open me up to further fire. Like more dangerous broadside fire. This thing should be getting into range. Yeah, the 8-inchers are in range. Aura blasting away with her 14s. These 14s are only Mark III. I don't think she's had the pleasure of getting the upgrade to the Mark IVs yet. That's all the casemate fire from the 8-inch. This is the 8-inch 56 caliber. It's a very long barrel. And with that, you'd expect some accuracy, but... Oh, there we go. About 16%. Sadly, HE is currently unable to pen. 15% chance to hit against the enemy battleship at 15 kilometers out. And we are getting some hits in, but it's only 13-inch damage. Come on, boys. Start dealing some serious damage against these ships, yeah? Armor piercing on these 14-inchers, and we should be able to make something happen. Boom. There comes the 18-inch. Come on. Nope, we're still flying way over. Alright, fine. Fine. These cruisers are getting a little too close for my comfort. They're now 10 kilometers out. They're still bow in, so they're completely unable to launch those torpedoes, but it won't take much for these Frenchies to start turning around and dealing all sorts of damage. I might need to divert the attention from the Enigma hunt to these ships. About 9 kilometers out, we can pen 10 inches of armor, which should allow me to go right through the bow of this ship. Especially with AP, but with HE too, so considering we're looking at a very deflected ship here. It's all getting blocked. Switch to high explosive. Is this the one French class that actually has armor on it? 13 inchers, probably still rotating. Blocked. The shell's just dinging off of the ship. Yeah, there we go. 58% chance to hit with high explosive from the 13-inch guns from the Enigma Hun, and that's decent damage. Range is now only 5 kilometers. These things are fast. And while this guy might be taking some damage, his sister, / her sister, isn't. Ooh, what was that then? That was a lot of damage, but it's just a couple... Yeah, it's a 14-incher from the Aura. Penning the heavy cruiser. The Enigma Hun has just fired her 18-incher. Come on, if that hits... Nope. Dunked it right into the water. You're making your 18-inch look pretty bad here. Oh, now they're turning. This is where it gets dangerous. Because it's entirely possible that the ship is now going to start turning to launch her torps. I keep a real close eye on that ship. Ooh, good hit. That was another 14-inch impact. Look at the size on that bow. The hit there is absolutely disastrous for that ship, but she can definitely take it. She's not sinking yet. Her structural integrity is about, what, 35 to 40? She's still here. Let me guess, she won't fire because there's a friendly in the way? That's the 13. That's the 18. Yes. Was that finally an 18? Yes, it was an 18, but it overpenned the aft belt with high explosive. I'm sorry if my high explosive hit is too big for you to handle. Oh, we had a torpedo launch against the Enigma Hun. Turn around. Foudroyant still has not launched. But, there we go. Okay, you guys deal with this. Turn the other way. Because likely these guys were sending torpedoes about this direction. So let's not be there. Come about. Swing those 14s around. Torpedoes in the water. Origin, not the Foudroyant. That was their sinking sister, the Guidon. 18-incher is quickly to snap the target. But I'm pushing the ship around quite a bit. Yeah, another 18-inch miss. Oh well. Wait, what? Oh, that was one of my torpedoes from the battlecruiser. Okay, fair enough. Oh, that Foudroyant can definitely launch torps. She still has a few. But just pepper this thing with high explosive and make it go away. 18-inch has done exactly 278. Versus 25,000 points of damage. from the 14-inchers. That's a bit of a disgrace, really. Okay, armor piercing on the enemy hunt. There's the torpedo. Switch to armor piercing. This thing is fully broadside on. Blast him. Ooh. Not bad. 18-incher finally pitching in. Ship's down to 6% structural integrity and flooding quickly. Boom. She's gone. To the next. The Savoie. Savoie, thankfully, is not carrying a torpedo, so that's not something I have to worry about with her. How about your armor? Yeah, look at that. A French ship with armor. Isn't that the invention? 17-inch main belt, but only 3-inch forebelt. Giving my guns, at least at this range, ample opportunity to pen that belt armor. Well, maybe not belt, but bow and stern should be fair. I can pen... Well, on paper, I can pen quite a bit at 10 kilometers out. But whether that will actually be the case remains to be seen. I'm not sure exactly why my 8-inchers... Oh, there we go. They just switched to high explosive. 8-inch gunfire like that. Not likely with AP to go through the armor. Although, considering it's only, what, 3 inches? Did we get another overpen? Yeah, we got an overpen on your main tower. Doing 22 damage. And a 4-deck partial pen. Wait, 4-deck? This thing has really high muzzle velocity. How did you get a 4-deck pen? Partial pen. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Yeah, we're still getting some good damage from these battle cruisers. The 14-inch guns are really carrying the ship here. Enigma Hunt doing 19k. The Nighthawk's doing 9k. And the Aura doing 71. You have been very, very useful. Now, I'm slightly angled. Destroyed the main tower. Well, you should have armored it up. 1.7 inches is not going to cut it. That's what she said. Yeah, I think the 18-inch gun is a bit more of a joke rather than an actual useful weapon system. At least at present. You guys are going to go HE. We're only 5 kilometers away. At 5 kilometers, I can pen 11 inches of armor with the 18. And it's pretty likely that the ship is going to succumb to the flooding combined with the fire damage. Was that actual 18-inch? 18-inch? Yeah, some. 3,000 points of damage. There we go. I'm going to leave it to you guys in the comment section whether this thing has redeemed itself. This 18-incher. I'd say... meh. I'd love to see this thing wipe out a destroyer, for example, in one shot. I'm not surprised it cannot do that to a battleship, because a battleship is just far more heavily armored. Well, most of the time. Ow. Got punished for being broadside there. Ugh, you dunked it right into the water at 3 clicks? Come on. Making yourself look a little bad there. You guys get to select auto. This thing, though... We've done 6,000 points of damage, which is, well, considering we've got far fewer barrels, not bad. But accuracy-wise, I feel like the ship is not doing that well. Not with the 18. Savoie, however, is not necessarily caring about the fact that my 18-incher isn't working. She has bigger issues. What sort of tier you got? Only tier 3? That's surprising. The French are supposed to be very advanced. My ships are, I think, average tech. So why does this ship have only 13-inch Mark III? If they're considered very advanced, I would expect them to have 13-inch Mark V. At least 1939 is where we're at, so yeah, it's entirely feasible for the French to have that at this point. But alas, whether they had them or not, it is of no consequence to the Savoie, because she's down. 2 months later, 1940, January, we have a very interesting battle. We are looking to conquer Venezuela. After these guys were supposedly, I don't know, somehow plotting something against the Chinese. So we can't have that. These guys have their own fleet. And they must have been supplied by, well, I'm thinking Russians, Slavorossi. These ships are armed with a couple of 9-inch guns. We have light cruiser Surcouf, which sounds very French. Dobrovolets, definitely another Russian ship. So they've been shopping around. And whether all of that shopping is going to come and be a useful asset to their fleet remains to be seen. Their ship, or their fleet, is headed up by the Orenburg. Now, I thought my 18-inch guns were big, but this thing has 18.7. That's a really sizable gun on what seems to be a pretty cheap platform. Because that battleship that we just saw was 1.2 billion. This thing is only just shy of 400 million. Now, it does displace 20,000 tons less, but with more 18-inch guns, she might be a threat. So let's have a look. Did the Russians, with their most likely Orenburg class, provide Venezuela with something useful? Or is this just going to be a little bit of a speed bump before we invade Venezuela? My capital ship this time around is the State Belt, escorted by the Dimos Tijalas and the Nanning. These ships also, of course, come with their own heavy cruiser assets. Most of them have already been in battle. That's still leaving some damage to their ships. It's because these ships have been mostly at sea, invading, well, everything so far. So the State Belt, slightly damaged but otherwise fine, is capable of still hitting things out to about 30 kilometers with armor piercing and slightly less with HE. She might be wounded, but she still has it. This battle cruiser of theirs, 18-inch guns. They look a little out of place, especially on that barbette, but I'm not really one to speak because I've built something, well, many things far, far weirder than this thing. As for the ship, it has only 2-tier guns, so 2nd-tier guns, meaning that they're going to be pretty bad on the reload, pretty bad on the accuracy. I hope it's going to perform. That might be a bit weird, but I hope that this thing is actually going to put up a fight. Because so far, the Chinese Navy has mostly been just steamrolling, well, everybody. Now we're going to put this at ×10 speed because the enemy's only 39 clicks away. State Belt definitely not getting into range anytime soon. I'm going to put these guys in with the rest of the heavies. Oh, they're in range. Wow. 18.7s have 45 kilometer range? You must have some really long barrels on that ship. That is crazy impressive. That is crazy impressive. Okay. Hezhao, as well as Didi Maximus, you're going to form up and you're going to take up position behind the battle cruisers. But the battle cruiser are going to join the battleship. So now you're following the battleship division. Excellent. Let's go. Slowly, slowly getting into range of that ship. If this thing is able to land a couple of hits on my deck with those 18.7s, I think the State Belt could be in trouble. It has a very heavy main deck. It's 11 inches. Actually, considering the range and the fact that they can... Yeah, those shells are pretty quick. So most likely they got a very high muzzle velocity because they got such a reach. And that is making deck pens a lot less likely. We are definitely hitting something that's not even our primary target. This is all that destroyer trash that either the French or the Russians or both have been providing them. I am only 10 kilometers out though. Let's keep our distance a bit. What are we looking at here? This thing has a 5.5, looking like a French gun. And they got, what, 8 torpedo launchers? You. What are you? You're different. You got no guns on the bow, except for the ones on the superstructure. But you got, what, 10 torpedo launchers? I feel very unsafe. Very, very, very unsafe here. Start hammering these things with everything we've got. There goes one. There goes two. Primaries on one, secondaries on the other. Oh, we already hit the battle cruiser as well. Look at that, 5-inch hit for 1500 damage. That's good stuff. Now this thing had many bulkheads. And so far, that could be definitely mitigated by their crew. But if we keep hitting them, I think it's going to get very, very bad for them. Come on. This one's almost flooded. Ooh. Come on. Put up a fight. Instead of just blobbing up and making yourself one enormous target and then all sinking at the same time. This is not really... I mean, it's not a fair fight, which, you know, is good on the one hand. On the other hand, it's just a slaughter. They haven't even hit me once. This is quite pathetic. And I don't want it to go this way, because it turns into this... Look at that. Flooding, sinking, destroyed. It turns into this just seal clubbing. And when I saw this 18-inch battle cruiser, I thought, ah, finally, a worthy contender. Nope, because they already got their main firing tower, main conning tower destroyed. And their accuracy is probably pretty bad. And they're targeting something that's pretty quick. This thing... Ooh, it reloads in 141 seconds. 2.5 minute reload. Now, she's already pretty badly flooded. Her green crew, definitely not capable of compensating for the hits that she's taking. And the fact that her crew is cramped, her crew quarters are cramped. Well, you simply cannot put a whole lot of crew in there. But that 18-inch gun hit me once. Doing little under 11,000 points of damage to the Crook Tuna. That is concerning. Let's retreat. I would like to keep this heavy cruiser around for a little longer, but that means retreating it right now. Put primaries on that, secondaries on that. State belts? State belts in range. We're only 11 kilometers removed here. I'm pretty much on the wrong side here. CLDD, scout out ahead, because it is... What? Oh. It is possible that we're going to be seeing torpedoes. I wasn't expecting my own. Turn to port. Eventually. Slow down a touch. I think these torpedo walls are fun, but largely useless, because by the time that they arrive... Oh! By the time that they arrive, there won't be a whole lot left. Everybody, split up. You're going to push into the torpedoes. You're going to push into the torpedoes. You're going to try and... Well, you can't turn. So you're going to have to either tank or continue on your turn. This thing is looking like a problem. Orenburg, having only really scored 2 hits. But one of those crippled me. The other one got blocked? Huh. You're currently targeting the battle cruiser. Alright. Oh boy. I think the Nanning is going to get hit here. That torpedo detonated prematurely. And dud. That's not a dud though on the state belt. It's a lot of damage. As for these other ships, this thing just launched against the state belt. It's not a great idea because state belt's already turning. Just keep putting it on the turn. CA-2991. Heavy cruiser with 24-inch torpedoes, which are very difficult to detect. Fun. I'm gonna have to start building additional destroyers. Something... Yeah, well, something cheap. But... Basically, I need a floating sonar array. Something that warns me of the torpedoes. Because at the moment, I just see them too late. There goes the Orenburg. That's their battle cruiser. The heavies kind of slipped out of reach. Light cruiser and DD, smoke yourself up. Do not launch your torps. And start crash coursing these heavy cruisers into the ocean. Because this is somewhat concerning. Holy shit, how old are you? Well, that's a Mark III 6-incher, but they look really old. This could be the problem that the, let's say, colonial slash... No, actually, it's not colonial. It's a former ally. That these former allies have. They don't get their ships upgraded. And as they don't get their ships upgraded, this means you're going to be sailing around with very old material, unless you keep buying new things. See, we see those torpedoes about 1 kilometer out. That is concerning. There's another one. 1.5 clicks out. That's probably the stealthy torp that these things are launching. So a minus 65 detection. Come on, dump your torps. State belt alright? Well, not really. We might be in the clear, but I think we're going to get hit again. That's a bit of a problem with state belt. She just doesn't turn. Oh, shit. That came out of almost nowhere. Steady course. At least we scared off the cruisers a bit. Yeah, that's another torpedo hit. There goes one cruiser. And the CA-2991. Many bulkheads, cramped crew quarters, already lost 14% of her crew. Going to get progressively worse from there. The battle cruisers are... Well, I should have no issue really in dealing with these lights. These lights can torpedo me. Come on, boys. That's the stuff. 4,000 damage. 3,000 damage on the heavy cruiser. 20,000 damage on the Surcouf. Boom. Gone. Ammo detonation with an 8-inch gun, causing almost 2,800 points of damage. But before that, they penned the main belt. Well, it's not necessarily as bad as the rest of the French lights. Over here, 5-inch. Pretty good. Flash fire. 2991 is flash firing. Crew lost 31%. Yeah, you're pretty much gone. Heavy cruisers, can we wrap up? Why are you guys... Wee, Josh. Stay in formation and don't exceed your own speed limit, if you mind. Okay. Now, this Venezuelan speed bump has been dealt with, and now I can invade Venezuela. Why? Well, I am almost at the point where I can completely conquer South America. I know that the original target, let's say, was Japan, and then the target switched to North America, but hey, if we can grab the whole of South America, that would be nice. It would be very nice. You can get quite a lot of income out of South America. It does mean that you're going to have to defend a whole lot, because there's definitely plenty to defend. But before we invade them, there's more battle. Led by the battleship Fama from the Italian Navy, armed with just 11-inch guns. Heavy cruiser Etna, Fernando II, Gaeta, Guiscardo, Monarco. That's 10 torpedo launchers in quintuples. And then 6 underwaters. That's a lot of ships. That's a lot of ships. Are these DDs a threat? 36 knots. One quad torpedo launcher per. Okay. Well, as badly damaged as the state belt is, we're going to have to send her out yet again. This ship is not getting any kind of rest. She has to fight more. She has to deal with the Italians. Because I'm not sure if the Italians are coming to their rescue of the Venezuelans. I kind of doubt it, because there wasn't a single Venezuelan ship built by Italy. Or if the Italians are just out here to party with my ships in the Caribbean. It's entirely likely. Oh dear. We find ourselves in a really bad storm. The state belt looks a lot worse than the last time I saw her. But this is... well, if you just look at this side of the ship, we're fine. Don't look at the other side of the ship. Right? We're just going to pretend that the state belt is perfectly healthy. Don't worry about her. The battle cruisers, they are, well... Is this normal for all damage models, that only the starboard side is damaged? Nanning? Yeah. It's like a pattern. Obelix. What the hell? I never noticed this before. But the port side, so the left side of the ship's perfectly fine. The starboard side? Damaged. Sichuan's not a great example. Crook Tuna. Starboard side, damaged. Port side, not. The hell? Oh, surprised, I never noticed that before. Since we are actually just, well, disappearing, I'm going to try and retreat all my ships. Because we might be able to escape under the cover of this storm. And if we are, that means I can fix up my ships. Because there's a lot of the Italians. And shit, we've been detected. We've been detected. The state belt can't turn very quick. I'm going to keep the CAs around up until such a point where the battleship is successfully disengaged. I don't mind about the light cruiser and the DD. The battle cruisers... yeah, I'm going to just kind of keep these somewhat close to the state belt, because it's possible that one of those destroyers from the Italians has scouted out ahead and is coming to attack. They've also spotted my battle cruisers and my heavies. Ah, crap, there's no leaving this fight. Okay, fine, we're gonna stand and fight. With this level of weather, accuracy is really bad. We got a minus 40 from the storm. We got a minus 60 from the rough sea waves. It's bad. This makes it a lot worse for torpedoes. I mean, spotting them. But maybe I can make that work to my advantage. I'm gonna separate these ships. This is turning into an absolute disaster. Sichuan. Where are you? Shandong. Crook Tuna. Mechamedic 2. Disengage. You're now your own group. Try not to crash into each other. Enemies northeast, so they're definitely somewhere behind me. State belt, sorry, you're not that likely to leave. You're not that likely to leave. Now, let's wait for the enemy to arrive. Alright, found one. The battleship has appeared only 28 kilometers out. So, I don't know how we can see through the storm, but we can. Briefly, I spotted a destroyer. It's kind of making itself known because of a smoke screen, but it's 17 kilometers out, and it does appear to be firing. So that leads me to believe it's not a destroyer, in fact, it's a light cruiser. I don't think a destroyer can hit out that far unless they got really high tier guns. Like Mark 5 plus long barrels. Apparently my ships don't mind the fact that they can't see the target, they're still engaging it regardless. There we go. What you got? What you got? That's a light cruiser with 7.5-inch guns and torpedo launchers on the stern. We are, well, we're taking some shots with the state belts. Enemy battleship's 33 kilometers out, so that's outside of your range. If we can just pepper that smoke screen with a couple of HE rounds, we might accidentally hit a DD. Cause a leak. As for my torpedo attack against that battleship, I think we might be able to pull that off. If we don't get torpedoed ourselves. This is your gun range. Oh, your torpedo range is only 8.9. That's on the light cruisers, though. Okay. The battle cruisers. Yeah, you guys are sticking around the battleship. That's fine. They're only doing 12 knots. They're not quick, nor do they need to be. Is this more light cruiser stuff? Yes. No. That's... well, yes, it is a light cruiser. It's armed with 7-inch guns. 2 doubles. What else am I seeing? 2 doubles and 1 triple. Right. So you got one triple 7-incher on the bow and a double 7-incher and then a double 7-incher on the stern. There it is. Okay. Interesting mixed armament. I can probably deal with that. Yeah, what are we gonna do? This division. You are going to torp this, you are going to torp that, and you're going to torp this again. Aggressive launch. Turn a bit. I know it's not going for the battleship yet, but I first need to get rid of all these torpedo spammers before they become a problem to my capital ships. Well, under these conditions, they'll become a problem to anything. Because you simply won't see anything at all. Now we're definitely getting good damage in. That's not even the torpedoes doing that, it's just the guns. Okay, ceasefire on the torpedoes. And proceed to turn away. I am suspecting that if they launch their torps, they will have done that against the heavies over here. Most likely the King Eye, because they always pick the leader of the division. Making it so that these guys... Oh, they detected the torps. Well, it's interesting that they did, because I haven't. Boom. Good hit. 9-inchers penning right through that hole. I have no idea where my torpedoes are at. Nor am I really going to care. Because I think we won't really need them. But just having them out there in the water and the AI panicking to them. Speaking of torpedoes. The AI panicking to them means that the AI is not going to be as likely to launch their own torps. There goes another, what I think is a light cruiser. Most likely a light cruiser. The Italians have a lot of ships out here. Ooh, boy. Definitely interested in sinking my ships with torpedoes. What's that? Low fuel destroyer. Range? 14 clicks. Not a high priority target. But probably a higher priority target at the moment. What's your torpedo range? 15! Okay, switch your target. You're going to engage this before it becomes a threat. As for you, Giovanni Bozan. What is this? Sorry, Bozin. Bozan? Sorry, I'm not exactly sure how to pronounce this Italian name. Pretty decent armor scheme, 155% quality. Some armor on the turrets. And they seem to be on fire, protecting the Puglia over there. But because she's because she's being protected, she can't actually fight. Because her turrets are covered by the Giovanni. There we go. Good stuff. Just target this. Well, you have launched your torps. I'm just not sure when. Against the Mechamatic 2. That's in this division. Yep, here they are now. 2.5 kilometers out. They're not stealthy, are they? No, they're plus 35% because they're fasts. Shit. Okay. It's good news and bad news. Gives me some reaction time. Probably more so. But the bad news is, because they're so fast, that kind of limits your reaction time. Never mind, I'm not making a whole lot of sense, I think. State belts should be perfectly safe here. The destroyers are taking some damage. Oh, there's another one. Sequan should be safe. Mecha, turn. We're not getting through to these guys. There you go. Never mind. The other heavy cruiser line is dealing with the DDs. Adequately? Yeah, pretty adequately. Those torpedoes should not be a threat if I continue on my current course. There you go. Let the AP do their work. Eliminate the light cruisers. Oh, shit. Where? Okay. Auto dodge. Most of the time, the AI is pretty good at auto-dodging torpedoes. The Shandong against this torp should be fine. Come on, boys. Wait, do we have a ship without ammo? The Crook Tuna has no ammo? You didn't get your ammo detonated, so you just didn't go into the fight with a lot of ammo because you just fought. Okay. Well, that's pretty concerning. That makes you a 5-inch gunboat. Still a threat to the enemy, to be sure. So I'm going to keep you around, but normally I would disengage with that ship. There's the battleship. Put pressure on that with the battle cruisers and the battleship. Where's the other CA line? Here. We got one of them. There's a lot of stuff out here. It's a really good development for me that these things are all low fuel. If they weren't, this would be really bad. They'd be rushing me with destroyers. In so much as you can rush with a destroyer in a storm. I mean, you're going to find that the destroyer is not nearly as quick as you might like. But it's still a destroyer, and it still comes with torpedoes. Pretty potent setup with all those secondaries. That's 24 6-inch guns. Thankfully, against my CAs, I don't think they can do a whole lot. Well, they can destroy the torpedo launcher, that's for sure. Yeah, we're getting some attention from the light cruisers, but not so far from the... Hold on. Not so far from the battleship's guns. Or at least they're not getting any results yet. Puglia and Giussano are still out there. Turn in a bit. I think the torpedoes have now passed this ship. I don't like the amount of damage that the Mechamatic 2 is taking. I'm going to pull this ship back. Retreat. There goes the Puglia. Deal with the Duca, please. Quick. Where's your other fleet? Oh, there's the Shandong. The other ship was probably disengaged because of the torpedo dodging. Okay, good damage. Torpedoes getting destroyed. Put pressure on it. Knock out those torpedo launchers before they get an opportunity to use them. There we go. Destroy the torpedo launcher again. They still got a triple. Come on, get rid of the whole ship. Torpedo in the water. Origin, most likely one of these two lights. And unfortunately, about to collide with the retreating Mechamatic. Let's get you out of here. There you go, you're fine. You're fine. We're pushing right into the destroyers now. That's not a good idea. Main guns on that, secondary guns on that. Battleship, battlecruiser. We're fine. Their battleship is taking some fire now. Oh, we're running a little low. Okay. Is this thing armored? Yeah, main belt is armored and the armor quality is good, but the rest is basically a light cruiser. 1.9 inch. Not that impressive. The Impetuoso goes down. What's all this? Oh, that's their heavies. Oh boy, that's a lot of heavies. Giussano is down. There's the Insidioso. Yeah, so far these guys are not actually looking to launch yet. Though they do have that range. We're going to start turning to port. So that eventually we can link up with the battleships and prepare to deal with all those heavies. I'll plan ahead a bit with this group. You guys are retreating because you were on the run from torpedoes and you're engaging the DDs. Fine. Same plan. Turn towards the battleships. There's the retreating Mechamatic. Being screened. Holy crap, you guys are close. Demos has launched. Nanning has probably not launched because her torpedo launchers got destroyed. The battleship here is badly flooded and very seriously burning. She is suffering. Many bulkheads, spacious quarters. Her crew is definitely taking some hits, but the ship is fine. Damage control 100%. Oh, but that was good. 5,000 points of damage from the 12.9 on the Demos. Yeah, she should not be a threat for much longer. Has she done much damage with her 6-inchers? Nah, not really. State belt? Oh! They're sniping the mecha medic. They'll probably get her too. She's down to 3%. Oh! 0.0. Yeah, she's gone. But that came at the expense of their battleship. So, yeah, they paid for it. As for these, how are we looking here? This thing is getting awful close. It has either launched... No, ran out of torpedo. Yeah, it launched. It launched. Shit, turn the other way. I cannot push into a whole bunch of destroyers and heavy cruisers. That's a really bad idea. Giuseppe should be down. Primary guns on the Ardito, secondary guns on the Fulmine. Fulmin. Siquan over here. Engage the heavy cruisers. Good damage over there on the Etna. Etna has already launched against the King Eye. Which is over here. Yeah, we're definitely gonna have to turn. This is concerning. Extensive fire on the DD. They've definitely dished it out. 56,000 points of damage with 4 torpedoes that probably hit the mecha medic. 1. What? Who took the other torpedoes? You did. You took 1. Demos didn't take anything. Did they torp each other? No. That wouldn't count as a torpedo hit on their ships, on my ships. Curious. Thankfully, the Italians are all low fuel, but they still have torpedo range. 18 kilometers with 20-inch torpedoes targeting the battleship. The battleship, however, is not alone. Battle cruisers start turning around. Nanning, your speed's probably very limited, but we can still speed up a bit. This is a lot of heavy cruiser to take care of. A lot. And especially with relatively low ammunition counts, we're going to have to rely on armor piercing in order to pen. Oh, there's still a DD out there. Continue on your course change. You should be fine. Target this... destroyer? Yeah, it's a DD. Big DD. But it's a DD nonetheless. Okay, punch it. State belt, all back emergency. We're just going to reverse for a bit. Just slow the ship down. And make those torpedoes get completely fooled. Oh, we got a hit. Was that torpedo potentially meant for the battleship? Torpedo in the water? That's outbound. This is inbound. Inbound. Nanning. Split. Turn. Should be fine. You're engaging the Etna. State belt's fine. She's stationary. All stop. All stop. Good damage on the Etna. She's down to 33% structural. Still got a whole line of destroyers coming in here. Start eliminating these. With passion, please, because we need to get rid of them early. 6 kilometer range. We are way inside of the torpedo range. But, again, it's a formation issue. Okay, Siquan. You're engaging that destroyer. I think this could be a very serious portion of the Italian fleet right here. Considering their numbers, especially their heavy cruiser numbers, I think it's actually a very sizable portion. There's another torpedo. Okay, now we're going to speed back up. We've been stationary for a while. If they launched, the torpedoes are probably going to be arriving. Or at least they've been targeting at the stationary state belt. Put some pressure on the Fulminante. Main guns. Nobudachi. AP. Because these things do have armor, right? No, they don't. 0 armor on the superstructure. You should be ashamed of yourself, sir. Okay. Oh, and more DDs? Oh. Battle cruisers. My whole formation's turning into a bit of a mess. You get to join the battle cruiser. Shit, I joined the wrong one. Disengage from the Demos. You guys get to join the other one. The Nanning, yes. Nanning's now leading the division. And over here we got the Demos. Which can sort of get... Oh my god, you guys got way too close. Increase speed. Start turning away. Get rid of the Carabinieri. And the Corazzieri. You guys are really lucky that they're not launching torpedoes yet. I could have lost all of these ships here. Prematurely, dodge torpedoes. Okay, this thing's gonna be dead. Yeah, you're gone. Next, Corazzieri, secondaries on the Ponchieri. Oh boy. This is what happens when my fleet gets, well, let's say, kind of split up. I tend to lose track, especially as I'm also trying to run commentary on it. This thing ran out of ammo. You're targeting a battle cruiser. Which one? Engage this with the secondaries. Engage... I don't know, just engage this with all the guns. The Escado. State Belt, having done 132,000 points of damage. She's been very useful this battle. Very useful. There goes the Corazzieri, that's over here. Okay, so these cruisers, unless these DDs manage to get a snapshot off, should be fine. Oh, they did get a snapshot off. Josh, turn the other way. King Hyde, turn the other side. Turn to port. Okay, we're fine. If these would have been sneaky torps, like minus 65%, I would not have seen those. But thankfully... Well, they're only minus 45. And, well, they're not that big. They're only 19-inch. Again, that can work both ways. It can really help you because they're so small. It can also really work against you because they don't really carry a whole lot of punch. Good hit. Good hit. State belts. Ow, we took a torp. From a heavy cruiser, no less. Alright. Okay, I feel like we're definitely cleaning up the area now. Nanning, come back. Still got stuff to sink around here. This one. Secondaries on the other one. There. No torpedoes. There goes the Nicola. We'll get these Italians, but it's gonna come at a cost. Oh. Ooh. Thankfully their torpedo quality isn't that good yet, because that could have been a really bad hit. Destroyer eliminated. It's just a lot of heavy cruisers around. Thankfully most of them are badly wounded. Finish off the Gaeta. You can target the Palinuro. You're targeting Monarco. Yeah, okay. Fine, continue with that. Nanning. Engage the Indomito. If the Italians, after this fight, want to end the war, I am all for it. Oh, shit! That came out of nowhere. Ow. came out of nowhere? You're diff 3. No, diff 2. How about we get a little bit of revenge? Target this with your torpedo launchers. Josh. Target Serena. Obelix. Target Palinuro. Free to fire. We got Torp there. There's another torpedo probably coming in from a DD. I think the invasion of Venezuela is going to have to wait, because I'm going to need a lot more repairs on these ships before I try to push into another invasion position. Oh, shit. Was that your handiwork, Indomito? We just lost the main gun on the stern of the ship, so the King High only has frontal firepower. Problematic. You only got 1 torpedo left. And you launched, most likely. Come on, kill it. I really don't like the position of that destroyer. Did that just puke out a torpedo? No. It didn't. It didn't. Still, we're gonna have to change course. State belt. Wounded, but still fighting. Secondary guns on the DD. And try and sort of get a semblance of a battle line going. I'm going to push you out of this division and try to retreat. Leaving the Josh and the Obelix to continue the fight. Come on. Come on. Kill the Monarcho. Oh, shit. Yeah, okay, we're fine. Come on, finish her off. She doesn't have a whole lot of armor, and she doesn't have a whole lot of buoyancy. I see that as a great opportunity. That was a bonk of a torpedo launch, or torpedo impact. Yeah, they hit the state belt. Well, thankfully, they also hit the torpedo belt. She should be fine. She's flooding... Well, half the ship is flooding. That's not great. Uh-oh. Josh. Okay, you're fine. Where's that? Where's the other battle cruiser, come to think of it? Oh, hi. Well, you've definitely contributed. Nanning is badly wounded. I'm gonna pull her off the line. Fulminante, Monarcho down. We got the Guiscarlo, the Palinuro, and the wounded Serena. I think that's the last of them. Oh, no, there's one more. The Fernando. Okay. Couple more hits ought to do it. Now, this is starting to do a very, very long episode. So, just comment something like, I'm still here, if you are actually still watching this. Oh, King Eye, survive! Survived. On a slither of health. 1% structural integrity. Like, duct tape and prayers. That's what's keeping this thing together. Wishful thinking. Can you not torpedo my ships non-stop? That would be lovely. Nanning, try to fall back. There's only 3 of them left. No, still 4. Keep miscounting. Sequan, torpedo this guy. Most of their torpedo launches are reloading or out of order. Works for me. There goes Serena. Fernando has a bit of a watery issue. Guiscarlo has no conning tower. And no primary structure whatsoever. Palinuro is gone. Last one standing. Guiscardo. Come on. Work this guy over. 10%. 3% gone. Is that it? What? There's still a wounded DD back there. Okay, fine. No survivors. The Italian fleet is just gonna disappear in the Caribbean. And nobody will be any the wiser as to what exactly happened to them. All that was known is that these guys were sent out into the... were sent out and none of them came back. I lost one ship. They lost 31. I think that's an acceptable casualty rate. As expected, the Italians are reeling from this massive defeat, and I will graciously agree to a peace treaty. Because my ships, well, they need a bit of a breather. No. My shipyards are going to be a little busy fixing up every single ship I have. So, Italians, most likely out of the fight. The French, most likely out of the fight, at least when it comes to this area. They still have a couple of battleships, but they seem to be limping back home. And as for the rest, well, I'm trying to invade Venezuela, but with these ships so badly wounded, it might not happen anytime soon. You'll just have to join me in the next episode and see exactly how this is going to continue. Admiral's log. In the wake of a devastating defeat that left Italy's navy in shambles, the once proud maritime power has swiftly capitulated, suing for peace in a desperate bid to salvage what remains of their naval forces. With our own fleet already stretched thin from engagements with the Soviets and the French, the decision has been made to accept Italy's surrender. Though victory is ours, it does come at a cost. The toll of constant warfare, resources and manpower has left us with little choice but to prioritize our efforts against the most pressing threats that face us. While Italy's surrender may offer a brief respite, our gaze remains fixed on the challenges that lie ahead. As we navigate these tumultuous waters, I'm reminded of the importance of vigilance and resolve. We may have prevailed in this battle, but the wars are far from over. With each victory, we inch closer to our ultimate goal of securing our nation's sovereignty and asserting our dominance over the world. Hey guys, still here, and welcome to episode 28. Do you remember a few episodes ago I made the Don't Buy This class? Well, Indonesia is not paying attention, and they apparently have quite a bit of budget. So I am now building a destroyer for them. Normally, a destroyer would price like, what, maybe 300 million if you're building something really expensive? They're gonna be paying up 204 million in advance. And I'm gonna be getting a total profit on this thing of 1.5 billion. Yeah, that's an expensive DD. Would you agree? Why, yes, good sir. As I am getting tons and tons and tons of, well, invasions, like I am invading. Look at me, I am the invader now. I am currently working on Uruguay over here for the simple reason that it's the last remaining French territory here. And with this port already repeatedly struck, I don't need a lot of tonnage. So this thing should be done pretty quick. And once that's actually complete, I will have taken over all the former colonies that the various, let's say, colonial powers, France, Germany, used to have in South America. We still have northern Colombia, we still got Venezuela, and the invasion there failed because my fleet is currently licking their wounds over in Willemstad, over there in the Dutch Antilles, or well, what used to be the Dutch Antilles, I guess they're now the Chinese Antilles. This allowing repairs has also freed up quite a lot of shipbuilding capacity, and with that I'm finally able to start fielding a couple of upgrades. The Auras, for example, they're getting refit. The Nighthawk, I think, was last upgraded in 1929, so she has been very much deserving of an upgrade, especially with her performance. And the Mechamatic classes are now looking at their 5th refit. Some of these ships are around for about 17 years now, and with these things getting upgraded to Mark V guns, better longer barrels, better armor, they should be around for another, well, at least 10 years, I think. This immediately puts me over capacity, but I'm not really micromanaging it that much because I am building no ships. I'm just refitting. I got that one order for the Don't Buy This now. And we got one showboat and one State Bell 2 getting sold pretty quick. Once these are freed up, it's going to give me a massive influx in cash and save me about 210 million a month which is also quite valuable because I'm spending 500 million a month at the moment. With all of these various invasions that I've been doing, my attention is spread very, very thin. So my army logistics is only 7% because, well, the Chinese are everywhere. We're in South America, we're in North America, we're in Africa, in various locations in Africa, by the way. But as the army is trying to invade from Morocco to northern Algeria, you can see that, well, the losses are staggering. I've lost 78,000 men versus the French 9,500. My army logistics is horrible. So my plan this episode is to complete this naval invasion and then wrap up the war with the French. I'm not interested in going to town on them time and time again. I think I've hurt them enough for the time being. I want to spend a while recuperating, getting potentially some more... Oh, actually... getting some more ships built so that I'll be able to start getting that army percentage up. Because it's just not very high. Oh, this would be nice, taking over Thailand from the Russians. That naval invasion, or rather the land invasions, I still consider a bit more of a threat than an asset. Because if my naval invasion doesn't fall, or doesn't go through, I don't actually lose any points. The French don't gain any points. If a land invasion doesn't go through, well then you're pretty much cooked, because then the enemy gets a whole lot of victory points. And that's a mechanic I would like to see changed. I would like to see that if a land invasion doesn't go through, well, there's not really any harm, any foul, especially because as a player you can't really influence it. But then again, yeah, if there is no penalty for a land invasion, then you might also argue that it's always to your advantage to try a land invasion. Even if you're outnumbered, I don't know, 50 to 1, it would be interesting to try a land invasion. Of course, that's not quite the way that this is going to go. No, you're not getting E46 class. As for the European powers, let's have another look at the politics screen. The French are crashing. They're still shrinking by 10% per year. Their economy has grown only to 643 billion. Austria-Hungary also not doing that well. At least they're not at war with anybody. As for the Spanish, they are growing, but their economy is only 121 billion, with 28 active ships. The Soviets, 62 billion, and they are crashing. If I am just able to keep up this war, maybe they will completely crash, because there's not that much left to take away. They still have quite a few ships out in the Caribbean here. This is where 2 of their battleships and 3 of their battle cruisers are. That's a lot of tonnage. That's 400,000 tons of warships sitting just off the coast of San Juan over there. Thankfully, they haven't actually interfered with any of my operations yet, but it does mean that my ships are currently kind of bottled up over here in Willemstad because I can't leave. I don't have the firepower. What I can try and do is pull some ships over from Buenaventura, which is where the modernized Enigma Hun is. And I think... Oh, Scheffler also needs an upgrade, but she was getting repaired. Yeah. Let's push 2 ships over to Willemstad in case the Soviets make a move on it. There's another Enigma Hun class for shield bearer. Let's push her over to Willemstad. So that's a bit of force projection over there. And hopefully we're not going to actually meet the Russians, because I don't have the firepower to deal with any of them. Well, I'll take a bunch of them down, but not nearly enough. As for the rest of the powers, of course Germany still reigns supreme. 3 trillion economy. Like, it's absolutely bananas. But the Italians are also doing very well. 1.2 trillion with an active fleet of 63 ships, very advanced technology. And, well, they can be a threat. They can be a threat. If their economy is this big and they keep that growth up, they'll be able to probably get a whole lot of ships out there. And with their advanced technology, that could be a threat. Cha-ching! Greece would like to buy 3 of the Don't Buy This class destroyers for a total of $3.5 billion in profit. I might be a little stretched with shipbuilding capacity, but that should be fine. Australia wants to buy a Chengdu. Look at that. That's not nearly as profitable. After 21 months, my profit is going to be 500 million. Whereas after 8 months with the destroyers, it's 3.5 billion. So no, they're not getting that. Malaya has been conquered by the Chinese. I have gained control over Uruguay, and they have gained control over Puerto Rico. That's interesting. So now the Soviets have a port in the Caribbean. That's why that fleet was out there. That's a very, very nice port to have. It's unfortunately it's bordering my positions. This is also where the State Belt has retreated to with still 16% damage. So, yeah. What are we going to do about the Soviets? How's our own land invasion going in, what was it, Kyrgyzstan? Yeah. 98%, 87. So we got that. Over here we got 81. Over here we got 43 only. It's not as much as I was hoping for. I thought we were doing another one somewhere. Oh yeah, Malaya, but that's been completed. Right, so I think we can give the French a breather. I don't really want them to fall, because if they fall, it is entirely likely that Germany is going to scoop up everything, much like what they did with the British. And then, well, I mean, they're already pretty unstoppable with that massive economy of theirs, but it's going to get worse. Now, as the naval conflict is winding down a bit, I get the opportunity to refit some of my ships. Starting with the Chengdu. The Chengdu was introduced in 1931. The designs actually, of course, got completed in 1933. So these ships are a few years old, but technology has advanced quickly in that period. These are relatively small battle cruisers, only displacing 21,000 tons, which is just a bit bigger than than a heavy cruiser. Yet their armor is only Krupp 3, when I now have access to Modern 1. Barbettes is only Barbette 3, but I think I can live with that because their flash fire chance is 0.8, so that's fine. The problem is, however, these quintuple launchers don't fit anymore. The guns are fine, but at 12.9s they were designed to deal with heavy cruisers. I think that, however, is still valid, because while they're only 12.9s, they do fire pretty quick at 38.9 seconds. And if I were to change them out for... Oh, actually, I can't change them to 13-inch guns because this ship can't handle it. Never mind, I can't change them out. This secondary gun is an 8-inch 39 caliber, which fires every 13 seconds. And the torpedo launchers, well, we're going to have to look into those because at the moment they don't fit too well. Sometimes maybe the barbette has grown, or... There we go, now they fit again. As for their speed, their 28 knots is fine. They're able to keep up with most heavy cruisers, not quite intercept them. A torpedo caliber 21 inches is fine. They have a Quinton's rangefinder, but they're going to get a tier 2 radar rangefinder with them. As for their propellant, TNT-4 is fine, but they're going to get upgraded to triple base. Reload and turret rotation can get a slight upgrade. And as for the rest, I think the ship is pretty okay. We're going to give her a bit more armor, seeing as the ship can now handle that. And maybe like a knot more speed. Can we do 29 knots? No, it's a bit much. I'd rather have a touch more armor on her. 5-inch main deck. 3-inch fore, 3-inch aft. We're just slightly over. There. Reduce superstructure armor a bit and we're fine. 3 months is all it takes to refit these ships. And I think that, considering the enemy's tendencies to have lots of heavy cruisers, this should be fine. So that's the Chengdu upgraded. Well, at least the design. Oh, one thing I didn't look into is what sort of tower it has. Because the towers sometimes get unlocked. Yeah, it has a modern tower 2 medium. I think we have a more modern version than that. Let me check. What tower do we have? No. Modern Tower 2. The advanced, mini advanced Tower 4 or 5. 38 long range accuracy. 44 long range accuracy. No, that's fine. I don't need to upgrade the ship any further. Now, what other ships need attention? Because I saw that the Chengdus never actually got that refit. So that's why they got the attention. The Jilins from 1929. Well, these ships are relatively old, being actually launched in the 1920s. So they're now about 20 years old, but the refit is 11 years old. We have one from 1933, And I think after that, I haven't actually really sent these ships home ever to get refit. So let's have a look at the Jilin and see if I can still make this thing feasible. The hull, I actually quite like. It's a pretty straightforward hull. There's not a whole lot that can go wrong with it. Secondary firepower is relatively light, just being 5-inch guns. And I don't believe that they have any kind of torpedo armament. So if they encounter something bigger than a cruiser, they're going to be in a world of hurt. Okay, let's see. Crip armor 4, it's not bad. As for the engines, in case you're about to comment on that, I have the gear turbines too. And with that, the ship cost me about 150 million. If I go diesel, it's going to be 239 million. So it's a lot more expensive, and I'm not eager to get that upgrade. So that's why I stick with the gear turbines, because for what I need the ship to do, it's perfectly fine. Let's get the electro-hydraulic turrets set up. Yes. Radar rangefinder 2. Yes. They do have torpedo launchers. Must be underwaters. Yeah, underwater torpedo launchers. Okay, that's fine. As for these guns, these are now the Mark 5 9-inchers. Is it possible to install some casemates? Some of these slots? Because we still have some displacement left. And if I supersize these 2-inchers, so let's say make them 2.9 inch with long barrels, that would help in their defense against destroyers. Of course, a destroyer getting to 10 kilometers is already dangerous, but, well, it happens. So that was the Jilin class. Let's see what else we have in the fleet. We got the Mechamatic 2 flights. While they are newer cruisers of the second tier, shall we say, these two are getting slightly older, but not necessarily as old as the base Mechamatic. So let's have a look at those. The last upgrade I got for those is 1933, so let's refit these as well. Let's see. Does the ship even need attention? She's already got the Mark 5s installed, I think. Let's give her the radar rangefinder. Stereoscopic is fine. Turret rotation speed is fine. Loaders are fine. Better tipple base. Yeah. Like, even though I researched some new tech, I'm not sure there's that much to go around. Let's give them more belt armor. As for these secondaries, I'm going to increase the barrel length, making these things additional range. And with that, they should be able to start eliminating destroyers potentially before they get into range, although it's going to be a little challenging. Can I install like a 4-inch? Yeah, but it won't turn very well. Is it possible to set up a barbette? Like a tiny one? No. Are these ships sleek? They're not sleek. Even the tiny barbettes won't work. I can make the ship wider, but that would kind of start ruining my engine efficiency. So I'm thinking there's not that much more that I can do. Maybe a short gun for barbette here? Giving me another 5-incher. One that can cover quite a lot of the ship. Yeah, I think this is a useful addition. Maybe another one over there. There we go. Will this turn, however? I mean, supposedly this won't turn either, but the game seems to think that they can. Hold on. We got a discrepancy in the displacement now. Oh, that's this gun. There. Come on. Sit over there. There you go. Okay. 60 tons. Conning tower time. Wow. It's a licensed sleek conning tower. We've got modern tower 1. We can install modern tower 2 for additional accuracy. Let's see. Is that worth my time? Oh, that also deleted the secondary tower. Put this here. Put this farther forward. Make that a 360. This is not going to fit anymore. I have lost all my funnels. Maybe look into that. Ship's now overweight. Yeah, makes sense. I have now put on a bit too much for this ship to carry. I'm going to put the 5-inchers in front here so that they'll be able to engage targets at the front. I think putting this far forward is costing me additional displacement because I'm making my citadel bigger, but just being able to have this thing freely spin is valuable. This one can also freely spin, and I do want to keep the torpedo launchers. If I remove this, that's about... That might be the weight that I need. Yeah, we're now 65 tons over. Giving these diesels, we're going from 328 to 700 million. See, this is why I don't get these upgrades. Wait, and now we're fine? Huh? What? How? The ship didn't used to have 2 funnels. I can give him another funnel. Give him more engine efficiency. Yeah. What if I go to a turbo-electric drive? Because we're looking at 323, 374. This would give me additional maneuverability. Right? Acceleration is supposedly 7 knots per second. Now it's only 4. Yeah, I'll just install the turbo-electric. I think that's a useful upgrade. And as for the balanced rudder, let's give him an unbalanced rudder to dodge torpedoes quicker. And upgrade this to electro-hydraulic steering. Okay, fine, electric steering. Giving me pretty good turning circles and pretty good turning rates. Unfortunately, being a heavy cruiser, no ability to install any hydrophones. So we'll just have to, well, continuously zigzag. And if there's a torpedo, slam on the brakes. Okay, Mechamedic 049, 1940 class. Back to the fleet screen. What else do we have? Because we definitely have some old ships. Oh! The Jingwan and the Heizhang are still base 1949, or Medic class. Oh, boy. We also got a Zhejiang from 1921. I really have upgraded that thing before, right? Sort by name. Yeah, and 1927. Ooh, okay. Get with the times, Zhejiang. Get with the times. This ship. Crypt 3 armor. Nope, modern armor. Look at that. This thing is sporting 10-inch guns, but it's only costing me 73 million. Yeah, if I can keep these things around, I think that'd be fantastic. Give him a radar rangefinder. Give him a stereoscopic rangefinder. What do we got? Modern tower. It's not even modern tower. It's front tower 8. Yeah, that's the that's the most modern version we got. TNT, completely outdated now. What else can I get? They're slow. If I want to make them 24 knots, I can. If I give them diesels, they're going to be able to do that pretty reliably. Their engine efficiency is awful, though. I'd have to install a lot of funnels to keep these engines breathing. This is small funnel 3. If I give them this dual funnel and remove that secondary, we got a decent engine efficiency now. Can I make them 25 knots, or is that pushing this hull? No. 26 knots. Yeah, engine efficiency is suffering again. Okay. Squeeze another funnel in there somewhere. Come on. Oh, these can be side mounts. This thing is nothing but funnels. Just to make sure that it can push these 8 inches through the water at any decent speed. The centerline guns can go up to 11-inch guns. Really? This weighs 358 tons. Installing a quadruple 11-inch is going to weigh 1,200 tons. So that'll never fit. You know, the joke is that this is a battleship. Right? This thing is a battleship. With 10-inch guns. My battle cruisers are sporting bigger guns than that. If I give this thing 9-inchers, it's it's an inflated heavy cruiser. I'm not really sure what to do with this ship. Because I know that these 10-inchers are really good. Can I Can I give him like sniper barrels? Like really long barrels? Yeah. We can fire out to 33 kilometers with armor piercing. I'd say at 15 kilometers, this thing starts getting deadly. Unfortunately, it's a bit heavy, which probably has to do with all that speed that I put on. There. As for these secondaries, let's also give them more range, because while this thing might have armor, I think my heavy cruisers are superseding it seriously when it comes to their firepower. 20% longer barrels makes them, unfortunately, unable to fit. I cannot upgrade those that much. Can we get 5%? Nope. Too big. Oh, come on. Even at 0% now you won't fit? These things are really picky. Okay, we're going to have to stick with that -2% or they simply won't fit on the ship anymore. Is it possible to mount a secondary gun atop the primary? No. So if anything manages to slip by these 8-inch guns or their 10-inch guns, this thing is toast. It has no smaller firepower. Nothing. So that means additional armor, I guess. 8-inch, 8-inch. 12-inch might be a bit of a stretch. 10-inch? Wow. I think this was my first battleship. Zhejiang's? Yeah. Because I would not put that 5-incher, or whatever it was, down in the middle. Interesting to keep these things around as long as they are. I think it's nice to have these, well, let's say museum-esque ships around. Now, I do have to correct this. This is not a battleship. It's a medium cruiser from 1910. Oh, sorry, 1920. But the hull is completely obsolete. And I cannot build any new ones, but I can keep the ones that I have around. So for a medium cruiser, yeah, this level of firepower makes a whole lot more sense. Now, after all this refitting, it's time for some fighting. The Russian ships are still around in the Mediterranean, not in the Mediterranean, in the Caribbean. And we have 3 cruisers of theirs, 2 heavies, 1 light, surfacing around my area. It's bound to happen at some point, because they just took over Puerto Rico. So, we have the Azia, the Africa, and the Kagul. This is a 10-gun 6.2. This is a, oh my god, a double 7.5-inch, and this is 8 10.5. So this is more serious, but the cruiser itself is really cheap at 120 million. The Africa is far cheaper, and then their light cruiser is actually the more expensive of the bunch. My ship's going to be led by the Kahar, a already upgraded 1940 Mechanic. We have the Siquan, a 1940 version, and the Heizhou, which is ancient. This thing is from 1920, and she only carries a couple of 4-inch guns and torpedo launchers. This thing was designed, I think, to hunt down destroyers. So, yeah. Well, she might be able to torpedo the heavy cruisers, if they're not that heavily escorted by their own light, capable of detecting the torps. Shots fired. Siquan opening up, along with her sister, the Kahar, at a pretty good range, because these guns can now hit about 25 kilometers out, depending on what type of shell you put into them. As for these Russian ships, I don't think that they have anywhere near that range, because these are museum pieces. 7.5-inch guns, with a few casemates to back it up. I mean, it's 28 3.5-inch. My destroyer and my light cruiser might not like the attention, but, well, we'll just run rings around these ships. Their range is 9.7 on the torpedoes, and we have 6.6-inch guns as well. Oh, this is the other guy. We got 10.5s, which can only fire to 12 kilometers. Like, they're really old ships. What type of tier guns you got? Mark 4? And you got Mark 3. Alright. Hey, Zhao, I want you to engage this target right here. And you guys are just... Well, you are also going to focus on that light cruiser, because that thing is capable of sporting torpedo launchers. Though it doesn't actually seem to have any deck-mounted ones. This is the one with the 6-inch guns. And armor, apparently, because I'm ricocheting right off of the ship. Interesting. Oh, not all of it, though. Not all of it. Let's have the Heizhou smoke itself up. And at this range, 9 kilometers out, we might be able to send some torpedoes. Oh, soonish. Soon we'll be able to send the torpedoes. This light cruiser might have torpedoed the Heizhou, though. With side mounts. Let's push into the cruiser. Gone. Notification is forthcoming. Did not have any torpedo launchers. Alright. Not a threat. Well, not as big as I thought. Torpedo away. And you guys are also allowed to just torpedo away. With the Sequan torpedoing the second target. I don't think that these museum ships are going to be much use for the Russians. Because my 9-inchers are just tearing them to bits. This is going to be a very, very short battle. Oh! That was a very, very clear torpedo launch. Mark II torpedoes. Mark II? What we got? Mark IV. Yeah, so that torpedo attracted all sorts of attention. My own torpedoes completely missed, but, well, just of no consequence. That's actually the first skirmish that I've had with the Russians, which is surprising because this war has been going on for many months. But neither of us was actually out there to go after the other party. So we were just kind of dancing around in the Caribbean. They taking over some territory, I taking over some territory, and, well, I guess at some point they sent out some museum ships, and maybe it's just a probing force. I kind of hope that it is. I kind of hope that the Russian fleet, well, the rest of them, the battle cruisers, the battleships, are a bit more advanced. The Russians are definitely starting to, well, I'm not going to say put missiles on Cuba, but they're definitely bringing something over to San Juan. And the Obelisk Patowski and the Shandong are there to stop it. So they're going to have to take out the Ivan Gorod, the Abrek, and one of their destroyers. Let's see if these things are as old before we take out the transports. Here's another one of the museum boats. 10-inch guns, dual barrel. We have another one of those light cruisers and a destroyer. It seems like they've kind of relegated all of their escorting duties to these cheaper ships. I mean, the older ships, that is. The only, I think, relatively modern ship is this one, because this is a fairly modern hull. It's carrying a couple of torpedo launchers on the stern and some really small 4.6ers on, well, the bow, and somewhere amidships. So these guys are going to have to defeat my cruisers. Yeah, sorry gents, but I don't see it happening. Shandong and Obelisk Patowski, these things have seen a lot of conflict. I believe the Obelix is... yeah, they're both Mechamatic class. Which is just a really reliable class of ship. These things have done a lot of work. And I believe at their 33 knots they're slightly faster than they used to be. Making them even more deadly. Because now they not only can dodge more easily, but they can also determine what side of the engagement they want to be on. Do they want to split themselves up? Do we want to intercept a ship that's running away? We have a lot of options now. As opposed to this DD, which only has water on the inside. I do fear that this campaign is becoming a bit too easy. World domination is fun, but only if you get some sort of pushback, which I'm not really getting. So I might be wrapping it up at, let's say, episode 30, maybe episode 32. Let me know what you guys think about the campaign so far and what your thoughts are on how to make it more challenging. I can engage Germany if I so desire, because, well, I have the firepower to do just that. But overall, I'm not sure if picking a fight with the Germans is really going to make for an interesting fight. Because while the Germans might have a lot of ships, I'm not convinced that they're very advanced. Of course, there's really only one way to find out. Anyway, the German ships here, sorry, the Russian ships here are already succumbing to the wounds. Flooding, fire damage. These light cruisers have no business being here. I mean, it's very brave of these ships to engage my cruiser, but it's only going to really end one way. As for their heavy cruiser, it is finally in range by now. So it is capable of shooting back. But, well, good luck stopping these shells, because these things stop for very few things, let alone the armor on a heavy cruiser. I say that and instantly get my shells blocked. Go to HE. Parcel pens. Parcel pens. Couple of fires. It's not bad. Cadets. Yeah, I really hope that, let's say lore-wise, their more advanced ships are crewed by veterans. Oh, this thing is very well protected. Very well protected indeed. And it can launch a torpedo, surprise. Are these Mark IIs again? Yeah, so I'll see that launch long before it becomes a threat. Oh, never mind. That works. Flooding. Engine damaged. Ship's toast. Alright, boys. We got one limping destroyer. And for the rest, it's enjoy your stay with the transports. A little bit of a transport beatdown. These transports are packing. They're bringing 4.7-inch guns, which... are they more modern than the DD? No, the DD also got the 5-inch. Those are the Mark 5s. Would have been funny if the destroyers had worse armaments. Well, caliber-wise, they do, right? 4.6-inch gun on the destroyer, 4.7-inch on the transports. Shame that they can't use them. They don't have a rangefinder of any kind. Yeah. I kind of feel bad for these guys, but this is the way it's gonna go. So, the Russians showed up, but I'm not even sure if they did any kind of damage. No, my ships took 0 damage in that encounter. It is really, really unfortunate. I was hoping that the AI would put more fight, but okay. The Russians also have another convoy out here, and this one is apparently very important to them because it's defended by a battleship and a battlecruiser. The battlecruiser with the 17-inch guns we've seen before. And I'm very concerned for the Imperator Alexander. It's a 1921 ship. It's slow at 14 knots, but it is packing 8 13-inch guns. I'm afraid those 13-inch guns are Mark 1 or Mark 2 at best. So the whole Russian fleet, well, maybe much like their modern counterparts, is proving to be a serious pushover. They have no firepower. The whole thing's not getting upgraded. And, well, they are absolutely no threat. This is the Russian battleship. Much to my surprise, it actually carries tier 3 guns. 3rd grade guns. So that means that they actually have some level of firepower. And, well, considering that I have cruisers, mostly, that could be a threat. These 17-inch guns can also be a threat, but their placement is peculiar. They have no forward firepower. Everything is amidships and then something on the stern. But this being Dreadnoughts, it's possible that this thing fires right over the main tower. That would be funny. Over here, we have a destroyer. Relatively old, but with those torpedo launchers, all 15 of them can be a threat. Range of the torpedoes, only 7 kilometers. So, not that big of a threat. Now, Nanning is rushing in at 27 knots, but the heavy cruisers are coming in at 33 and 34. Actually, well, some of them are doing 34 knots. Let's eliminate the DD first, before we take shots at anything else. So I don't want this thing suddenly ramping up speed and rushing my heavy cruisers with a torpedo launch of 15. As much as my heavy cruisers have maneuverability, I'm not interested in testing that maneuverability. Now, as for this battle cruiser, it sports 17-inch guns, but they're Mark 1. That is pretty shit. Let's not taunt this battleship too much. Get the torpedo launchers ready. Target this. Unfortunately, that destroyer might have something to say to the battleship about a potential torpedo launch from my ships. Because as dead as this thing is, it can still detect. Which is a weird mechanic, and I don't really like it, but it's something we have to work with. The battleship is really slow. Something is doing 14 knots. Like, maybe a coastal battleship, but not something out here to defend a convoy. Like, your protectees are faster than your escort. It's that bad. You are targeting the battleship, but seemingly not getting much done. Dud? Oh, we got one good hit on him. We're getting a ship with many bulkheads with cramped crew quarters, cadets. They've only lost 27% of their crew. Well, at least they got some armor on there. That's nice. And the battle cruiser. Not terribly impressed. They got a they got a 3-minute reload. Oh god. Whoops. And then I got torpedoed. Yeah, I completely deserved that. Respect your enemy. Disrespect your enemy at your peril. Well, this was my peril. I disrespected that battleship. And the battleship said, well, son, that's your mistake. And they were completely validated in doing so. Can we actually pen this? We should be able to. 2.5 kilometers out, I can pen 16 inches of armor. It's not the main belt, but the sides, bow and stern, should be good to go. There we go. That battle cruiser is already limping away. And tell me, good sir, what happened to your turret? Yeah, your turret flashed off the ship, leaving you with a couple of 8-inch guns. And some 7.8 casements. Yeah, so you're not a threat. And that's just disregarding the fact that you're already flooded. And that you're crewed by cadets. How does the AI fly this much off the handle? I just don't really understand it. It's like early game, they are pretty big of a threat. And then late game, they become a complete and utter pushover. They just don't upgrade their ships. I don't quite get it. They do seem to build a lot of new ships, though. But because they don't scrap their old ships as much as they arguably should, they find, well, most of their old ships in the front line, and maybe the occasional... Really? Maybe the occasional riskier maneuvers with the bigger, more modern ships. I know Germany has a lot of modern ships, so maybe I should poke them and just see what exactly comes out of that fleet once you start stirring the pot. I want the battle cruiser to chase this thing down. While we... Well, we can still harass it with our 9-inchers. But I'd much rather just get rid of some of the other things here. This is when I'm kind of missing 2-inch guns. I mean, it would be nice to have those. But the 5-inchers, like 3 or 4 shots, and it's bye-bye to the transport. Kursk is down to 42% structural, 59% buoyancy, probably 15 knots. Yeah, 17 knots. Not that good. Gelenjik sinks to casualties? They surrender. Gungut. This is completely unfair, but then again, that's always the case with transport killing. Not a whole lot that they can do. Unless you're maybe facing a destroyer. Extensive fire. This complete target practice. Are they actually doing anything? Yeah, they got a 3-incher doing something. They're trying to add some damage. They're actually dealing damage. Which is more than 17-inch guns can say. Boom. Okay. Convoy eliminated. Are we gonna take out this battle cruiser or what? Maybe. Maybe I need to help him out along with the heavies. After a long and for the French pretty grueling war, there is finally peace. Let's see exactly what they are willing to pay. They're willing to give me Corsica. No, thank you. French Polynesia. I can take quite a bit off their hands. Mauritania might be nice, because it's already bordering one of my territories. Southern Algeria puts me in the Mediterranean, which is not where I want to be. Tripolitana, Tunisia, it's all the same. I don't want to be in that area. I can take another 1.7 billion off their hands if I so desire, but I already got 23 billion in the bank. I don't want to stretch my already stretched navy too much more. So I'll just go along with this and take another bunch of money. Thailand by the Soviets has been conquered by me. Very good. Gives them one less area to put forces in. Oh, I should have taken some of the areas here. Crap. Oh, never mind. They were too expensive. Probably. Anyway, that concludes the war with the French. The French are definitely going to be reeling from that one. As for the Russians, yeah, they're still well on track to collapse, so maybe I should just let them do that. Anyway, that will conclude this episode. Thank you for watching it. I hope you enjoyed, and as I mentioned, I might be wrapping up the series fairly soon, because I've taken over tons and tons and tons of territory, but I'm finding no meaningful resistance anywhere. Admiral's Log. As the dust settles on yet another hard-fought victory, the French have been dealt a decisive blow. Their once mighty navy has now been vanquished by the relentless strength of the dragon. With their defeat, we have achieved a significant milestone in our campaign, one that has far-reaching implications for the balance of power. During the course of the war, the Chinese Navy has successfully seized control of all former colonies in South America, leaving only neutral nations and Chinese territories in its wake. This strategic conquest has transformed the continent into a valuable asset, rich in natural resources that can fuel our navy for decades to come. The acquisition of these territories represents a significant achievement for our nation, one that will bolster our strength and influence on the global stage. With control over these vital resources, we now possess the means to sustain our naval operations and secure our dominance over the seas for generations to come. Hey guys, Stealth here and welcome to episode 29. Do you remember that one nation that I was not too eager to go to war with? Germany? Well, here we are. War erupted between the Chinese Empire and Germany. So soon we'll have a visit from the very, very sizable German fleet. This is going to be a bit of a surprise visit because I wasn't actually expecting the Germans. And they're also going to the Caribbean. We got another one going to the Caribbean. Yeah, the Caribbean is a very, very favorable vacation spot this time of year. And here I was just building my economy, at peace with France, at peace with the Soviets, and along come the Germans. Fine. What should I welcome soon? 26 battleships. Okay. 2 battlecruisers, 45 heavy, 60 lights, and 75 destroyers for a total of 208 ships. Right. The Chinese Navy. Normally I'm all the way down here, but I'm actually not that far down on the list. I only have 68, so we have about a third. Battleships, only 6. 6 battlecruisers, 40 heavy, so we're pretty even there. 2 light cruisers versus 60 and 14 DDs versus 75. Their navy is about 3.5 times my tonnage. Their army logistics is 100% versus 14. So I am very happy that I don't at least border them here in Europe, but I do border them here. And this means we're probably going to be seeing quite a few land invasions, which, considering their firepower on land, 100% naval or army logistics, is going to go very well for them. So I need to rush in here and start conquering these pieces of land before Germany turns around and starts hitting me with all those battleships, which is exactly what they're about to do. There's 2 battleships and a cruiser there. 1 battleship there. There's 3 battleships there. There's another battleship there. It's going to be battleship capital over here. Now, one of the things that you can do in a situation such as this is go where the enemy isn't, which is over here. I have some ships still at home, and the Germans still have German New Guinea, which is worth $14 billion. That is one of the... Look at that, 8 billion there. They have been cranking up the economy there like there's absolutely no tomorrow. They also have the ports to back it up. So invading these places is going to require a sizable investment of ships. Now, I do have my fleet somewhat spread out. Let's see what general area they're in. Most of them are in the North Atlantic, in Santa Cruz. And all of these ships have been set to limited. So that is a bit unfortunate, because this, as I mentioned, has caused my ships to be a little bit caught off guard. Thankfully, I don't believe it's going to impact crew training too much. We got veteran crews in there. Regular crews, veterans, regulars, veterans. It's fine. All right, South Pacific. That's where I'm looking. We've got a modernized Gillen. For those of you who've been around, that's a very old ship. Between these, we're not really going to be getting anywhere to the tonnage that I require. Thankfully, I am building a new battleship. Or so I believe, yeah. The V Scalom is coming off in 3 months. And I'm going to set that thing up, let's say, to spawn in... Yeah, we're going to put it in Formosa. Keelung. I also have the Meiji coming out in another 3 months. That's another cursed fish, so these guys are going to be working together. This is going to be important, because this gives me at least about 40,000 tons per. And that is very significant, because with 40,000 tons per and just having these things work together with a couple of cruisers, I can get up to that critical mass of invasion. As for the rest of my ships, I'm building a couple of new heavy cruisers of the Mechamatic 3 flight. And ideally, these are going to be out pretty soon, but it might take a little bit of time. 13 months. I mean, it's possible that these guys will see the war, but I'm not 100%. As for the rest, Gosrith is refitting. The rest of the battleships is more important. I have one Enigma Hunt that's not refit yet. I have a State Belts from 1940, another from 1940, so these guys have all been refit. The Chengdus have been refit. 2 of them have not. That's a priority right now. One Enigma Hunt still has to get refit, and 2 Chengdus. Commander Valkyrie and Blade Master, let's get you guys refit. We still got displacement left, but not a whole lot. I'm going to save a little bit of space in case we need to get some ships repaired. So for now, we're going to start combining a fleet in the, let's say, Southeast Asian theater. And make sure that we get at least some critical mass. Like maybe we can start taking over the Marianas, because support of Saipan is rather small. At the same time, I need to be defending, well, everywhere. I have so many different ports, and they all want to have at least some merchantmen flying around, well, sailing around, which means we're going to have to do a bunch of escorting of a whole lot of ships. That's going to be a bit of a problem. Now, I'm trying to flood this port with DDs, which is going to work about as well as you might expect for tonnage. This is 1,700 tons. We're going to need something a little bigger than a DD. Some of you have suggested that I go on a DD building spree, and with that be able to start fielding a whole lot of ships everywhere. Considering what I'm currently facing and the staying power that a destroyer has, I am not entirely convinced that that's the right idea. Because a DD is simply swept aside very quickly. And while it might be able to operate in a lot of different territories and get there fairly quickly because of their high cruising speed, I don't find that to be, let's say, a sufficient redeeming factor to have these guys out here. Yeah, I don't have enough ships here. Do we have ships in Pearl? No. Napari has 1 cruiser defending basically the whole South Pacific, which I want to keep. Because the Germans also have ships here. Well, they got a port here. But they have no ships here. Port of Apia. That's Western Samoa. That's theirs. Okay. This is neutral. I do believe I have... Yeah, I can have another heavy cruiser over here, but I kind of want to have that defend Western South America. But I don't strictly need Western South America defended by a battleship. Which apparently I do have. Might be the veteran gamer over there. Oh, I got that name in twice. Okay. Yeah. We're going to send that state belt over here to help out with the invasions. You're going to get a DD, and I'm going to keep one cruiser down in South America. Because this can take a little bit of hostility from the Germans. And apparently they have a port. Oh. So they do. Look at the Falkland Islands, which is not very valuable, but it can interrupt and be interrupted when it comes to their economy. As for West Africa, this is going to be a complete mess. The French are not at war with them yet, but they can harass my shipping, I guess, over here. They got power projection there too. This is going to be a rough war. A really rough war. Is it possible for me to invade here? Not with a 517,000 port over there of Rosith. Sorry, Rosith. And Scapa Flow. 700,000. This is never going to work. Okay, let's see what the German opening moves are going to be. Where can we expect these ships? And why are we fighting in the Caribbean? Looks like another player is now eager to join. Well, fine. The United States is threatening that they'll declare war. What are you going to do with your 2 rowboats and half of a cruiser? I am not going to bow down to the Americans. Oh, interesting. The French are now at war with Germany. I'm at war with the US. This is going to be fun. Okay, let's have the Shandong versus the Palau and the DD V170. Fairly expensive DD, 65 million. Armaments doesn't seem that bad or that good. This thing, 500 million. Armed with a couple of 7-inchers. Shouldn't be too hard. And if I can just get a couple of victories here, that'd be nice. A couple of early victory points. Not everything has to be a massive battle with battleships sailing back and forth. Sometimes all you need is one good cruiser. Now, unfortunately, as it turns out, these cowardly Germans don't want to fight the Shandong. They're moving about 60 kilometers away, and they're still heading away from the Shandong. So I'm pretty much waiting for the timer, there we go, to end out. I'm not sure exactly what these guys were angling at, but just being 1 knot faster than my heavy cruiser means we will never catch up to them. So that's a bit of a non-starter for the Germans, and for myself. On to this then. Scheffler Gaming coming in at 87,000 tons against the Von der Tann, 93,500 tons. She's a big girl of the Bayern class. The ship seems to be a serious threat. Coming in at 8 17.2-inch guns, we are definitely getting into, let's say, more super battleship technology. These things are not that fast, but for a battleship, 31.6 knots is very respectable, especially at that tonnage. Coming in with a couple of 8.3s as secondaries. That is 1 quadruple and 6 doubles. It's a lot of firepower. They also have 3.7s for shorter range defense and a couple of underwater torpedo launchers. The Stuttgart and Regensburg are V111 class light cruisers. One of an unknown era and the other one from 1941. So this year. Let's see if the Scheffler Gaming with her 916s can best this threat. If not, that is going to be a serious problem. That's actually something I'm looking for. Here's the German battleship. She is a beauty. ABCX format, which is fairly rare. I don't see those that often. You can see the quadruple 8-incher on the stern, and these are the 8-inch dual barrels set up along the sides. Classic German design, if it wasn't for the fact that they put this weird little casemate here, as opposed to using that, I'd say, slot for the guns over there. Light cruisers then. Lots of torpedo launchers on the bow. No torpedo launchers on the stern, and armed with a couple of single 7-inch barrels. I'm not that concerned about this particular ship, but I'm not sure if that's warranted. Yeah, 10-kilometer range. As for that battleship, they have tier 3 17-inchers, which can probably hit you from the moon. Yeah, 29 clicks out. But so can I. I can hit you out at 50 kilometers. Because I have long barrels on the 16s. Also gives me a long reload. 60 seconds, but I'm not that concerned about that. Now, as long as these guys are this far away, 35 kilometers, I'm not that concerned. It means I can just casually, well, sit here and wait for my battleship to inflict a couple of hits. As for muzzle velocity, it's really high. Means that the chance for deck pins is not that good. Why are we targeting... Oh, that's why we're targeting a cruiser. Alright, fair enough. Knocked out their conning tower while we're at it. I want the Siquan and the King Eye not to get into range of the battleship. My battleship is also inside of their range. We're 26 clicks out. At that range, I can pen about an inch of deck armor with HE. So we're going AP. Giving me about 4 inches. Maybe I can go through a deck. Or, ideally, turret roof. You can knock out a 17-inch turret. You're in for quite the explosive effect. Oh, blocked it. Blocked it. Alright. I wonder what their reload's going to be. It's probably pretty serious. For now, they seem to be very interested in taking down my cruisers. I'm not that eager to have my cruisers approach that battleship of theirs. Because that's quite a lot of 8-inch firepower. Ranging out to 16 clicks, and if I want to torpedo it, I'm going to need to get to 13. Not ideal. Range 16 kilometers. We're definitely getting more accurate. But so are they. Yeah, we're getting partial pens. Let's start heading away. Insofar as the Scheffler Gaming is interested at all listening to her rudder. I mean, she's a really big girl. Bonk. Everything's getting blocked. I think this is a serious threat. Like, this is not something you can just push aside and disregard. This is a proud German warship. And they're engaging my heavy cruisers. That is an interesting choice. I got high-end HE on this ship. Range is now 10 kilometers. And AP is just getting blocked. Alright. For now, my CAs aren't taking fire, but I don't know for how long that's actually going to stay true. We're going to prepare a torpedo attack on this thing, because if I can turn, then this thing cannot turn at all. I'm going to detach. Ow. That was a 17-inch HE hit. The parcel pen only. Split. 94% chance, 97% chance to hit. But I still don't know how much armor this thing has. Put the secondaries on the Regensburg, please, because I'm already getting torpedoed. Increase speed to flank. Maybe we can still throw off that torpedo. At least we got it detected from very far away. Good damage with the secondaries on the Scheffler. Come on. Flooding! With HE? Interesting. What did we pen? Hold on. What did we pen? Where did we go through? 4 deck partial pen. No, that's not it. What did we pen? 4 belt. Really? Wow. You build all this and you put no armor on it. It's a curious design choice. Alright, King High, I need you to go pretty much directly at the ship. Scheffler's turning. This thing... Oh, destroyed a main gun. It's a little unwelcome. Come on, Siquan. Now, please, before you launch your torpedo launcher. Turn it. This is kind of a case of use it or lose the whole ship. How much survivability does this thing have? Many bulkheads, cramped crew quarters. Minus 13% draft? So you're very close to the water. That makes you more susceptible to flooding, sir. And especially with a damaged crew. Well, I mean... That's a 17-incher. Yikes! That's 23,000 points of damage. But I put my torpedoes in the water just in time for the King Eye to start intercepting them. How did you make that turn, sir? That is a little more scary than it is impressive. There goes Stuttgart. Stuttgart's down. Yeah, I might have just actually torpedoed myself. The Von der Tann is just not impressed at all by my torpedo attacks. I think the Scheffler is going to have all sorts of issues with this ship. So far, the battleship is undamaged. Mine, that is. Theirs is damaged. Long may that continue, but considering those 17 inches are very accurate right about now. And extremely deadly. It's going to be a straight-up gun duel. It's going to be a straight-up gun duel because I have nothing else. Ramming won't work. Maybe we can flood them. Crew loss is about 15% now. Yeah, rudder damaged. That's welcome, but a bit late. Their flooding is minute, like there's almost nothing. Select select automatic. There goes Sequan. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. That means that the King Eye is going to be next on the targeting list for this battleship, most likely. Yep, we got torpedoes in the water as well. These are Mark 4s underwater, 22 inches. Come about. If we can somehow stay behind the battleship, we might be able to avoid at least some of those 17-inch salvos. Because this thing is ridiculously accurate. It has Generation 1 radar rangefinder with a coincidence rangefinder on top of it. Okay, I want you to use HE because your AP is just not making an impression. 10,000 points of damage. 25,000. I think these cruisers have finally met their match. The Von der Tann is just not impressed with any of the things that I have to throw at it. Wait, this thing costs you 12 billion? Wow. I mean, with Germany's budget, I'm not that surprised. But it leaves me very concerned. Very concerned. What I'm going to do is try and sort of increase my distance. Because the Von der Tann cannot do 31 knots anymore. If at some point I can outrange it, that would be fantastic. But we're 15 clicks out, and this thing can definitely hit me at some range. They're flooding some more, though. There goes my secondary tower. Nice having it. Yeah, this guy is serious. This guy is serious. Which is really good, because this does breathe a bunch of much-needed new life into the campaign. Von der Tann flooding to 60%. Speed down to about 23.7, I think, still slowing down. So, as such, maybe I can outrun it. But my accuracy, I think, is suffering because of my destroyed secondary tower. No, their accuracy is also 13%. So my accuracy is actually a lot better. Their reload? 60 seconds. So their reload is just as good as mine. Or just about as bad. Depending on how you want to look at that. We're not getting through. 15 clicks out. At this angle, I'm going to stick to high explosive for a while. Especially with the secondary guns, please, because you're never going to pin that with 8-inch armor piercing. I just don't see that happening. What might end up costing this thing the battle is the crew. Because they've already lost about 27% of their crew versus 12% of mine, so that's not a factor for me. But for them, it's critical. And it compounds. Because the more damage that they take... Also, there's another factor at work. The more damage that they take, the more crew is lost, and then the more damage they take, because they cannot control the damage. Something else that's happening is the Von der Tann is listing to starboard. I mean, all ships list to starboard as they take on water. But if this thing starts angling too much, if it's listing over too much, that means the ship is unable to fire. So maybe she'll be unable to use her main armament of 17-inch guns. And especially as she seems to be limping away, that gives me an opportunity to avoid all of those main firepower, all of the bow guns. She's still on fire, 29% crew lost. She's only doing 19 knots. Propulsion? Group 3 armor? That's curious. Yeah, you got diesel engines trying to push you through the water at 93 or 90,000 tons at 31 knots. That is expensive. That is very, very, very expensive. I'm working on researching gas turbines so I can get my fleet to go a little faster at efficiency. I'm surprised the Germans either don't have it or haven't actually installed it. Cap ballistic HE shells. Semi-armor piercing? Wow. Give them credit. That's exactly what they needed to get rid of my heavy cruisers. Because this thing has actually inflicted more damage than I have. 121k damage done, 97k taken. Most of that apparently was done by my heavy cruisers before they went down. Probably, yeah, with the 9-inch guns against the light cruiser. Those things rolled over pretty quickly. This thing, I think we'll get it done. The real question now is, they have, what, over 20 battleships. Are they actually sporting 20 of these? Because that would be, well, an expensive navy to run, but also a very problematic navy for me to take on. Let's see if the Germans actually have more of these. This is probably going to continue for a good bit, so I'm going to just skip to the end. That took some doing before the Van der Tann finally surrendered. The ship never actually sunk, but she did surrender. Unfortunately, I cannot claim her. She's a beauty of a ship, and I'd love to get this thing a bit more modernized, because I have the 17-inch Mark IVs, maybe change the armor scheme a bit, give her some more modern armor. That's a very, very valuable asset. Unfortunately for the Germans, it's a bit of a detriment having such a valuable asset, because victory points are handed out on a basis of how expensive the target was, / the loss. In the case of the Germans, that's expensive. 12.7 billion for one battleship. I'd say, to some extent, she delivered, because her ability to get rid of my cruisers very quickly was a bit scary to see. I thought the Mechamatics, especially Flight 2, were very, very good cruisers, and I still believe that they are. But they're not designed to take on something of that threat level. At least not with the torpedoes missing all the time. So I'm actually quite happy. Yeah, right. I'm actually quite happy about seeing the Germans fight me and bring something this big. I can also bring really big battleships to bear if I so desire, but I kind of don't desire it. For the simple reason that at some point it just becomes a bit of a... How do you put it? Like, the more effort you put in, the less effort you get out, or the less effect you get out. Detrimental returns or something like that? Diminishing returns. So, in my case, I can have a 90,000 ton battleship with a couple of 18-inch guns, but whether that will be useful? Nah. I don't think it will be. I think my cruisers and my battleships together are just as much, if not more, of a threat. As for my threat level here, I have my 2 cruisers and my 5 destroyers. Let's see if I can invade the Northern Marianas. I don't think we quite have the tonnage yet. No. It's not even giving me the option. That's interesting. Because I'm not trying to invade Saipan, right? No. It's not giving me the option yet, probably because I don't have the tonnage. I can try invading Honduras. Because I do have... Let me zoom out a bit. Because I do have ships here. And Honduras shouldn't... Sorry, I lost Honduras. It shouldn't be that hard to take. Here. See, their port's not that strong. Honduras is 500 million, 600... But this is where that German massive fleet is. If this is 3 battleships of the Van der Tann type, we have a serious challenge on our hands. A very serious challenge at that. Oh god, your maneuver. No. Oh, these were going back home. Yeah, sure you are, but not through there. You're going through... No, 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 no. No. Absolutely not. We're going south. We're just going to crest Argentina here. And then go home. I am not sailing past this fleet. Not without substantial increase in firepower. The whole German battle fleet's coming this way. 7 battleships and a battle cruiser. Another 6 and 13 heavies. 1 DD. And 1 DD more. Oh boy. Does this leave Germany up to attack? What? Kiel is a 1.2... Wow. A 1.2 million ton port? Danzig, 1.4 million. Palau, 1.6. It just keeps getting better for the Germans. Holy, you're never invading this. At least not with a naval invasion. You'd need at least twice to 3 times what you need to... what the port is. So you'd need about 4.5 million tons of warship. Yeah, no thanks. I'll skip that. If we can find some... some more low-hanging fruit, that'd be great. Because right now I'm a little busy. Also, I'm slightly over tonnage. This has to do with probably all sorts of export ships that I'm building. And I'm also refitting a couple of battle cruisers that I might need very shortly. And I also need my cursed fish. Because maybe the Germans will prove to be susceptible to substantial amounts of torpedoes. Let's hope that that is going to be an answer. I'm going to suspend the construction of this. Look at that. We jumped from 17 to 12. And also took a month off of the Meiji and the Skilom. Alright, Germany, what else you got? For this last battle of this video, we're going to have 1 heavy cruiser that got ambushed by a lot of German DDs. And they definitely seem to have a shortage of them. Surprisingly, some of these are dead slow. 23 knots on a DD. From 1933, surely you can do better. And they can, 31.8 knots, most of them. I think this is the outlier. These things are armed with a couple of torpedo launchers, like 10 of them. And with 34 knots, I should be able to outpace them, or at least keep up with them. That means that if the Obelix is going to head away from their threats, well, from all the threats, it'll never be intercepted. And as such, never torpedoed. What I would like to see as, let's say, a game change when it comes to the AI's ability to ambush, because you too as the player can get this sort of battle, is to have these things not spawn very far away from you. Because they're spawning 26 clicks. That's not really an ambush, is it? It's just a regular battle. In this case, I'd say make it so that the DDs spawn at, I don't know, 10 kilometers. Somehow they were able to sneak up and get you at 10 kilometers. That, I'd say, is a bit more credible as an ambush. Especially when you're a battleship. That can get really scary. If your battleship gets ambushed by a couple of destroyers because it's, let's say, out there alone, well, good luck. Because getting jumped by something like that, with 14 torpedo launchers, and if they're fast torpedo launchers... or fast torpedoes. Yeah, you got issues. And in this case, yeah, I should be fine. We're 20 clicks out. Like, that's not an ambush. Let's skip a bit of time to close the distance. We're now only 17 clicks out, 16, and I've decided to do the unwise thing. We're going to push into the destroyers for absolutely no other reason than just moving away from them. And being able to just outshoot every single destroyer before it's able to launch torpedoes is boring. So we're going to play very aggressively here with the Obelix. And engage DDs as soon as we can. I'm also going to throw my torpedo launchers into this fight. Because who knows, I might accidentally hit something. There we go, torpedoes away. We're going to turn around again. Does this thing have electric? No, it's still got geared turbines. Unfortunately. I don't have to strictly kill all of these ships, I just need to cripple them enough so that they're no longer a threat and then I can chase them down. So this destroyer, well, it's got all sorts of flooding issues. They'll never be able to chase me down. This thing, much, much, much next in line. Although most likely will sink. Next target, the V-12. If these things had had torpedo launchers on the bow, I would have been in serious, serious difficulties. But they don't. They only have a 4-inch gun. And that 4-inch gun is not going to be enough to pen the armor on the Obelix. I think the ship's completely impervious to 4-inch guns. Well, maybe on one casemate? Like the casemate for the 5-inch? No, it's the torpedo launcher. I think that's the only thing that they can kill. Yeah, they can kill the torpedo launcher. Well, if I lose the torpedo launcher, it's fine. Because these things probably have sonar 2. Sonar 3. Yeah, they'll spot any DD. Is this that super slow DD? No, not even. But it must have that super slow DD in its division somewhere. Otherwise it wouldn't be maneuvering quite at that pace. Something is keeping that division down. No torpedo launch there, no torpedo launch there. Come on, Germany. Do better. Split your divisions. Have half of them go there, have half of them go there. Torpedo me from 2 different sides. Smoke up while you're maneuvering and make my life difficult. That's not what they're doing right now. That's a 31 knot DD. Are these things expensive? Ah, 50 million. Bargain. Especially if you got a $12 billion battleship. That's a bargain. Now, Germany's GDP is enormous in this particular run. So I'm very curious to see how Germany's GDP is going to develop once I start taking some of their, let's say, more profitable provinces. Oh. That is going to be curious. Or at least it can be very interesting to watch. Let's dodge that. Let's turn away. Yeah, they launched. Next. There's the slow one. V143. Let's retire that thing forcefully. Boom. Damage done. 251,000. Come on, Germany. Call that an ambush. We could see you from 20 clicks away. It's not an ambush. Maybe DDs need a bit of a visibility buff. And I mean that in the sense that the DDs are too easy to spot. It's too easy to see a destroyer coming in. And sure enough, if you got radar, I can understand that. But for gameplay purposes, if a DD can get to, let's say, 10 kilometers, I think that would be better for the whole class. Because at such a range, a DD can spot you, it might be able to torpedo you, and as such be a pretty serious risk to you. Now, as you can tell, there's quite a lot going on in the Caribbean. Lots of convoys and encounters. So far, I'm not too concerned about these convoys and ambushes individually. I mean, it's just a heavy cruiser here. Over here, it's another heavy cruiser. Over here, it's a light cruiser or two. I have a lot of confidence in the Mechameta class. I know that those ships can survive. When it comes to 1v1 battles between a state belt from 1929, the ship has not yet been refit, and the Hildebrand, well, that's a whole different issue. But we'll have to see about that next episode. Thank you for watching this one. I'll see you soon in episode 30 for another battleship duel. Admiral's log. The sudden declaration of war from Germany has sent shockwaves through the halls of power, catching us completely off guard. The Germans, long at the forefront of naval engineering, possess a formidable fleet and an economy 3 times the size of our own. Their battleships, renowned for their strength and firepower, represent a formidable challenge unlike any we have faced before. As news of the declaration reaches our shores, I find myself filled with a sense of apprehension and concern. The prospect of engaging in open conflict with such a formidable adversary is daunting, to say the least. Their naval prowess is legendary and their technological superiority is unmatched. How are we to contend with such a formidable foe? These are questions that weigh heavily on my mind as I ponder the best course of action in the face of this new threat. The safety and security of our nation depend on our ability to adapt and respond effectively to the challenges that lie ahead. But how are we to confront an enemy whose strength and resources dwarf our own? Hey guys, Stealth here and welcome to episode 30. In the previous video, I teased this one fight, the Hildebrand from the Germans, a Bayern-class battleship against the State Belt. This is not going to be an easy fight. That German battleship has a lot of advantages over me. Tonnage, armor, firepower, tech. The State Belt is, I'd say, a trusted design. Although this particular model is slightly older. She has not yet received her refits. Oh, and we're in a storm as well. Now, the ship is armed with 16-inch guns. They are only the Mark III. So, as such, they're not as long, nor are they as capable as the one on the previous battle that I did against one of these Hildebrand-class ships. Sorry, the Hildebrand class? Bayern class. Whether this ship is able to take on the enemy, I don't know. I thought it would have actually slightly better guns than it does. I'm concerned in fighting a $12 billion warship. But while we're here, the enemy can shoot as far as I can. No, yeah, just about 30 clicks. And those 17-inchers reload as quickly as mine. Maybe I have a crew advantage, because I know that those German ships are a bit confined. They have cramped crew quarters, and that means crew likely to suffer. Crew casualties with a ship that densely packed are inevitable. And the last fight that I had against one of these guys, the ship surrendered. I think giving me about 100,000 victory points for that ship. I do believe that this ship, the enemy, only needs a couple of good hits with those 17-inch guns to go right through me. Thankfully, both main deck and main belt on the State Belt are very heavily protected. So, hopefully, if I do take a hit, it's going to be a partial pen, as opposed to be a full pen. I think at this range, the ship isn't that dangerous yet. Yeah, she can pen the superstructure, but that's about it. When it comes to my ability to deal damage, the enemy ship is also very heavily armored and angled, at least in the current state of affairs. So my armor piercing, not that good of an option just yet. And that's why I'm sticking to high explosive, also to maximize crew loss, because at the moment, crew loss I think is the easiest way to get rid of these things. Not necessarily the nicest way, but this is a battle, not a barbecue. Although, well, might turn into a barbecue for the Germans fairly quickly. Now, I am at a very difficult point in my journey, which is trying to turn away from the enemy. And thereby also bringing all of my 8-inchers to bear. I got casemates, believe it or not. But that means I'm going to be susceptible to their firepower. There we go. This ship is crewed by regulars, has lost 6%. I've lost 8%. This ship, with many bulkheads and cramped crew quarters, well, we're going to need some serious damage on her. The only thing that they don't have, surprisingly, is armor. So, at this range, I should be able to make some 16-inch holes in that ship. But so far, everything just ricochets. I'm not sure if they got some... Yeah, they got a first inner belt and a second inner belt. And a third inner belt. They got inner belts for days. Also, they have torpedo launchers. So that's something I need to be very, very mindful of. Blocked. Because those torpedo launchers can kill me. They will flood the ship, leading to all sorts of disasters. And it looks like she's angling to do just that. Ow, ow, ow. Can we actually start punching back, please? 19% crew is dead. Blocked? Thankfully, one flooding. She seems to be racing ahead. Not sure why she's not launching her torps, but don't interrupt the enemy when they're making a mistake. All the more so, because most of her firepower is on her bow. She's largely unable to deal any kind of damage to me, as long as I stay behind her. So let's do just that. Also, the more of her crew dies, the worse her reload gets. Well, you'd hope so. I mean, her reload's 54 seconds. Yeah, we got another bit of flooding on you. It would be ideal if I can lock that ship's rudder into place right now. Because by doing that, this ship actually has a shot. No pun intended. If I am able to stay behind her. She even has a fire in front of her. That's impressive. More flooding. That HE of mine is going right through. But I have just lost my superstructure. That's 29% the crew loss. 30%. 31%. Her crew loss is only 16%. The crew loss angle is not going to work. I cannot trade well enough. And she's already turned around. Oh, I think I might lose this ship. I think it would be the first battleship in a long, long time that I've lost. 36% crew loss. It's gonna be an expensive loss. Destroyed their secondary tower. They're at 19% crew loss. I'm at 36. And they're just circling me like I'm sort of some sort of prey. Now my bow guns can't fire. I can try turning the other way, but my rudder doesn't work that well. Oh, this is gonna hurt. Most of it got blocked. 38.9% crew loss. They only lost 20. They barely lost any structural integrity, whereas I lost 40% and some buoyancy. Fire. There you go. 2,000 points of damage. Bit more crew lost, but I'm at 41%. Yikes. Now, I couldn't have kept the ship at range even if I wanted to, because I can only do 22 knots. She could do 31, so running away was actually never an option in hindsight. Yeah. Am I going to try the AP angle again? We're getting some decent results with HE. I mean, flooding-wise, but my ship won't live long enough to capitalize on it. I need one... like 100 guys? No, yes, she surrendered. Yeah, okay. So that happened. That's 19,000 victory points for them. Thankfully, that's not the end of the battle. At least, not the end of the war. The situation is such that my ships are, well, relatively cheap compared to those German ones. Those German ones come in at 12 billion. Mine only cost 12 billion. No, mine only cost 2 billion. So, looking at their massive price tag, this means they don't get as many victory points because they sunk, well, a ship that's not that expensive. Seeing as 17-inch guns were the death of me, I think it's time for some 18-inch payback. We have the Shield Bearer, we have a very weirdly dancing Maximus, and we have the Heizhou, as well as the Shandong. It's a bit of a mix of everything. I'm going to have the battleship and the heavy cruiser together, and the DD and the CL together. These ships are going to go up against at least one German heavy cruiser, because these guys are trying to do a port strike. They unfortunately have a cloaking device as part of a smokescreen generator. Now, I quite like this design. Very, very German, in the sense that it has these... well, actually, maybe a bit Graf Spee-ish. You got the triangular tower, you got the main inch, or the main guns, which are 10 inchers. We got another 10 inchers on the stern, and we got torpedo launchers on the back. So, definitely Graf Spee-esque. Let's see how well she responds to threats of the 18-inch Persuasion. My ships are definitely not going to be quick, nor do they really need to be. I just need to be out here defending the place. That's the key part. I need to be defending my ships, and so long as I have a range advantage, I will happily make use of that. He said, and rushed his battleship into range. Now, the Shield Bearer is an old, relatively old ship. It's the, let's say, the galleon-esque type, which has all those 8.9s as casemates. These casemates are long. They have a very good range. Unfortunately, they don't turn very well. Like, there's not a lot of wiggle in those casemates. Actually, sorry, these are the 3.9s. These are the 8s. The 8s have a bit more leeway, and can be very useful in wiping out a couple of these ships. So far, we've already crippled one of them. That's good. That's a light cruiser. Judging by the state of that scratch on the bow, you'd think that their torpedo launcher is no longer functional. But I think that would be a disappointment, because I think it is very much functional. Alright, gentlemen. You guys are scouting. Well, I think we already found the enemy. Let's smoke up. I am targeting a light cruiser, so my chances of actually getting it hit with a torpedo launcher or with a torpedo, fairly slim. But what these guys might be able to do, is serve as a distraction. So you're going to continue on your merry way, slightly turn to starboard. You're going to continue on your way to port, and potentially either serve as a lightning rod for shell fire or for torpedoes. Or both. Giving my battleship a bit more time to eliminate these things with extreme prejudice. What the hell was that? It was not the 18-incher, that was a 9-incher. And it completely crippled the cruiser and took her out. Here's the next. I mean, the 18-inch gun, it's a gimmick. It's purely a scare factor, really. Because it's just not doing a whole lot of damage. It's done 140 so far. Let's say that the 18-incher is there for show. It's the intimidation weapon. Does it actually do anything? No. Sadly not. It doesn't do anything. Let's get the Hejao to turn. Maximus 2. Although maybe we can drop some torps on our way out. Especially Maximus has a couple of torpedo launchers, which might still be able to turn into the given direction. Inflict some harm. Come on, I want to get that cruiser out of the way. Here we launched part of the complement of the Maximus. The Hejao has seen better days. Let's get you back. Maximus has spent most of the torpedoes. Let's get you back as well. Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa! What? Where'd they go? You didn't get hit by a dud. Oh, there's more. There's more. You didn't get hit by a dud. The Hejao is really old. I just never bothered to upgrade these things because I have so few of them. But I thought, I'll just scrap them, but they're still around. How you doing, shield bearer? 12 clicks out. Are we doing anything? Oh yeah, the 18-inch hit again. But, like a partial... Main deck, partial pen, 200 points of damage. More for comedic relief at this point than anything else. That's unwanted. It's a lot of unwanted attention. Actually, don't speed up. Maybe we can turn the bow in. Slip into this gap here. Now you go full ahead flank. Oh, I don't really care about the Shandong that much. Ow, ow, ow. Damn torpedoes. Thankfully, my torpedoes, or sorry, my ships come with a fairly good torpedo blister. So most of the time, they're able to handle these hits. Some of the time, those really hurt. Such as I'm still flooding from just getting hit by 2 torpedoes. And that was probably this guy. Yeah, definitely this guy. And that was a 20-inch torpedo. It could have been way worse. Could have been a 24. That would have sucked. Alright, Hansa. Time's up. $500 million cruiser. As opposed to the... Oh, the Shandong is looking pretty bad. I need you to, and I'm not sure exactly if this works, disable the guns and focus on damage control. Supposedly, it allows you to get more people into damage control, but, well, I haven't actually lost anyone. So I'm not sure exactly if that's true. Is this light cruiser a torpedo threat? Come on. No. She can reach out to 12 kilometers. Not going to consider her a threat. The Hansa is hanging on by 2% buoyancy. Come on. Shall we finish this? HE. The ship has been hit so many times it doesn't have any armor left. We can just finish her off. you'd think. Main deck partial pen. Oh, I'm sorry. Is your 3-inch of armor stopping my 18-inch shell? Right. No, I guess if I hit the deck, yeah, it will stop it. Look at the Hansa just rebuoyancying the boat. Pumping all the water back out and maintaining a buoyancy of 16%. How far is that CL? God, why is this thing so hard to click? Oh, you're making your way out at best speed. I don't think I'll catch that guy. That's fine, we'll settle for your heavy cruiser. 18-inch gun do anything? Yeah, 7k. Would a 13-inch gun have done more? Maybe. If I'm dividing, let's say, the damage, maybe the 13-inch would have done more. Especially two 13-inches would have probably done more. Anyway, I got my revenge. This means that I lost about 12,000 points of victory points, but I also gained another 11.8. So we're just about even. And especially when it comes to the relative victory score, we're way ahead. Now, of course, we're not just playing this war on the waters. We're also playing this war on land. Which means that the army has come up with the fantastic idea, the German army that is, to invade. How many men? 25,000. What are they invading? Southern China. How many is defending that? 5 million. Good luck, Germany. Bhutan is a very different story, because we have 21,000 guys coming to visit our 11,000 soldiers. I don't think that's going to be working out too well with their army logistics of 100 and mine of 9. Goodbye, Bhutan. It's been fun. Can I get some revenge? Can I do my own naval invasion? Because I was trying to get my fleet together. I can invade the Falklands, yes. That's nice, but that's not exactly what I want. That's this group here. I'd rather have them continue to lose ships around here. So I'm going to split off my destroyer. And have the other two move forward. Or rather back, depending on how you want to look at that. So you guys are going to continue on there. Those new ships. Building 1 month, then we're going to be fielding them. It's going to take a little bit of time. I cannot build any new ships anytime soon because I'm a little busy building and repairing most of my navy. We got one more convoy mission coming up. Oh, the Enigma Hun. Okay, maybe we can get some more 18-inch fun before my convoy gets torpedoed by all of these German ships. The enemy starts 25 kilometers out, and this is potentially risky for my transports. So I'm going to do something I don't really want to do, which is put the Enigma Hun at more risk than it ought to be. She can take a torpedo. She can take 2. She can take 4 if she has to. My transports really can't. These guys are defenseless, so I have to make sure that I get as much damage in as possible and present myself as a massive threat. Because while my transports are armed, well, it's only a 2-inch gun. It's not exactly going to deter a destroyer from attacking with torpedoes if they got them at 15-kilometer range. Let's see, can the 8-inch guns do anything against this small ship here? Because that's, torpedo-wise, one of the biggest hazards. We've already done some damage here against the heavy. That's also carrying a substantial amount of torpedoes, as well as 8 10-inch guns. This is a different design. Over here we find... oh dear. Main gun's not that dangerous, but that deck over there houses a far more dangerous surprise. And this warship here is of a similar design. Okay, we're going to target this guy. You're going to fire HE with the main guns. Considering what we put out, that should be sufficient to make... yeah, there we go. To make their bow go away. And let a whole lot of water circulate through the ship. Gotta wash out your ship every now and then, so long as it's hostile. So let's see if we can get a couple of shells to fly far. That'd be great. Maybe targeting this and then getting some fantastic accuracy on the on the cruiser here. I wonder if that still works. No. Ooh, good hit. Destroyed the conning tower. 18-inch right through the main tower. No, that was an 80-inch. There's the secondary damage that I wanted. We're 9 kilometers out from these torpedo spammers. I think that's close enough. The one thing I don't like about the Enigma Hunt class is that she has to go broadside in order to use most of her firepower. Especially if I want to fire both of the 13s and all of those 3.9s and 8.9s, like the whole set, you're going to be very fragile. You're going to be very exposed, both to incoming torpedoes and to enemy firepower. Thankfully, those 10s, I don't think they're that dangerous to the ship. But the closer they get, the more pen they will develop. And that can, in fact, become very dangerous. Now this guy's gone. I'm gonna put the... Whoops. Put the main guns on this. And I think HE should be fine. I am, however, lacking HE on these ships. I don't have enough shells. Need to work on that. So in the next refit, I need to go not maximum AP. Because that's what they currently... And actually, they don't even have that. They got increased AP. I need to put that about half and half. In order to balance out the amount of HE shells that I bring on these fights. Come on. There's another main gun destroyed. Now they're flooding. I'm very curious to see how the French are doing their war against the Germans. Because I believe that the French are... Well, they don't have as many colonies anymore. And they might be able to take a bunch of the German attention back to Europe in order to release the pressure over here in the Caribbean. Make sure that I don't take as much attention. You launch torpedoes at me. Scoundrel. Turn to starboard again. The Atlantis is going to do something similar. And so is the Köln. Ooh. Very nice. Ship's name is Atlantis. We'll make sure that she gets to visit that place fairly soon. And gone. You also launched. Can we all stop with the torpedoes, perhaps? It's really bad for the health of the Enigma Hun. Oh. Oop. Well, only one so far. There's the rest. Oh, fanfire. Thankfully, nothing hit. Ah, could have been pretty bad. Gotcha. Okay, so I took some flooding, but not as much as the Köln or the Atlantis. A lot of off-screen battles later, the enemy German fleet has been severely diminished. Not so much because I decided to go after this fleet, but they came after me. They went after my convoys, one after the other. And because they did that, well, they started losing a cruiser here, a light cruiser there, a destroyer here, another cruiser there. So it's not so much of how do you devour the elephant, or the elephant, well, you just shoot the elephant. This is a huge elephant, so I'm just taking one bite at a time out of it. And whereas the Germans used to have a lot of ships, with about 3.5 times my tonnage, I'm now actually not... What? Oh, I lost an $80,000 ship. Oh, sorry, 80,000 ton ship. I was gonna go, what? What happened? Well, I lost a ship. It's not as bad. They still have 21 battleships. They still have a lot of escorts. But slowly but steadily we're getting there. This, however, has me a little concerned. The Dominican Republic is getting invaded by Haiti. I may have a lot of men on that little island. However, the situation is dire. Because I have already lost 45,000 men, stopping 9,000 Germans. So yeah, we're we're not playing even there. However, the German advance is only at 1%. So unless they're able to conjure up a whole lot more invasion forces, we should have them here. As for the rest of the victory points, we're 217,000 versus 26,000. So we got a nice markup there. But of course, as this is Germany, there's more ships on the way. My war with the US is a cold one. I'm expecting an invasion here. southeastern seaboard or even central USA. The question is, which direction is that invasion gonna go? I don't know. I might have some soldiers, or I don't know, a couple million, walk into southeastern seaboard, or the US is gonna do that to me. As for the US and their army logistics is even worse because they have no ships. They got 5% army logistics. Oh, that makes my 9% look great. Okay, well, I can't wait to invade more of the USA and get some of that, because the USA has been almost fully reconstituted. And, well, so have the British, but the US is looking a bit safer. And the US, after having gone, well, dissolved already, and then coming back, is actually doing better than the Soviet Union, which actually has a navy, but they have absolutely no army logistics. 3%. Spain, 28%. The French, only 36%. Then we got 43% on the Austro-Hungarians, 100% on Italy, and 100% on Germany. This has me somewhat concerned. So, are you ready for a bit of a holy shit, that's a big fleet moment? Because here we go. I have 2 battleships. The Shield Bearer, armed with a couple of 13-inchers and one 18-inch, well, dual barrel 18-inch. And the Hard Nutter, again, similar loadout. The enemy has the Thüringen. Is that the same? Nope, it's a different battleship. This thing comes in at $4 billion, sports 16-inch guns, and can travel up to 32 knots. She also has 2 other battleships in that fleet. She has the Preußen and the Westfalen, both Kurfürst Friedrich Wilhelm class battleships with 14-inch guns, good speed, and a hefty price tag. And a lot of cruisers. My 5 ships are extremely outgunned, outnumbered, and in trouble. This is gonna be fun. So what's the plan for this fight? Well, stay at range. My 18-incher and 13-inchers have good range, so I'm going to capitalize on that. The cruisers and the destroyer, they're all going to sit in the same division. This is just going to be one big line, and we are not going to approach until I absolutely have to. I am not eager to do this fight, but, well, we might be able to take a couple 100,000 victory points off their hands, especially with the sinking of this behemoth, and that is worth it. Now, for a ship over 100,000 tons, just having 6 13.3-inch guns on it feels a little a cluster. Its speed is pretty good. It's got a hefty amount of secondaries. But where is the rest? I think it's armor? Leading me to believe that this ship is extremely heavily armored. But I could be wrong. We'll just see how this thing eventually identifies. And maybe we can flood it. I mean, there's always a way to sink a ship. You can either sink it by flooding it, you can destroy it, superstructure or structural integrity to 0, you can kill off the crew. You can, if you're adamant, you can go for an extensive fire overwhelm, which isn't terribly likely, especially not in the mod that I'm running, but it is possible. So I might just try for that. As for the range that this thing has, it's... Ooh, juicy ammo detonation there. Sorry, I didn't even intend to hit you. As for it in range, yeah, it definitely has range. These other battleships might not, but probably soon will have range. Oh yeah, they got range alright, at the 44 clicks. That's nice. Oh, that was an 18-inch damage. Sorry, dude. You got hit by? Not a smooth criminal, but an 18-inch shell. Causing almost the same effects. Anyway, this battleship right here. I cannot outrun it. My ships simply don't have that speed. I can only move at 22 knots. Another serious concern that I have is that my HE shells are running low. I simply don't carry that many, and my ships don't get enough of a break, i.e. every single battle they're engaged, so I don't actually get any time to refit them and give them more high explosive shells. All of this is very concerning. Very, very concerning. Switch targets. See if this guy is not behind smoke. Yeah, he's not behind... he's got thick smokes from his own funnel. my ships, but at least this guy's not behind smoke anymore. Put secondaries on that. Let's just put some armor piercing on that ship. At least the 18s have some chance of going through. The Maximus... Oh crap, you haven't even reloaded your torpedo launchers? Yeah, this ship did fight in one of the previous encounters, but did not get a reload. Josh Miller, same situation. It only has 6 torpedoes aboard for a quadruple launcher. So the ship's not been reloaded, and that explains why these battleships don't have the HE ammo, and potentially not even the AP ammo that they need. With the amount of ammunition I carry, I'm going to be in a lot of trouble. And I cannot disengage from said trouble either. Oh boy. Oh boy. Well, I can at least make it expensive for them. If they want to engage, they can. But it's going to get expensive. We're going to save shells until we have a good accuracy. Let's see if the Maximus can be useful by putting up a smoke screen right about here. Or smoke works both ways. No, it doesn't work that far away. At least I might be able to get an identification on these ships a bit faster. Like, look at the sheer amount of stuff here. Stuff? Yeah, stuff. Why are you drifting? Oh, you're not. Okay, I want to see exactly what I'm dealing with regards to these big ships. These don't scare me as much, because it's only 14-inch, and my ships have pretty good armor. But that big one? It's one that has me a bit concerned. There's the Westfalen. Many bulkheads, spacious quarters. There goes the crew loss angle. Still possible, but not as likely. Armor? Ooh. The Germans have forgotten something. The main belt, well done. Fore belt, aft belt, okay. The main deck has a lot less armor than the fore and the aft, making not a whole lot of sense. And then we got the conning tower and the superstructure at 1 inch. So it's very easy, supposedly, to blow away your superstructure. Did you launch your torpedoes, or did you... No, your torpedo launchers got destroyed. Well, that's unfortunate. Now you're flooding. That's all the more unfortunate. Okay, guys, turn. Got the Josh engaging... something. The Westfalen. Okay, we also got that big battleship identified now. Thüringen. What's your story? 18-inch main belt, near enough. Almost no superstructure. Main deck, 3, 3, 2.2. Fore belt, 3.2. You got flaws. Many bulkheads, but cramped crew quarters. Okay, you carry quite a lot of ammo, but most of it is AP. Your speed's good. You got Crypt 3 for armor. Okay. Capitalistic HE shells. Fine. You got no rangefinder. Well, not a radar rangefinder anyway. I do. But it's only a Gen 1 on these ships. Because they simply cannot catch a break. I'm going to try and get some damage in on that big guy. And then disengage. That's the plan. Primary guns on that. Shandong and Josh Miller. You don't have any range yet. Fine. Because I suspect that my 18-inch gun might actually be able to inflict some damage here. Especially on the superstructure. And if I miss a shell, well, there should be another ship around to catch it. Like that. That's when the 13-inchers still come in useful. Far less intimidating than these 16-inch shells on the Thuringen, or the 18-inch shells aboard the Shield Bearer and the Hardnutter themselves. But no less useful. Although, of course, that one hit that did a ton of damage kind of gives you a different picture. What are you guys targeting? You can target this with your mains. Don't care about the Westfalen at the moment. You also got many bulkheads, right? So flooding you out is not that easy to do. Outrunning these things is almost impossible. Yeah, I don't really know how to sink that thing. Not with limited ammo, not with a ship that doesn't have a whole lot of armor. I mean, not enough to tank this thing for a consistent amount of time. And not against this many threats. So, we're gonna make them decide who they want to face, who they want to target. I'm gonna split up my division. Shandong is gonna go with you, and you're gonna get the Miller. Okay. This way, I'm gonna have these guys go at 90-degree angles, more or less, relative to each other. So they're gonna have to decide which ship they want to really chase down, if any. And ideally, at least one of these battleships is going to survive. That's the plan. We're gonna run at flank speed. The cruisers, if I so desire, can run even faster than that. Come on, we're not getting any kind of damage in on the Tübingen. And the Westfalen is so well armored and so well angled. I don't think I can get any kind of damage in on her either. Oh, partial. 18 inches only a partial? Against your main deck. Yeah, okay, makes sense. Okay, that's the DD pretty much sunk. I still got a CL limping around somewhere in the back. If it's even visible anymore. Okay. So right now you're seemingly somewhat focused on these. Okay, well done. Maybe Shandong can launch against Westfalen. Launch. I think the Miller is farther away. Yeah, she's 13 kilometers. She can't launch that far, right? No, 11. So if it's going to be a torpedo, it's up to the Shandong. There she goes. Torpedoes away. Is there anything that we can easily kill? Yes, here. Target Thetis. Ignore the battleships for a while. Just scratch those escorts off the roster. Especially the torpedo spammers. $500,000 worth of light cruiser. Those torpedoes might cause some flooding, but they have spread out so far that this ship just absolutely gives no shits about it. Nor should it. Cruisers are getting a bit bruised. So is Shield Bearer. Are you... Are you trying to push? Go faster, Master. Go faster. You're not wrong, but I'm not sure if that's how that works. I'm not sure if that's what you can do. Funny tactic, though. Okay, we're going to target the Westfalen. Torpedo launchers and everything. I think this battleship is a bit safer. These DDs can't shoot very far, right? 11 clicks. Turn. We're now definitely very far removed. We're 30 clicks from each other. And I think that these two are going to have to make a stand. Although that's not something that this cruiser can do. Not against that level of firepower. Oh, we're getting some good damage in on the Westfalen here. Her buoyancy is crippled. Is that the 18-incher? No, if only. Well, there goes another hit. You're not a happy camper, are you, Westfalen? Bonk. Bonk. That's what happens if you forget your armor, dude. My cruisers have more armor than you. That's going to be a nice artificial reef worth 1.4 billion. Bonk. Now, these battleships don't go down easily, but they're not immortal. I mean, my ship is 374 million. It's putting this thing to shame. Josh, how do you feel about ramming the Thüringen? As a last grand gesture. Check on the other guys for a bit. What are you doing? Are you kiting these DDs along with you? That was kind of the plan, but the DDs aren't having it. Okay, fine. You guys can just leave. You guys can just leave. So you're going to disengage. Split up the div. And leave. Shield bearer is going to make a desperate / heroic last stand. Ideally killing off one of those ships. While Josh rams into those ships. But I think we won't get there. Haha! Never mind that plan. Damn, that was bad. Oh, more damage on the Westfalen. 17% buoyancy. Ow. Crippling amounts of damage here. Put some secondaries in the Karlsruhe. Come on, this is when the 3.9s get to work. Pretty please. What do you mean we don't have an angle? Range 10. Get to work, people. We're not badly listing. We got a little bit of flooding. It's not bad. I've had far worse and my ship still worked. Bonk. A little bit of damage. Okay, fine. Their armor is crippled. Use HE. Ooh! 18 inch right through the main belt. That's flooding amidships. And another one. Still got that monster ship coming after me, but it seems to be firing AP at such an angle that it can't pen. It's just ricocheting off the ship. They got about a 2% chance to pen. Of course, that won't last. That won't last. Yes! Sunk the Westfalen. Excellent. Now, I don't have a whole lot of salvos left on this ship. Because she'll start risting over... target this. With HE. Pretty good chance I'll accidentally hit 2 other ships. And who would like to go first? Missed. Fine. Missed again. Come on. Boom. Light cruiser Thetis taking a hit. Oh, this poor ship. Oh, it's broadside onto you. Okay, fine. Turn those turrets around. Ow. I cannot wait to unleash the Cursed Fish class upon these fuckers. Because this is going to be fairly vulnerable to torpedoes. Especially if you're launching 49 of them at the same time. I think, however, this is the end of the shield bearer, because I cannot extract her. She can't fire anymore. She's listing so badly. These ships, Enigma Hunts, they've done a lot of work for me. And I really value their service. Unfortunately, for this particular version of her, this is the last stand. Boom. Down to 2% structural, 7% buoyancy, and here comes the final blow. A couple of torpedoes to the bow. Boom. That's the second battleship I've lost. This is getting out of hand. I fortunately have extracted this ship and her cruiser escort, so we're fine. And I still walked away with more victory points than I sacrificed. There's how you do it. So, 13,000 points. I eliminated one of their battleships. I lost one of my battleships. I cannot keep trading like this, but at least I got some progress. So, this campaign still has some fight left in it. Or at least the Germans do. Thankfully, I do believe that my new ships are just about ready. That is those new Cursed Fish class. Where are they? Here. They're both ready. In case you haven't seen these gorgeous pieces of engineering, I highly recommend that we put these things to work against those German super battleships. Because these are extremely unorthodox ships. They have a very small main gun. Well, relatively small. I mean, it's a 13... Yeah, it's a double 13-incher. But beyond that, it is torpedo launchers for days. Now, this can work really well. I.e., I torpedo something completely out of existence. Or it can go really poorly. And my torpedo launchers get destroyed, my crew dies, and I take massive amounts of damage. Which way this will go, we'll see. Probably in the next episode, as I'm really hoping these guys are going to get an encounter. So be sure to join me next time, and see just how many torpedoes I can put into the water. And that is it for this Supercut. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope it kept you company throughout whatever it was that you're doing. Please let me know down below in a comment what it was that you were doing while watching or listening to the video. I'm always curious to hear how you actually enjoy watching or, let's say, consuming my video. Thank you for joining for this one, and I will see you soon for the next Supercut.